What's up, y'all? Welcome into the stream. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to night 2 of On the Go at CeeLo. And we are ready to have some fun at the Cookout Clash. First up is the last chance qualifier. And then only 2 cars are going to get in that. And then another car will get in. It'll be 23 cars to run for the championship for the Cookout Clash. But welcome in, everybody. Appreciate you being here. Thanks so much for hanging out with us yesterday and now today. We hope you're ready to have some fun with us on the Go at CeeLo. We appreciate you hanging with us, and we're ready to have some fun. But what's up, Susan? What's up, Richard? What's up, Desert Fox? Dropping those 5s. Lloyd, what's up? Josh, CeeLo. So good to have you back, boss. Thank you, buddy. Jared, what's going on? Love the hat. Yeah, I figured I'll bring the 11 back. It's purple, but it's okay. You guys know what it means. Tim says, what's up? Hi, everyone from Australia. What's going on? Old SVG in the lineup tonight in the big race. Boom shakalaka, what's up? When's it start? So we got pregame at 5 here and then to 5:40, and the race starts at 5:40. Steve, what's going on? Good to see you. Thanks for being a member as well. Pop Bottles, we're back. What's up? What's up, Triton? Good to see you as well. Good to see ya. What's up? Jaspy, what's up? Lots of SVG fans here tonight. Kelly, what's going on? Larson for the LCQ. We'll see. Mike D, what's going on? Bronny, what's up? Willie, what's up? T-Van. Rowdy gonna say F it and turn into the snowplow. That's right. That's gonna be something. With him and what's his name? Number 7. I was going crazy last night. He just said, all right, I can't do it during the caution, but I can definitely do it during the green flag. So we'll see what happens. I can see that 5 making it in. We'll see. Blaney's got the best chance of making it in. Pre-race is at 5 p.m. Last chance qualifier starts at 5:40 Central. The Clash pre-race is at 6:30. The Cookout Clash is at 7:20. And we'll finish with that and see who wins. And then it's off to Daytona, y'all, to have some fun with the speed weeks. But what's up, everybody? Good Swallower. What's going on? What's up, Jared? Paul A. What's going on? Smash those likes. Hit that sub. We went over 28,000 subscribers yesterday, and we are so excited to see if we can get farther to that today. So we'll see if we can blow it out of the water tonight. We're going to have a good time. The raw feed's working tonight, so Kyle Anderson, a member for 7 months. Thank you, Kyle, for being a member. We appreciate you. And yesterday was fun. The practice for all 4 groups or whatever it was. And then we had qualifying time, 4 minutes for each time. That was fun. The first one was kind of crazy and the other 3 were kind of quiet. But and then we have the last chance qualifier for some of your top NASCAR Cup Series drivers. It's going to be interesting to see how they do. And then after that, it's the Clash, and we're ready to have some fun. We'll have the pre-race and all that good stuff here with you guys, and MRN radio tonight and all that good stuff. So hope you guys are having. Thank you, Kelly. Ty Dillon starting on the pole for the LCQ is definitely something. That's right. Ty Dillon and Zane Smith on the front row. CeeLo rocks. Let's go, Mad Steve. Good to see you. What channel's it on? It's on Fox tonight, so it's on. A lot of people can get to watch this tonight. It is on Fox, so I hope you guys are ready to have some fun here tonight. Let's get to the raw feed. The raw feed's working last night. Last night it was kind of weird. It didn't want to work for us and all that stuff, so we'll go from there. Bots in the chat. Let's go, bots in the chat. But thank you guys hitting that like for us. Yo, dude, Ray, good to see you. Sadly, you don't have Fox. Well, right here, you're going to hang out with us and enjoy the race and have a good time. So let's take a look at that lineup really quick. We got Ty Dillon, Zane Smith. I don't think you have to. There we go. Look at that. Ty Dillon, Zane Smith, Ty Gibbs. He wants to win this thing. He's got to be first or second to advance to the Clash. Michael McDowell, Austin Dillon. There's the other Dillon brother. Eric Jones, Riley Herbst in that other monster car. EJ Allmendinger, Justin Haley. Watch out, Kyle Busch. He's coming after you if he gets in. Kyle Larson. There is Kyle Larson. He has to finish first or second or be the... if he doesn't make first or second, good possibility he will get in anyways due to his points, because the 23rd car that's in the race is reserved for the top driver in points from 24th on to first. So good chance he can get in today. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 11th. John Hunter Nemechek in 12th. He got pumped. He got punted by Ryan Preece yesterday. Ryan Preece had enough of it. He just said, he just took care of it and took him out. Let's see. Josh Berry in that red 21. A lot of 21 fans in our preview chat saying they really like that paint job. Let's see what else we got here. Got Cody Ware in that 51. You know I love those yellow gold wheels. Burt Myers is the Bowman Gray champion here. He's done a lot of runner races here, but it's hard to drive this car. What's up? Cole Custard, Andy Carstard starting. Ryan Blaney, he definitely wants to win this thing too, or definitely get a pass through for top 23. Garrett Smithley and then Tim Brown. Those guys just looked uncomfortable in their car, and that's where they are. So thank you guys for being here tonight. We appreciate you. What's up, everyone? Hat sucks, CeeLo. Let's start off the new season. If Hamlin doesn't win tonight, you can't wear the Denny hat during the 500. Well, I'm looking at a sports clips hat, so that's what I'm looking at. So we'll definitely get some sports clips going. We're looking for some sports
North
clips.
Carolina, Nascar
Well, welcome in, everybody.
There's
appreciate you being here.
Just about an hour north of Charlotte. And for the first time, the Clash run here at historic Bowman Gray Stadium. Great kickoff to the 2025 season, just 2 weeks away from the Daytona 500. Temperature in the 40s. There's no rain in the forecast. The drivers
gotta change the
are
sponsor
anxious
up. I know.
to get racing. And really, it's a doubleheader tonight. We have a last chance.
You don't care about Larson.
3 drivers will get in, and they'll join the 20 that you'll see in the feature event, the Clash for 2025. Our drivers / analysts, Kevin Harvick, NASCAR champ, Jamie McMurray, Clint Boyer, I'm Chris Myers. Thanks for being with us. A lot to look forward to, including Joey Logano joining us and setting up the start to the season. So before we get to the race tonight, what's on your mind for 2025?
The guy that you just talked about, Joey Logano, and I think back to last year, there was no one that had Joey Logano picked as the championship favorite halfway through last season. There was a lot of discussion in the offseason. Did he get a little bit lucky?
Yes.
He did, but I think he and Paul Wolf were able to capitalize. Joey
Talk
used
about
his
that in the
experience, and he
commercial.
got hot at the right time, was able to win the championship for the second time in 3 years.
Well, for me, it's new faces and new places. Over half the field, listen to this, folks, for the first time ever in NASCAR, over half the field is in a new role, right? New driver, new crew chief, new organization, new manufacturer. Something's new with over half of the field tonight.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see all those drivers kick it off. I know from when I drove this race in the past, you were always excited to get back in the seat to be able to flip the switches, get those things fired back up.
I don't even know where the switches are.
Yeah, most
No
of them
Elliott,
don't, right?
please.
Like
Negative
there's,
squirrel.
Chase Briscoes of the world, they're still learning the switches. They're still learning the tendencies of their new team. So all that gets me excited on week 1 right here, right now.
Yeah, and much was made about how Joey Logano, when he got in, he still won the second most races last year. Won in the system.
Digger's Day, Roger.
I mean, it started out last year, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson. Who's the best threat to Logano for 2025?
Well, I don't know how you don't go with Kyle Larson. I mean, I know that Clint and I get joked that we pick Kyle a lot, but we pick him because he's really good, and he's really good at a lot of different racetracks with one of the best organizations. I think he would be the guy that I'd pick there.
I think when you look at it this year, it's a little bit different because all the cars have fired off with no real
Michael?
rule
Good to
changes,
see you.
and that's been not the way that it has been over the past few years. So even when you're Joey Logano and you're like, things are going pretty good, I've fired off several times and been like, whoa, what happened to last year's speed?
I go after, and I looked at it last year, Christopher Bell. He's quiet, but he's not quiet on that racetrack. His results speak for themselves. Keep an eye on that 20 car. That kid will be a champion of NASCAR.
All right.
And Chris, I think Ryan Blaney's the other one that we've got
too,
to talk about. I
T-Man.
think week in and week
Desert
out, Ryan
Fox.
Blaney has as much
Thank you,
speed as
sir.
him.
He was one restart away from winning the
last year.
championship.
But
He
he's
had no
not
speed.
yet in this race, which adds to the drama, although he will be. We're sitting
up,
just
Ricky?
above turns 3 and 4. Front row seat, you'll have one for tonight as well. If you're wondering why we moved from the Coliseum, the Clash, to here, well, there's
Thank you,
great
Tony, for
history that
subscribing,
runs
Tony.
the past, the racing routes, along with today's drivers, as Mike Joy explains. Bowman Gray.
All right, so we talked about Bowman Gray and all the stuff, the history of it. Let's look back to the chat here. Terry Ann says Larson, and Chane says happy to see the 88 on that track again. Yes, sir. Tony, thanks for the sub. Ricky says hello, CeeLo. What's up, Ricky? Good to see you, man. Pop Bottles says Larson Glazers. T-Van says he wants an underdog to win tonight. Desert Fox, a 5-month member. Thank you, Desert Fox, dropping those 5s. Michael Harmon says hello. Kyle Anderson dropping those chases. And Byron's Kelly says Briscoe and Priest love these real short tracks. Roger says it's the Dingers Day. We'll see what happens there. Richard Carr says, let's go Chevy. Negative Squirrel. No Elliott. He's on the front, man. It's going to be tough to stop him tonight. Let's go racing. Susan says, I'm calling the 54, the 5, and the 23 car and the 12, Michael says. Daniel, no, we can't show the race, but we'll definitely have a good time tonight. CeeLo described how, yes, so the 23rd spot goes to either Ryan Blaney, or Kyle Larson or Ty Gibbs. One of those guys is going to get it, but unless someone else takes those first 2 spots, and then it'll be Ryan Blaney, and then it goes Kyle Larson, and then Ty Gibbs. That will be the tiebreaker. Jacob says, Kevin Harvick, that's track. So let's get back at it here.
A reality show after it called the Madhouse. This place is the Madhouse. I live in Winston-Salem. I've been here. This place packs the house every Saturday night, by the way. It doesn't need cup stars to come do it. The local heroes of this place pack the house, beating and banging, fighting. You have it right here at Bowman Gray.
He's the perfect inhabitant for a Madhouse.
He's the salesman,
right?
For sure, for Bowman Gray.
This place doesn't need a salesman.
And I would tell you, last night proved exactly what Clint's saying. We saw all kinds of action in the heat races last night. The first heat race was a little bit chaotic with Kyle Busch, Justin Haley. Noah Gragson was wild, was able to manage to get his way in. But, you know, a lot of these are accidents that are very similar to what we saw at the Coliseum. It's not necessarily the 2 guys that are mad at each other. It's somebody that's 1 or 2 rows back that has run his way through the guys. So I feel like it's really important tonight for these guys to get with their spotters and figure out who do you need to be mad at.
Yeah, is it the is it the place or is it the people in it? Meaning the drivers.
Yes.
Chase Elliott on the pole for the feature event, but first we have the last chance qualifier. Who gets in there? We're just getting started live here on Fox.
Still to
All right, so the last chance qualifier doesn't start till about 5:40, so I hope you guys are stick with us here and have a good time for pre-race. Let's talk about it. All right, let's talk about it right here. Let's see who is going to win give me the 2 spots for the last chance qualifier. Give me your two spots you're going to have. Who's taking the last chance qualifier to get in today? Give me your 2 spots. Let's see in the chat right now. Rebel X, what's up? Weird seeing Gregson in that 4. Thinking Barry moved in up on this LCQ. All right, Ty Gibbs and Larson for Desert Fox. OJ says, what's up, OJ? 54 in the 5. Oh, I thought it starts at 5. Well, pre-race starts at 5. Kyle Larson, Terry Ann says. Russ says Ty Gibbs and Michael McDowell. Ooh, Michael McDowell and Zane Smith. Oh, I like that one, Shane. What's up, Shane? Kelly says 8 in the 54. RJ says the 3 in the 71. Ooh, that's a good one. Ty Gibbs and Zane Smith. All right, there you go. Barani. Ty and Eric Jones, West says. All right, there you go. I think Josh Berry brings the 21 back to life. Mr. Magoo, thank you for the $2.99. Everybody tell Mr. Magoo, thank you. Kill Ward says, better be Austin Dillon. T-Van says, I think Eric Jones gets in, and Ty Gibbs. Richard says, Kyle Larson, 54 in the 5. What time is the last chance race? Starts at 5:40, Mandalorian. I'll take that. Larson and Smith, Amateur says. I like that, man. That's interesting. 5 in the 54. Pie in the face tonight, CeeLo. It's 67 likes. Hit that 100, y'all. Let's go. Get that 100 likes. Hair McDowell, Austin says. Briscoe in the race. He is in the other race. He's in the main race, so he's already in. 54 in the 5 for Desert Fox. 87 likes. Thank you, Trenton. Todd says, Mr. Mario. Mad Steve says Kyle the 8. Yeah, he's in already. He's already in. Tim Brown the 15 and Garrett Smithley. Ooh, look at him. Gibbs and AJ. Mike D says the 3 and the 10 for Blake. Thanks. Thank you again, Mr. Magoo. Thank you so much. Still pulling for Cole Custer tonight. The 41. If he gets in, get some ice cream there. Ty Gibbs and Zane Smith for Gentry. What team does Zane Smith race for? He races for Spire now in that 71. No, he's in the 38. He's in the 38 now. Roger says the 54 and the 21. Roddy will win tonight. Chris Moore. Desert Fox's Front Row Motorsports. That's right. Oh, Ronnie says Desert Fox Front Row Motorsports. Barry Smith for Lloyd. 43, the 7, and the 12 on points for Ricky. Desert says Ty and Bronny. Trenton says 91 likes. Hit that. Let's get the 100 likes, y'all. Front Row Motorsports. Shane says, imagine if Cody Ware makes the main event. Will there be something with those gold wheels, baby? And Jays Moore, finally. What's going on, bud? Good to see you, man. Your 6 is going to do good today. Grimme, what's going on? Where is SVG? He's in the main race. He didn't even have to race today. He's already in. So go back to it here.
Fans, and you raced here.
Yeah, as a kid, we'd jump the fence right over here.
This is Richard Childress talking.
You didn't pay? Sell peanuts and popcorn, and then I'd hang out with all the race drivers back in the day before this was here, and we had a heck of a time, you know, down here with the drivers. And I said, man, as much fun as they're having, I got to be a race driver. That's how I ended up doing it.
Take me back to some of your early days, your fondest memories of this place. I've heard a lot of them. I've heard you say about breaking in that fence and racing here, fighting here, and everything in between.
Yeah, we used to, we'd come over here for a fight and a race would break out. That's the way it happened back in the day. But you'll see some wild racing. We had some great racing last night. And
what's up, Jack? Good to see you, bud.
This first race is going to be pretty exciting.
Right, little Jack's
the tires are going to be the big deal tonight. So I think whoever can manage those tires will have a good shot at the end of the day. But going back in history, I came here this evening about an hour by myself, nobody here but me, and just sat there and thought about a lot of the old times and many things
really
that happened
cool.
here.
Yeah.
What was the first thing you raced here? You remember?
Yeah, I bought an old 47 Plymouth and paid $20 for it, and it was a $99 claiming race. And there I was thinking, sitting up there today, won a race, went up there and tried it. We had a locked rear end in it, and you couldn't do that. Went up there and tried to break an axle before somebody got it. But just crazy stuff like that.
Richard, you've been around for a lot of these Clash events, different racetracks. We've been at Daytona, used to just be pole winners. What do you think about the format now and going to some maybe different racetracks over the next few years?
Yeah, Jamie, I think seeing us here at Bowman Gray Stadium, going back in the history of NASCAR and seeing all the things that built our sport, it started here way back in the day, and to come back here now and let the fans see it, and everyone at home that's watching this race will understand what it's about.
It's a slice of history, and your grandchildren, right, and Ty Dillon, Austin Dillon, it's got to be cool for you to see them race. And how about the drivers of
hope
today?
You're not the
what would you
reason.
tell them about running on
what
this
do you
track
mean?
in this event?
I'm not. No. What do you mean you got yanked?
And be ready for a fight.
I don't know what you're talking
afterwards. But not really. The whole thing is getting off the corner here and saving your tires.
I have nothing to do with it.
Wear some tires out.
I want to go back to that, and obviously you just heard, folks, it started here. Hired Kevin and I. The family tradition continues with the grandkids that Chris just spoke of, but to come full circle and bring it back to Bowman Gray for the sport of NASCAR, and you in particular, business owner here, landowner, you don't go to Winston-Salem without seeing Richard Childress all over the place.
Yeah, well, I'm just blessed. God blessed me to be able to do things I do, have drivers like you guys, Dale Earnhardt, have the grandkids racing. It's just neat to come back to North Carolina. Bowman Gray Stadium right here is going to be an economic impact for the community, and couldn't be more prouder of NASCAR.
You mentioned so much about the community. When was the last time you came here and watched a race? Do you remember?
It's been about 4 or 5 years ago. I know the Myers boys real well.
Yeah.
I always hang out with these guys.
Do you think this night will be any different than what you saw that night? Because I watched that modified race, and I'm thinking, oh, my God, they're going to tear everything that you guys have up tonight.
How many laps is the last chance? 75 laps.
That's the way it's going to end up.
That light for us, y'all.
And banging and pushing and shoving, and tempers always come up at a place like this. So
I know you like that.
Oh, yeah.
You got your own seat
I
here?
liked you. You never did anything wrong.
I know.
Do you have like reserved seating here? How's it work for when Richard Childress comes to Bowman Gray? Do you have your own place?
I usually go over to the beer stand over here where the beer, you can sit there and drink beer, and I sit there and watch it.
So, from Russia, what's going on?
So you're part of 8 Clash wins and 6 Cup championships. So it's always great to see you. Thanks for being a part of this and coming by for the popcorn and the peanuts.
Yeah, thank you.
Hero, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy it, and you guys do a great job. I'm a big fan of Fox.
Childress.
Thank you. All right, Richard Childress with us as we continue live.
What's up,
from Bowman
Buell?
Gray
Good to see ya.
Stadium.
All right, it's coming up, commercial break here. Appreciate your ones hanging out with us. One of the grandsons is starting on the pole for LCQ, Ty Dillon. That's right. Let's go back here to the chat here really quick to see if I missed anything during all that, what you're all listening to. Chase Briscoe is in. Yes, he is in the big race. Let me scroll all the way back here. A lot of y'all talking here. Hit that like for us. Thanks for getting those over 100 likes. Appreciate it. Scott Murphy, 5 in the 5. Kim, Chase Elliott. There you go. Chase Briscoe in. Chris Scott says, awesome. Go Team Myers. Dylan says, Little Jack, pick Kyle Larson and Austin Dillon. Thank you for those subscribes, y'all. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Coach, what's going on? Good to see you as well. You said 5:40 start. Yes, for the 5:40 start for the LCQ. We'll call it the LCQ. North Carolina House. Chad, good to see you as well. Taj says, who you picking, CeeLo? I had Kyle Larson, but I think I'm going to stay with Kyle Larson. And I got Briscoe as my dark horse. Let's see here. 115 likes. Let's go here. What number Gillen running? He's running the 34 now. So McDowell is the Spire. He was in the 71. and McDowell now in the 34. Y'all see that NBA trade last night? That's crazy. I know. Shout out to Tony Bridger for getting full-time Craftsman Truck Series right. Yeah, there's so many new names in the Craftsman Truck Series. I can't believe it. So crazy. Hi, guys from Russia. Yes, sir. That's awesome. Getting all the way out to Russia tonight. CeeLo, take account on how many cars go into the grass. Probably about 5. I'll say 5. Ryan Preece is racing in the main event. Yes, he is. And he is in that number 60 RFK. Yes, sir. How many laps, Rachel? So 75 laps for it. 75 laps. Well, you'll have to choose a different pick when Larson fails. Yeah, and I'll still go with Briscoe, but I'll definitely get another chance. And then we'll also do this. We'll also at the after the LCQ, if your driver does not make the field, you have an opportunity to change your pick again. So that's what we'll do. Anyone remember the show Madhouse used to be on the Discovery, Myers and Brown, having it a long time. Awesome. Losing traditions in Australia. SVG in the big race tonight in that 88. I love that paint job. What's up, Mikey G? Good to see you as well, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it being here. Hope you guys are doing well. Chase fan, what's up? CeeLo, good to see you. What's up, Chase fan? Welcome in. Appreciate it. Ryan Blaney's got to win this LCQ, man, to get in. If not, he has a chance of making the field anyway. Bro, enjoying this heat wave. Heck yeah. Butterfly, what's up? Keep hitting that like, hitting that subscribe, y'all.
Joey Logano takes the
Logano with the championship last year. A lot of crazy stuff in the NASCAR playoffs. We all thought that we would have to get that going. But what's up, Amy? CeeLo, thanks for covering this. You're welcome, Amy. Good to see you. We're always going to be here. We'll always be here for you guys, no matter what. Always be here for you guys. Did Denny get into the main event? He is. He's in the main event. He won one of the heat races, and he is in. So he is in. Good to go. He's going to start up front. We'll give you the full lineup when that changes. And now here's Joey Logano. Any Logano fans out there? Let me see those 22s, y'all.
Those experiences as you start 25 that you'll apply here.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is that the goal never changes, right? The goal is to win the championship, whether you won last year or not. But the big thing is just fighting, complacency, right? And being okay with what, happening. You got to remember what you did last year will not be good enough to win this year. So just always constantly looking for improvement and keeping everybody on their game, right? Because that's over, right? As great as that moment was, and it's fun to watch it, believe me, it's really fun just to watch that. It's over, and we got to do it all again. The scoreboard's reset back to 0.
Well, speaking about being good, you've been as good as anyone the first time that we go to a lot of these racetracks. I think about the Bristol Dirt
50
Track,
degrees in Indiana.
Gateway. We talked about the
those
Clash,
22.
the Coliseum in 2022. You see it right there. You've really been the best at a lot of these tracks when we go to them for the first time. Is that because you think you adapt quicker? Is it car setup? Is it preparation?
It's not even year, though.
Just explain to us your process coming here. How do you prepare for this?
Yeah, I mean, you said it, right? I mean, I think it's a little bit of
everything.
He's
got the debt relief of America.
Anticipating some of the things we may fight when we get to these tracks. A lot of that's just kind of going off of old school racing experience of just, I think we're going to fight something like this. And then you got to adapt quickly, right? You got to get on the racetrack, figure out where the fast lanes are, figure out, on restarts, what lane's going to be the best. These days we have so much, data and stuff to go over after races that we know what lane's going to be the one that moves forward. We know all that stuff, but the first time you don't. And so I think, Coleman up on the roof does a great job at feeding me information to make sure we do the right things.
It's going to be interesting who's going to win.
Racing on the track as well.
540
we all
CJ.
Know that you're one of the most aggressive race car, drivers on the racetrack, whether it's a restart or anything in between. But you also show a lot
subscribe,
of
hit that like
patience,
for us,
right? And on a track like this, we watched last night. You pushed it hard, squeezed in a gap that we both Kevin and I went, and thought you were going to get moved out of the way.
Everybody else watching.
But ultimately, it's what puts you in a position to be in the race, right? It locked you in. Now, maybe not that one. That was Byron may not have wanted you to have that.
He didn't want me to get in.
But right here,
right? Always pays to watch it. Watch it here. That's right.
So
well, I want to give the opportunity for people to watch it. Thank you, Desert Fox. 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Desert Fox.
Yeah, when you had such a short race, you remember last night, you're 25 laps, and each spot's kind of worth 4, right? Because if you finish, like we finished second, we start 7th tonight. So each spot meant times 4.
Amateur
so
hour efficient. Random JJ Yaley appreciation comment.
It's going to be tough to
JJ
pass
Yaley, oh my gosh.
kind of strung out. The way you pass is going to be probably pretty physical between most. So restarts and those details mean a lot. So
thank you,
I think
Desert
that's why
Fox.
you
Everybody
see
tell
that
Desert
happen,
Fox
whether it's a
thank
modified race the other day here. You see the first few laps of a restart just be chaos and it's like just out of control. I assume we're going to see that here in a minute in the LCQ, and I hope
we hope so.
I hope you do. You do. Yeah. I hope in the feature that it like you kind of get some laps. I'm sure at the end of the race it'll look like that again, but hopefully 250 laps. It's still some time we can.
I did some basketball. We did a little bit of football.
Have a Coke and a smile. Celebrate the
some
championship.
traveling.
We'll be watching you tonight. All right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Joey Logano with us. We'll continue live from Bowman Gray, and we'll have some final thoughts. Kevin and Clint head.
All right, so we got about 18 more minutes till there. So we all got our picks in for the LCQ. So make sure you pick on those, and then we'll talk about during the next break. They're going to have a break between the LCQ and the Clash. We'll talk about who's going to win and all that stuff. But Amateur Hour, thank you for subscribing. Weem Hunter, thank you so much for as well. And I appreciate it, Desert Fox. Thank you so much. I'm glad I could bring this, guys, to you. Keep on, see if we get to 200 likes, y'all. 200 likes. We got to 500 last night. Let's see if we can get to 500 again. Help us get there, guys. Help us get there. Help us get there. With how he looked yesterday, who thinks Kyle Larson doesn't make it? I don't know. He didn't have much speed, did he? He did not have much speed at all. Yeah, we have a good time here, Amateur Hour. We have a fun time. The chat is amazing, and we have a good time here. So I do have the HBO Max cams. They're going to be up on my end, so we're going to see what they look like. They don't start till like 7 o'clock anyways, but definitely going to check that out to see what we can do. I might reach out to BR Sports and see what we can do, but right now we're going to hang out tight here with what we got. A real race track, Bowman Gray Stadium in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. That's right. Lots of history here. Linnell says, you're so awesome, CeeLo. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Linnell. Thank you so much for being here as well. We appreciate you guys. You got the scanners on. We'll have the scanners on as well tonight, too. You guys get to listen to those. They'll be in-house. Repairs and adjustments will make big difference if they were allowed from last night. What did Tim Brown lock in yesterday? No, he did not. He's in the very back in this LCQ. It's going to be tough for him. 17 as a hot rod. Go RFK. James Moore, what do you think of the 60? What do you think of your new teammate, Ryan Preece? What do you think of him? What do you think about new Ryan Preece? Don't count out Kyle Larson. That team is about as good as you can get. Overnight adjustments are huge if allowed. I think they are, Amateur. But I think Kyle Larson's going to definitely take it. I'm not going to keep him out of this big race. But Ty Dillon on the pole and then his brother back in 5th here for the next one.
Let's take a look at some of those that are trying to earn their way in to join the other 20. And you see Burt Myers and Tim Brown. Those are modified racers that have more wins here at Bowman Gray than anybody
RFK's
else.
getting in.
Of this track, trying to make it big with
They are getting it. All 3 cars are in.
Smith is standing by with both.
Well, Chris, anybody that knows anything about Bowman Gray Stadium has seen these two faces, Burt Myers, Tim Brown, collectively 23 championships, 198 wins at this racetrack between the two of you guys. Tim, what does it mean to be making your Cup Series debut as a local legend at this racetrack tonight in the Clash?
It's super special. I grew up racing here and grew up in the stands and playing around in the pits here in my grandpa's cars. And just for the Cup cars to come back here is super amazing. But for me to have an opportunity to get to be a part of it is just super cool. And couldn't be more thankful to everybody that helped put this together.
You get to work on these cars during the week. Tonight you get to race one of them. That's going to be a lot of fun to see. Bert, I'm curious. You two guys, you've had your fair share of run-ins over the years at this racetrack,
almost to 200, y'all.
For victories and championships. So if this guy's in 2nd place on the last lap, the last transfer spot, you're in 3rd place.
Wants to see a fight in the infield. I do.
I don't care if my mom was in 2nd place if I need the spot. So, all joking aside, yeah, we've raced for 25 plus years together here. That could play in our hands tonight, knowing how to survive this 75 lap race. But like he said, it's just really cool to be here with the NASCAR series and see what kind of spotlight this place has been put under.
Jamie, I love it. We're going back to our grassroots. These guys are going to be fun to
watch. But it's a totally different story. You know, They're not in cars that they're used to. Here's Kyle Larson.
One of the biggest superstars that the sport has.
Fives.
But tonight, Kyle, you're in the LCQ. You're starting 10th. So how hard are you willing to push? How aggressive are you going to need to be to get yourself locked into one of those top 2 positions?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a funny balance, I think. Like it's obviously, you want to get into the show. But at the same point, it's like, man, if you don't get into the show and you've pissed off a few people and still didn't make the show, and now you've started the year with people mad at you. So I don't know. Like I said, it's a funny balance of like trying to obviously get into the race and have a shot to win later on tonight, but then also,
I make you a name and tag
too many
it in the
enemies
chat
for the season. So yeah, we'll see. But I know our HinderCars.com Chevy would be much better tonight than it was yesterday. So we'll see if I can be a little bit better as well. And yeah, we can, avoid some drama and somehow sneak in the top 2.
All right, Kyle, you've raced at probably more short tracks around this country than anybody else in the field. So big picture, what do you think of Bowman Gray Stadium and racing here?
Yeah, well, I think when people consider like short tracks and dirt track, racing, like a quarter mile or a half mile even, a half mile feels really big in a sprint car, where like a quarter mile in a stock car feels way smaller than a quarter mile in a sprint car. So this is way more short track than I grew up doing. But regardless, it's a very, really neat environment, with the fans being right on top of us, and the style of crowd here too is unique, and they're rowdy. So I hope it's a great show, here in this race, and then later on tonight, and the fans can get their money's worth.
All right, that's Kyle Larson. He's going to try to race his way into the Clash. Chris?
Thank you very much, Jamie and Kyle. But the track is not the star. The drivers are the stars of this. And that was interesting, Jamie McMurray, when Larson was talking about, you don't want to upset people here when you've got the Daytona 500, a long season ahead. To be thinking that way is very interesting.
Yeah, I think he's got the right approach there for championship thinking. And in order for Larson to make it, there's going to have to be some chaos and him not be involved in it. I like the guys, though, up front. Ty Gibbs, Zane Smith starting. I think you're going to start in the top 4 if we don't have a lot of chaos. But that's a big if, Chris.
A lot of chaos. Chase Elliott on the pole. Last year's Clash winner, Denny Hamlin. In fact, he's won 4 with 4 different crew chiefs. It's the Madhouse, the last chance race.
The Madhouse, baby. All right, y'all. Appreciate you hanging out here. Let's see how McMurray does broadcasting these Xfinity races this year. It should be fun on the CW. Remember, the Xfinity races are going to be on the CW the whole year. It will not be on Fox and then NBC. It's on CW all year. We'll be bringing those 2 as well, possibly some practice or qualifying as well for the Xfinity as well. But Pop Bottle's dropping that Denny. Zoe's got the 9. Coyote, if I can't win, I will wreck everyone out here from them winning. Coyote says, that's Kyle Busch probably. Ernest Scott, what's up? I get that mad NASCAR about the charters, but it's MJ saying you don't get to see the Jumpman logo. If your name and a bunch of emojis, that's right. Appreciate y'all subscribing. Anthony, so much. Appreciate everybody that's here today. We appreciate you. If it's one of his shoes, Butterfly, can I make your name and tag in the chat? Let's race. I know it's almost here. About 11 more minutes. We'll have some racing. I live not too far from Kyle, so I have to root for him. Desert Fox. Awesome. All right, so let's see whose fans are here. We already picked our winners. Who do you have as a fan here tonight? Let me see who your fan is. Let me see who your favorite driver is. I'm a Denny Hamlin fan. I know you guys have ripped me to shreds about it, but I'm proud to be a Denny Hamlin fan. Don't judge me. Let me see who you have in the chat. James Moore at the 6, Russ with Bubba, Coach with the 11, Kyle Busch for Sarah, Sherry with the 5, Dennis, Skylar Hamlin. What's up, Skylar? Paul A's with the 88, 11 for TJ, Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott for Wes, Kyle Larson for Desert Fox, Chase Elliott for Ernest, the 9 and the 5 for Zoe. Detroit's got the 35. I like that. The 5 for Tom, 8 for Comer Cole. Ethan, Mark Evans' new NASCAR season starts in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, that's right. Chase says 9 for Roger, 5 for CJ, 9 for Lady. Brad Kozlowski, Tim, what's up? All day by the bay. Ford, he just pulls for a Ford. Cool Dad's got the 5. Susan's got the 12. Kyle Busch has got Comer Cole. I'll go Hamlin, negative squirrel. Ethan says Chase. Mike D says Bowman. Kyle Busch. Let's see what else we got here. Let me roll up here. I think it jumped on me. Sarah says Kyle Busch. Linnell says all Hendrick Motorsports. Detroit says the 35. And I do not have a favorite truly, Lloyd says. Ernie Earnhardt heat stroke. Larson 5, the 19 and the 9 for iRacing. Eric Church, legend in training. Larson 5, Zach. Steve's got Elliot. Jeanette's got the 11. Zach's got the 5. Your daddy. What's up, your daddy? Got Bowman the Showman. Hoping for Priest tonight. We'll see what he does in that 60. That would be nice. He could do that right there. And Cody's got the 11. Coyote says, love you, man. I appreciate it, Coyote. I love you being here. T-Van's got the 11. What? T-Van? Okay. Blake's got the 1. Okay, Blake. Gotcha. All Day by the Bay. I got you 12 for Blaney. Richard's got Logano. Butterfly's 11. B Hope's got a Hamlin. Little Jack picks Kyle Larson. Jack, good to see Little Jack back in the chat. 6 for Roger. Chris for 19 and the 22. We got a good mix. Yeah, we got a lot of good friends here. Phone on the Charger and a whole bunch of other friends. Thank you guys so much. And Hamlin is toast without FedEx. Desert Fox says, we'll see what happens at Daytona.
Blaney, a champion of NASCAR, not even in this thing.
Force.
Kyle Larson, can you believe it? He's not in it. This last chance is going to be wild. They're going to be beaten. They're going to be banging Kevin. And it's going to be because if you don't, you're going to the house.
Well, if you're not going to beat and bang, you're going to get left behind. And that's one reason I thought Ty Gibbs was a little patient, too patient last night. We saw Riley Herbst be a little patient. When you get the opportunity to pass somebody, especially in this last chance race, you better use the bumper and you better push them out of the way because you might not have another opportunity if things get spread out.
When you say patient, I say hospital. There's no place for that here. Last night, 4 25 green flag lap heat races, and here's some of the action. Justin Haley in the 7. Kyle Busch in the 8. And Noah Gragson goes 3 wide in a pass you can't make at this racetrack.
Yeah.
Ryan Preece had enough of John Hunter Nemechek, and John Hunter gets the safer barrier as a result. That's just some of the action from last night. So here's what we're going to see tonight.
75 laps.
75 laps. Top 2 advance to the main event. Only green flag laps count. And in this last chance qualifier, no overtime.
I can't do the live shots today. They're not available right now.
Here in Winston-Salem. Jamie Little.
That's right, Mike. This is actually kind of the makeshift garage. These are all the pit boxes set up. This is the 3 pit box area for Austin Dillon. If you want to call a home track somebody's home track, it's all about Austin Dillon. Grew up right down the street from here. He just told me moments ago, he spent more nights watching races here and such great memories. He can't believe they're actually racing here in NASCAR, but he's in the last chance qualifier. He said they were not good enough last night.
It's about to start.
Went back and forth on adjustments. Hopes to be better tonight. He's rolling off 5th, and he said, I want this bad. I want to make the Clash not just for me, but for my pop, Richard Childress. Regan Smith.
Well, Jamie, last night, not what a lot of people would have expected. Kyle Larson, traditionally very good in these quick run-and-gun style races, had some struggles, finished 8th in his second heat race. That means tonight he's going to start 10th. Told me earlier they struggled with the handle in the car, couldn't get it to turn the way that he wanted to make the things go to the front like he needed to be able to do. Some adjustments for that tonight.
I said, Kyle, we're trying to get to 300 likes.
For the rough stuff. Are you going to get out there and do the rough stuff here on the racetrack or what? He said, I might not have to. If the other guys in front of me do it, I'll just be in the right place at the right time.
Glad you're here, Joshua.
Well, Regan, special race at a special track with special rules. And the rule tonight is the 23rd and final starting spot in the class is reserved for whatever driver finished highest in the points last year that didn't race their way in through the heat races or their last chance qualifier. Right now, that spot would be Ryan Blaney in the 12 car who finished 2nd to Joey Logano in the points. My question, why even run the last chance qualifier? They're going to run several laps. They had to make repairs, and they had an oil cooler leak that they had to repair. Jonathan Hassler, the crew chief, just to make sure everything is right with that 12 car. They're going to start 23rd later on tonight.
Thanks, Larry. One thing that's going to be key here is
What's
restarts.
up, Denise?
Because
good to
the
see you. T. Lee, what's up, bro?
Was invented at short tracks. A fellow named Junior Miller won a lot of modified races here by choosing the outside, moving up 4 or 5 rows when everybody else chose the inside. And then if he got a quick caution, he'd gain 4 or 5 spots. And there's a lot of ways to move forward here. They don't all involve the bumper.
Well, a lot of it is just smart decisions, putting yourself in that right place on the draw and everything that goes with it, and knowing when you're clear and when you're not.
I think that's the most important part, right? When to be aggressive, when to pull the reins back and be patient.
All right, let's go trackside and get this party started.
Let's go.
Drivers, start your engines.
Let's go.
75 green flag laps. 2 drivers to transfer.
All right, we have everybody knows who their favorite drivers are. You told me those. You told me all the good stuff that that we're ready to have a good time here. So never mind about Blaney. How about the 23rd and final spot would go to Blaney if he doesn't make the through LCQ? It feels like I'm at my local track. Yes, I do, Bobby. Good to see you, Bobby, as well. Kelly, I'm getting kebabs off the grill. I'll be racing back. Let's go. That's right. Lee Les, what's up? It's good to be back. Missed these get-togethers. That's right, from New Zealand. Good to see our New Zealand friends here cheering on 88 tonight. Watch out for that storm drains. Stenhouse. CJ's cheering on Stenhouse, huh? Okay, Stenhouse. How many cautions? Oh, yeah, let's do it. How many cautions here tonight in this right here? Let's pick our cautions. How many? I'm going to go 8. 8 cautions here in this LCQ. PJ's got 10. Ernest has got 6. Kenneth Clark's got 8. T-Lee's got 9. Desert Fox has got 10. Bobby's got 15. Kenneth Fox has got 7. Ethan says 9. Bronny says 4. CJ says 12. Negative Squirrel says 9. Flint says 7. Karen says 9. Pastel says 6. Paul says 9. Wesley says 5. Pop Bottles says 9. T-Van says 7. Lloyd says 6. Chris says 7. Taterhead says 11. Skylord says 8. Roger says 7. Turn Left TV, what's going on? I love your content, man. 6. Eric says 12. OJ says 0. Ooh. Wade Banks, he says 15. Kristen says 7. Ricky says 8. Cool Dad says 0 as well. Denise says 8. Matt says 2. Matthew says 9. Mark Evans 4 from Ricky Stent Wreck House. That's right. Spin House equals 13 yellows. He's gonna put someone in the wall tonight. Richard says 7. Jeanette says 6. Rachel says 6. OJ's going with 0. Lloyd changed it to 7. Linnell says 8. Dallas says 267 will be here all night. John says 8. Carl says, I don't think there is a number that big. Mike says 10. Josh says 13. Winston Salem was a jumping earlier. It was. X-Cal says 467. Little Jack says about 4. Smash those likes and subscribes, y'all. I'm the only one that's going to talk to you like this. Kevin says 9. Paul says 4. Lax says 75. Pop Bottle says, James says 8. TJ says 70. What's up, TJ? Good to see you, buddy. Tim Hunt says 18. Jason says 19. Tim Fowler says 10. Detroit says 3. Gone says 20 plus. James says 8. Ron says 13. Look at CeeLo smile because racing's back. That's right. James says 12 and Desert Fox says 10. Wow. There's not another streamer that's going to read every single word to y'all. If y'all stick here and give us the benefit of the doubt, hanging out here and have a good time tonight, we hope to have a good time and support you guys throughout this season. I'm the only one that's going to sit here and talk to you like this. So please be here with us, and I hope you guys have a good time. Let's get this, having some fun, keep the chat clean, and let's go boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
Last chance qualifying race. Now they line up in the order of how they finished their heat race last night from 6th on back. The top 5 have already advanced. These are the drivers.
Where's your driver? Well, this is the LCQ. Who's your driver? I can't remember, Ryan.
This race. 19 cars, including the locals, Burt Myers and Tim Brown, modified aces here.
So good to be back.
Let's dial up Austin Dillon. How about you, Austin
Dillon?
Get to
wear purple again. That's right.
You got us?
Where we need to work on it, we have that opportunity. So let's just focus forward and do the best we can. Give RC 2 cars to root for tonight. We can do it.
Try one
awesome, Matt. Just some fruit punch, JH.
We got you now, buddy. Well, here it is. Believe it or not, home track for you, baby. Home track advantage. Is it going to happen? 75 laps. Is patience the name of the game, or is it aggression? Fight for your right.
Well, watch a lot of races here. It's kind of a chaos. 3-ring circus. We got to get to the end of it. I'd say the beginning of the race, the cold tires is going to get wild here. If it does string out, I think I can do a good job managing my tires, have something at the end to go after them. But the big thing is stay off the damn terrain like I did last night.
I hear
stay off the drain.
Pop's watching. Everybody's here.
Nah, just some fruit punch, man. Can't put it on, Jason. I'm sorry. I wish I could.
That's Richard Childress on the left, who bought his first race car for $50 with a friend. They brought it here and alternated weeks racing. Then they bought another one for $50, a 38 Plymouth taxi cab, and they had a 2-car race team. And the rest is history.
Pretty amazing. American dream.
All right, y'all, you ready?
Green next time by. Corvette pace cars.
Y'all ready?
Home, out the only exit from this track in turn number 3.
Heck, I'm nervous, Kev.
I'm nervous as well, and this is going to be intense. 2 spots transfer, and you're going to have to be aggressive right from the green.
Ty Dillon, Zane Smith on
Here
the
we
front
go,
row.
green
Ty
flag.
Gibbs, Mike
Here we go,
McDowell,
green flag. Boogie, boogie, boogie. Let's go racing, boys.
Yo. I'm nervous. It's clean that first turn.
See the 10 car kind of bounce off that drain just slightly on the inside up into the door of Zane Smith, but so far 2x2 as we've seen this outside groove work a lot better than what we thought it would last
Zane
night.
Smith.
I agree, Kevin. If you can get in position, especially
gonna lead
on
this
exit,
first
right?
lap.
You take his exit away and get him.
All right, let's
loose,
see
and
it.
that's how you
Threes
get
in the
lead.
chat. Every
Not
lap 3,
quite
we
clear
honor
yet.
Dale
Kyle
Sr.
Larson started
3s in the
10th,
chat.
running
It's
up
quick.
to the outside, goes to
3s.
38
Let's
is
do it.
Zane
3s
Smith.
in the chat.
Ty
Let
Dillon
me see those
underneath it,
3s.
trying to cement that lead, but they are
3s.
still double
Let's
file
Dale
at the front.
Sr. right here.
This is already about as much double file as I've ever seen at Bowman Gray.
Yeah,
Great racing.
You know, I think as we saw the heat races last night, they had a lot less cars. These guys are a lot smarter last night than they were when we started those heat races because of the fact they've all been on the racetrack as you see them beat and bang off of turn 4.
Need that.
Zane Smith may complete this pass on the outside. Gets a good launch off of 2, but
Oh, here
Dillon
comes
dives
Ty
it in
Dillon.
there.
There's just no straightaway. You see that.
Thank
no
you,
more than
sir.
get off
Thank
the
you
corner,
guys
you're
so
already on
much.
the brakes for the
Pray.
next.
We know what we
And
do
you
with
see that
Dale.
wall jet out right there, and
Raise,
that's
you
why
know what?
see
Praise,
Zane
you know
Smith
what?
almost had
Dale
to come
Sr.
back
right
as
here
Ty
on the
Dillon
Go
gets up
at
the
CeeLo.
racetrack and kind of shoved Zane up the hill and got him out of the way.
Yep, Dillon doored him, and here comes Ty Gibbs on the inside. Then Austin Dillon, then Eric Jones.
Now you got to try to get down, right?
Yeah, the longer this race goes, then the more cars that get single file, the worse position that you're in on the outside. If you're on the outside, you want to be the one that
What's up, Jason?
sees
Thank
the
you
guys
for being
behind
back,
you, stacked up side by side, because if they get this freight train lined up on the bottom, you're going to get passed by several cars.
Sorry, amateur hour.
That's what's happening to Zane Smith right now. He is tough on the outside, but there is no gap to get in. Top 5 have a little distance on Michael McDowell.
No way Ty Dillon gets in this race.
Up in turn number 4. That car's
Ooh.
slow at the back
All the way
of
to the back.
here.
Who's that? Is that that's Riley Herbst all the way to the back.
The pace off the power. I think he got it going again here. Still green.
Micah McDowell 6th, Kyle Larson 7th, Justin Haley 8th. But remember, only 2 cars will advance. From Kyle
No
Larson
flag
looking
yet.
forward at Michael McDowell's new ride for 2025.
Yeah, and we heard Larson talk before the race that he didn't know if he was going to be the one that was going to have to get aggressive as he moved forward. He's going to wait for everybody else to make those mistakes. I just don't know that you can wait for other people to make mistakes as we see him use that front bumper right there on Michael McDowell.
That was some of the contact that put Riley Herbst to the back of the pack. Now it's Dillon to the outside. Ty Gibbs got him for the lead here.
It is.
And gets
We
it.
see those 54s in the lead.
As
New
you see the
leader.
brothers bang into each other. Really.
Might take them both out of contention here. Zane Smith looking to the inside of Austin.
Austin and Ty Dillon got together, and that opened the door for Smith on the inside in the 38.
Is he going to let him in? I
New
don't
leader.
think so. Brotherly love, no more. Sorry.
We used to play basketball with Austin and Ty, and there was not 2 people
Still
more
in
competitive than these 2.
Oh,
As you see them
3
still
wide.
banging on each other, costing them.
There goes Ty Dillon.
Eric Jones is going to get through as the Dillon brothers battle.
Oh!
Now Larson 3 wide to the inside.
Larson
He's
just
gonna
went
pass
around the
them all
both
if he can.
Dillon brothers.
Oh, no, it's going downhill bad for Austin Dillon. That's exactly how you take advantage of one of those situations, though. Kyle Larson passed 3 cars right there.
And that's exactly what Kyle was hoping for, was he was going to be able to take advantage of situations like that. And that one looks like it's going to gain him 3 spots.
Austin finally was able to get down.
Oh, Eric Jones.
Larson moves to 3rd. Eric Jones.
There he
turns
goes.
Ty Dillon around.
Ty Dillon
We'll
around.
bring out the caution flag.
Wow. Holy cow.
I heard you use the verb let. That is not in the Bowman Gray
Caution.
lexicon.
There's one.
Take not let.
Yeah, there was definitely no let right there.
First caution flag at lap 16, and boy, this crowd.
What's up, Denver? Good to see you.
They are not bashful about showing their approval or disapproval. They average 12,000 people here on a Saturday night, and you should have seen half the grandstand rise up as Tim Brown passed Burt Myers, the two locals. Have a look here.
Yeah, and the 43 car just turned in a corner like Kyle Larson wasn't even there, and Larson kept the position, and then everything started to stack up behind them. And really what started this was the 10 and the 3 of Austin and Ty Dillon getting into each other. And
you see Ty got into Eric Jones, and he repays the favor there.
Yeah, just turned him around with the right
Turn him around.
I'm amazed everybody else got through unscathed.
I am as well.
First caution flag. Remember, only green flag laps. We have
Ryan Blaney way in the back.
Austin was probably the biggest benefactor of that. He was in big
25K subs by Daytona. Hope 30.
Got him a couple positions back here. Get reset.
I don't think so.
But how about Kyle Larson? I mean, I didn't think he.
Keep in that like. We're trying to get the 300 likes, y'all. 300.
I didn't think he had much of a chance. He's right back in it.
All right, the number you need is 2 because 1 week from now it's the Super Bowl on Fox, and in 2 weeks, drivers start your engines as the Great American Race returns on Fox.
We'll be back for all of that next week, y'all.
2025 NASCAR season, February 16th.
All right, caution. Caution is out. Let me update my caution count, as you always have that right here, caution count. But the Dillon brothers were battling. Kyle Larson got right around those guys.
Kyle Larson has done a great job putting himself in a good position.
Now, the last 3 years, we've been at the LA Coliseum.
I want to show that
similar distance.
That's right. Kevin, what are the big differences that you see?
Well, you see the straightaways are just round at the Coliseum, and here it's a much more traditional, much more wider arc. You know, here at Bowman Gray, which I think the drivers like, and I think is better for these cars as far as not having to turn so sharp.
Who's your Daytona 500 pick? Ooh, that's a hard one. I hope Denny wins that one.
Speaking of shoot, Kyle Larson's going to shoot to the front row as he takes the outside.
I like
at the choose. And so does Justin Haley.
Dangerous being out there, right? You can.
Y'all want to listen to MRN or do you want to listen to this?
Take that exit away and get the position. But all it takes is for them to just nudge you a little bit, getting into the corner, and you might lose 4 or 5 spots.
Larry Mack?
Yeah, I talked to Cliff Daniels, Kyle Larson's crew chief. I said, where are you guys at? How are you right now? He said, definitely much better than last night, but they want to get to lap 30, lap 40, lap 50, and see where they're at, see if they still got that turn and that good drive off that they were kind of missing last night in the heat race.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of the guys were talking about fighting, Mike. The longer that they ran, the tighter that their car got through the center of the corner. And as much as they're worried about that right rear tire wearing out on the exits of these corners, when that car is tight, then it starts to snap the back around and slide the back and make that wear worse.
Look at this crowd. I have never seen standing room only like this. It's awesome to see, folks. I mean, these people are packed in here.
Riley Herbst back in the pit area with steering damage as we get set for the restart. 16 complete.
Let's go. Boogity, boogity.
Gibbs, Larson, Smith, Haley, Austin Dillon.
Good exit, left half, 1 Dyson.
I have to K-Silo. Elliott all the way. The checkered flag at Daytona. Jason, that sounds a good one, man.
Great side by side. Can Austin Dillon stay in there, fill that hole, to keep that gap away that Larson wants in, right?
Yeah, and you see the 3 getting back to the 38 right there and shove him up the racetrack. And that's really, as these guys run side by side a little bit longer and a little bit longer, it's going to make that 3 car more and more impatient.
75 laps and only the first 2 advance. Larson has got to get past Zane Smith if he can. Micah McDowell off pace, drifts to the back.
You can really see those cars hop around off of turn 4 right there as they have a bump off of turn 4
at
on
the end
inside.
for MRN. Okay.
And when you bounce off the exit of turn 4, as we're coming up to right here, you see some good contact there between 38 and a 5, and a 5 is going to be clear.
Kyle Larson has done it. He has come to the front with the help of a restart choose, putting him in
Ty
position
Gibbs,
to
Kyle
drive to the
Larson,
front.
1-2, baby.
And we really saw this.
Dillon gets into the back of Zane Smith. Excuse me. He wants third place.
Yeah, we saw. You see Zane Smith not happy.
Eric Jones right there to propel Dillon off into turn 3.
That man can
And
drive a
Smith gives him
car.
shot at
Oh,
his
there goes
round.
Zane Smith. Caution.
Bowman Gray just happened. That's what
Number
happened
2.
Yeah, he tried to retaliate there and wound up getting himself in trouble and spinning himself out. Now he's in for a
Caution
long,
number 2.
long rest of the race.
Ty Gibbs, who led 85 laps of the Clash last year, is
I'd
now
say this
leading
is
the
Larson's
last
race
chance
now.
qualifier. From Kyle Larson, Austin Dillon, Eric Jones, Justin Haley, and...
All right, so caution number 2. Let me see here. Everybody remember their cautions that they picked. Caution count number 2. All right. 2. Thank you, Yeezy Nick. Thanks for subscribing. We appreciate you. Thanks so much. And let's go to MRN during the broadcast.
Just taken that Ford Mustang Dark Horse back to the pit area. He has seen enough of what this racing is going to be like.
Yep, he's had enough for tonight. He's just going to wait to race in the main that's going to be coming up later this evening. This is just the last chance qualifier. We've got a 200-lap main event coming your way later on. While we have a chance to catch our breath, let's give you a full field rundown. Ty Gibbs is your leader. Kyle Larson is second. Zane Smith is third. Right now on the scoring monitor says Austin Dillon fourth. Eric Jones fifth.
Back
Justin Haley is sixth. Cody Ware, that is, in seventh. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is eighth. Josh Berry ninth, and John Hunter Nemechek is 10th.
A.J. Allmendinger being scored 11th. Cole Custer is 12th. Then you've got Tim Brown in the 13th spot. Michael McDowell being scored 14th. Burt Myers is 15th. Ty Dillon 16th. Garrett Smithley is 17th. Ryan Blaney off the track. He'll finish in the 18th spot, but again, will race in the main event. Finishing 19th and not making it to the main will be Riley Herbst.
We are looking down on the fans here at Bowman Gray Stadium. They still have yet to sit down. Dave, do you feel this is checking all the boxes for these race fans here tonight?
Well, if it means anything, Mike, I'm standing up too. Yeah, it's pretty tough to sit down when this is all going on. Feel bad for Zane Smith. He had a chance to qualify, but now he's dropped all the way to the back of the field after being the cause for that last caution period. This restart with Ty Gibbs, Kyle Larson, Austin Dillon, and Eric Jones, all of them are fast and all have been aggressive when necessary.
I'm so shocked about Cody's performance.
The race leader, Ty
Ware,
Gibbs,
P7.
Then you've got Kyle Larson first and second. Back there in third is Austin Dillon. And I know we got a lot of racing still to go, but Austin Dillon has proven he'll take out 2 cars to win a race.
Oh, there's no doubt. We've seen it before. That happened at Richmond last year, and he's been very physical tonight. But look at behind him. Eric Jones's left front fender well is basically pointing north when it should be pointing south. Very physical racing here in Bowman Gray. 2 of these drivers, actually 3 of these drivers, are going to have to save some race car for the 200-lapper coming up later tonight.
Here they go to choose what lane to restart in. First and second, Gibbs and Larson both go to the bottom of the racetrack. Third and fourth are Austin Dillon and
Everybody's
Eric Jones.
going to the
They
bottom of the
will choose
racetrack.
to go top side. Row number 3, we'll see Justin Haley. John Hunter Nemechek will leapfrog 4 spots and go to that outside lane as we come around to get the 1 to go next time by.
So what a night here at Bowman Gray Stadium. So glad you're with us here on the Motor Racing Network. The field is coming through turns 3 and 4 right now. They are getting the 1 to go. We mentioned earlier in NASCAR Live Race Day that we will have live coverage of the Hall of Fame induction ceremony coming your way on Friday night. And then a week from Wednesday, we will have coverage of NASCAR Cup Series practice, Daytona 500 Media Day, and Daytona 500 qualifying. It will be one of those very busy, expeditious speed weeks that will lead us to the duel at Daytona.
What a hater.
The season openers for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck, ARCA Menard Series, and
T-Lee's
NASCAR Xfinity Series. And 1 week from this coming Sunday, 2 weeks from today, it'll be the 67th running of the Daytona 500. All of that on the Motor Racing Network.
Green flag goes back in the air and resume the last chance qualifiers. They head to turn 2.
Ty Gibbs on the inside of the racetrack. Austin Dillon on the outside. It's Gibbs by half a car length as they hit turn 3.
Bumper cars now through the corner. Bottom lane, Justin Haley getting roughed up from the front bumper of John Hunter Nemechek, while Kyle Larson wants a piece of second from Austin Dillon.
Gibbs is away with the lead. Larson to the inside on Dillon. Austin Dillon walks back to the bottom, but there's no room at the end. He'll have to run the high lane.
50 laps to go in the LCQ. Some racetracks, they call it the hooligan race. Only the top 2 will advance.
It's a fitting name, to say the least. Making some moves on the outside lane. Here comes A.J. Allmendinger. He goes to the outside now on Justin Haley. That's the battle for 5th place.
That remains side by side off the end of the front straightaway as everybody's in hot pursuit of Ty Gibbs and Kyle Larson.
Haley on the inside, Allmendinger on the outside. A.J.'s got a pretty good pony underneath him. He's gaining ground in that outside lane.
What's encouraging is basically we're seeing 2 lanes of racing, Dave, that are viable. We're seeing some drivers make that outside work.
Yeah, the high lane has absolutely worked. You can at least hold your own. We've not yet seen anybody really drive around the outside without contact to take a spot, but it's encouraging to say the least.
Contact racing for the lead. Kyle Larson wearing Ty Gibbs' back bumper out. You've got Austin Dillon looking on, and Eric Jones just waiting to see
laps
how
complete.
all this is going to sort out, Alex, if we've now completed 29 laps.
Kyle Larson not giving up the ghost. The best place to be is at the front of the field, and he knows it, and he's knocking on the door again.
He is knocking hard on the back bumper.
Can Larson get around Gibbs?
He's got company in his rear window. Larson turns Gibbs sideways in turn 4. Larson to the lead on the front stretch.
Ty Gibbs up the racetrack. Larson slides through. He'll grab the lead. Here's Austin Dillon punching a hole to the inside of Gibbs for second.
Now Ty Gibbs
Austin Dillon knows all about spinning people out.
Dillon to the inside to second. Eric Jones looking for third.
Eric Jones to the inside now. Ty Gibbs is free falling. He's gone from the lead back to the 4th spot, and his troubles aren't over yet.
He may not be done going backward yet. Here comes Justin Haley. He shoves Ty Gibbs into turn 3, trying to find some daylight to the inside.
Justin Haley shoved Ty Gibbs because
Justin Haley says, I got shoved last night.
It was Nemechek shoving Allmendinger and Cody Ware shoving Nemechek.
It's a shove fest off turn 2 and down the back straightaway, and that's fine with Kyle Larson. He's at the front of the pack now and beginning to pull away.
He is. He's opened up 3 car lengths on the number 3 car of Austin Dillon. Eric Jones is 2 more car lengths in arrears.
Fantastic racing,
boys. Mike, a decent gap back to Ty Gibbs, who has got all he can handle.
Well, that's where the stacking up of traffic is taking place, Alex. Ty Gibbs, Haley, Allmendinger, Nemechek, Cody Ware, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Cole Custer, and a half dozen others stacked up right there.
But only the front 2 matter at this juncture. They're racing awfully hard back around 6th, 7th, 8th. Ricky Stenhouse, Cole Custer, Josh Berry.
Larson,
at the front, it's all Kyle Larson.
It is. He begins to gap second place Austin Dillon by another
halfway
car
through
length
here.
or 2. I chatted with the Kyle Larson crew chief Cliff Daniels earlier today in the garage.
Yeah, but he's in no matter what, Jared.
Not sure what
he's
the
in no matter
changes
what
they made on the race car. We're going to do
so he's
here
just hanging in the back.
He dropped the green flag in this race, Mike. But as bad as that car was yesterday, it's completely opposite here tonight.
He is on rails
he's in,
right
Taj.
now. Once he was able to root his way to the front, Kyle Larson begins to pull away. I'm watching
matter
the
what,
battle
he's in.
for the 5th position on back, Dave. Justin Haley, A.J. Allmendinger getting with the program.
Allmendinger's played a little rat-a-tat-tat on the back bumper of Justin Haley's Fraternal Order of Eagles Chevrolet. He'll back off at least for the moment. Behind them, side by side, Josh Berry. He's open to hold at the bottom of the race.
Don't become a fall bristle, I know, right?
Bowman Gray, yeah, they're watching everybody race, but Dave, I think they're paying close attention at the back of the field. Burt Myers just roughed up his Bowman Gray counterpart, Tim Brown, to get by him.
Totally and completely unprecedented.
We had 4 cars under a blanket, all battling for position. If there's going to be a caution, it's going to come from this area here.
And we see Riley Herbst back out on the racetrack, passing cars. Kyle Larson back up front.
Burt Myers is in that number 50, trying to uphold the family name, and Tim Brown right behind him in the 15. A lot of championships between them.
I got to talk to Burt Myers a little bit before practice started today, and he was like,
he just had to start he just had to start the qualifier, I think.
Well, they both won,
and that's it.
I mean, to be able to bring the Cup Series here to Bowman Gray, their home track, they've been here, their fan base, everything. To be able
he was
to
up there though, wasn't
the
he?
NASCAR Cup Series on it, it's pretty cool.
Brown trying to become the oldest driver to make his Cup debut.
Keep in that subscribe,
turn
y'all.
3, a spinner. And around goes Garrett Smithley.
Garrett Smithley and another caution.
Caution waves with 43 laps in.
Certainly not what those first two wanted to see. They felt pretty comfortable at where they were riding. That all changes.
Caution.
And now you got to make decisions. Where does Austin Dillon go? Does he go back to the outside like we've seen the second place guy do a couple times, and we've seen a couple times they've stayed in third. So, you know, these restarts is where all the hay is made, and it gets physical.
What would you do if you were the 3?
I think I want to stay in the inside.
I would
control my destiny.
I agree. Oh, man.
And there's Garrett Smithley around after contact from Cody Ware.
And what do I mean by that, guys, is that when you're on that outside line, you're up to them being cordial, right? If they move you out of the way, you're done when you're on that outside line.
All right. Commercial break on Fox.
NASCAR Foundation.
And they're on a commercial break too. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for ones that's sticking around. We appreciate you. We'll have to figure out something here because those other guys showing it illegally is going to be taken down. So make sure you guys come back to us. Make sure you hang out with us and have a good time. Hit that subscribe. We're going to be doing all the practices for NASCAR and qualifying for NASCAR Cup Series, the Truck Series, the Xfinity Series, possibly the qualifying for that too, and the NASCAR Cup Series races on the weekend. So right here, we also do a weekend preview as well on Fridays. Paint scheme and race weekend previews every Friday that comes out as well. So get you ready for the race weekend to hang out in our chat. We got the best chat in the world. So hope you guys enjoy that and have a good time. So couldn't be more proud. Thank you, Amateur. Ryan Blaney shouldn't have to do this. Doesn't it make sense? Well, I mean, he's in. I guess they have to wait because he's definitely in no matter what because of points from last year. So he's in as anyway. So let's see here. Ricky says Winston Salem. Yeah, it's in Winston Salem. Bowman Gray is the stadium. It's home of the Winston Salem State University. They play football here as well. So you don't see any video, John. We don't get. There's no cams for this race. No cams for this race. We can't show any cams. CeeLo, what's your thoughts of Red Bull coming back? I think it's going to look great on that 88. I think it looks great on that 88 car already on the front bumper of SVG. Curious to see how SVG will do tonight. It'd be interesting to see how he does. But caution for Smithley. Yeah, he went around. So those three guys, Tim Brown, Smithley, both not looking good in these cars. So uncomfortable, you could tell. We're back, Mr. Low Ward, according to Nate. What's up, man? Good to see you as well. Appreciate everybody being here. And we're just waiting on a commercial here. Think we appreciate you more, bud. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Blaney already parked it, and he's like, I'm ready for the big race. So I'm ready for the big race. Right. All right.
Person will take the inside, probably Dillon. Who is the brave person? Eric Jones coming right up to the outside. Justin Haley with him to the outside. Allmendinger, Barry, all trying to improve their fortunes on this restart.
Here we go. 44 laps complete.
Well, I think
they are, but
it's
on max. It's not free anymore.
Aren't handling as well.
So I got to figure that out.
To more desperate measures, Clint, as we get closer and closer to the end of this race. Kyle Larson is in the best spot.
What time's the main race start? It starts at 7
is more willing to use their
o'clock
bumper
or 7:30
even than they were last time.
I don't want to sit at home, Kevin. I don't want to go to the grandstands. I don't want to eat a Pulliam hot dog in the grandstands. I want to be in this thing. I want to be everybody be cheering for me. That's what I want.
Fans to their feet for the restart. It'll be Larson, Jones, Dillon, Haley, Gibbs, Allmendinger, Nemechek, Barry, Stenhouse, McDowell, the top 10. We're just past halfway, only 2 cars to advance. Here we go.
MRN Fox call sucks.
Big gap behind him.
This is the last chance qualifier. Yeah, they're not too good.
All right, Eric Jones has his work cut out for him now. He's got to get in, and he does.
And that's what you're hoping for.
Eric Jones trying to get in here.
Like that. And when
Austin Dillon trying to get there as well.
Get up off the corner. That's when he's pinched down like that. He wasn't able to get in the gas because it would buzz the right rear tire.
Now Dillon has got to get to Jones' bumper if he's going to have a chance.
MRN lost the fastball.
And he knows that every lap that goes
Piston,
by,
this is the last chance qualifier. The real race is later on tonight.
So he knows he needs to capitalize here shortly with that front bumper.
Allmendinger outside of Gibbs. That is for 5th. Big stack up behind them.
Yeah, and that's why he's trying to roll into the corner harder, too. I mean, that's his only advantage. He can roll into the corner just a little bit faster.
It's in the pin message.
Struggling. He said it on the radio.
What's it say?
Struggling to put the throttle down up off.
And he knows he
Flash starts at 7:20.
And if they don't... Every caution, he knows that his car is probably not where it needs to be. He knows that, and he knows that he's probably going to have one shot every restart.
5th is still the battle. Allmendinger on the outside of Gibbs. Then Nemechek with McDowell and Berry.
There the battle is right there. Keep an eye on them. Beating and banging back here. Oh, he's pushed. Now Berry's pushed Nemechek up high.
Oh, Nemechek missed the corner.
Wait, he had a little bit of help missing the corner.
Allmendinger clears Gibbs, who dives it back in.
Oh, dinger around Gibbs. So Gibbs is going to be out of this if he don't get into the top 2.
Yesterday, I really thought this 54 car
because
was
of Blaney.
One of the cars to deal with. And
Gibbs needs to be in the top 2 here.
Definitely not had the race car that I thought he had in this race. Even at the second practice yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of alluded to that, right? We saw it yesterday. I for sure thought he was a
Al
lock
Larson,
for this
yeah,
race
he's gone, man.
Starting, and it's just
gone.
for him.
Second and a quarter.
You never know, though. I've seen crazy. I've seen him wreck the pace car here, Kevin. The pace car.
See Eric Jones there in second. Kyle Larson has kind of checked out. About 21 laps left here. They have definitely made Larson's car better. Yesterday you talked about that tight in the center of the corner. Being able to rotate the center of these corners and be able to get back in the gas is really what you want. As you see a little bit more of a diamond there in 3 and 4. Down here on this end in 1 and 2. Kind of wraps the curb a little bit better.
And as long as you get up through them like Kyle Larson has, to your point, Kevin, this is a big practice session for him.
56 laps complete here.
Laps logged for him and
Larson's
his team.
checked out. He has.
For the 200-lap race.
The battle is for second with Austin Dillon and Eric Jones.
Part of the 75-lap LCQ.
What's up, Billy Bo?
Turn
Good
2.
to see you, bud. Oh, there goes Martin. There goes Gibbs.
Josh Berry.
Josh Berry. Uh-oh.
Turn back, leaders off of 4. Gotta get her turned around here.
Oh, he just spun him. Ty spins him.
Everybody gets to catch their breath and think about, now what do we do?
Let's see what happened here. Where are they at, Clint? Right here. Going into turn 1. And just
Barry just put it to him.
54 and just turned
How about that?
That was pretty simple.
Larson
and really,
just
when
needs
you're
to
in Josh
park it.
Berry's
No, he
position
can't
there
park
in the
it.
21 car,
He has to win.
You've got to be aggressive, and
he has to win.
Gets in the left rear quarter panel, and that gives him an opportunity to put himself in position on a
Barry,
restart.
my guy.
So Josh is going to be 6th on the choose, and you just have to see how all the pushing and shoving shakes out when we go green again.
Well,
Barry and Gibbs for the infield demo derby. That's right.
Happen. You have to make something
fight.
happen. And there it is. So Eric Jones is now in the position Austin Dillon found himself on the last restart. Does he go to the outside, or does he line up behind
Thank you,
Kyle
Munchie.
Larson?
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to MRN for the start.
Not getting that good a run up off the corner.
Man, it's
the Motor Racing Network's podcast offerings are a must for
the outside, and Austin was able to
go
get
back
a better
and forth,
jump
I
than
guess.
he did last time, and gets into your quarter panel and moves you up the track.
Herbs is out with steering issues. Yeah, he crashed, and Blaney's parking it.
Austin
Because
Dillon
he's
might
in
do
the
same
clash no
thing on
matter
the
what.
outside. But I'm telling you, keep an eye on the 7 car. Justin Haley was very aggressive
he's gonna
in
win.
the heat races last night.
Unless
and I don't think that's
one of
gonna
these
end
guys
tonight.
takes
He
out
wants to
Larson
be a part
here.
of this show, and he's got a chance right here.
Dillon to the front row.
Barry's a volunteer. I didn't know that.
Right behind him. Then
Oh, here we
Barry.
go.
What do you think about the 3-car on the outside? I think that the outside
not
for
yet.
him with that loose car and not being pinched down off the corner might give him a better shot to carry some momentum.
But it certainly did the last time. That's how he ended up getting into second place.
Late models at All Tech, February 1st, 25.
Eric Jones is going to have to stay
Put Larson in the
tight
wall.
to Larson's bumper.
Look at old
as
Denny.
Hamlin,
Still wearing that
qualifying heat
purple
winner
jacket.
last night.
Old Denny.
School on these guys.
4-time Clash winner, fast last night. Keep an eye on Denny Hamlin. He's got an eye on the prize.
Here we go.
Outside of row 1, row 2, Eric Jones to the inside of A.J. Allmendinger. Row 3, Justin Haley to the inside of Josh Berry. Row 4, John Hunter Nemechek to the inside of Cole Custer. Here comes the field out of turn number 4 for the green flag.
19 laps to go. The top 2 advance to the main event. Here we go. Back to turn number 2.
Side by side, off turn 2 to the back straightaway. Larson down low. Dillon up high. Eric Jones, A.J. Allmendinger. Nobody getting the advantage. Now it's Larson. He'll pull away with the lead.
Austin Dillon now will find his way through for second. They're side by side for third.
And on the outside, once again, it is A.J. Allmendinger going to the whip and riding that high lane to the outside.
Dillon spit him. That's the
Jones
question.
keeps it pinned at the bottom behind them. Justin Haley gets punted. He'll go for a spin. Michael McDowell gets hit in the back. He too goes to the football field. That'll put us under the caution flag yet again. The 5th time here in the LCQ race that the caution flag has flown over the Bowman Gray Stadium. And Michael McDowell, well, he's done a number on the football field. He has just come all the way across and joining back out here. The fans that come to this track on a regular basis.
There's your demo derby in the grass.
Nothing new at all. We saw it yesterday in the modified race, and from what we understand is a weekly occurrence in their weekly modified show here at Bowman Gray. I will say this has been a full contact LCQ. Normally, Alex, when we get into heat racing and last chance qualifiers, drivers like to save their cars and save their fenders for the main event. It's almost a rite of passage. If you leave here with no damage, you've not been racing tonight.
Agree 100%. The fact of the matter is the top 2 advance to the main event. There are sponsors on all of these race cars. They want to be in the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray Stadium. Only then, inside that, can you have a chance to win the first ever Bobby Allison Memorial Trophy. It is beautiful, and every single driver that came to Bowman Gray this weekend has their eye on that prize, and that's what's up for grabs. But you got to be in the main event.
Of course, we're having a blast watching this, Steve Post. What about the drivers where you are? Any drivers that are in the main huddled up watching this along with us?
Yeah, they're having as much fun as we are right down here. Drivers, you look out
What
a hillside,
jacket's he
and there's
wearing?
a driver. You look in this stand, there's a driver. Daniel Suarez, he's got a seat with
Purple.
Winston Kelly up in the Hall of Fame suite. So drivers are getting a peek at this, and I think they're enjoying it just as much. And of course, taking a few notes for the clash that's coming up a little bit later on.
That trip to pit road, or in this case, that trip to the hillside, presented by Wendy's. Get 2 of these favorite items for just $7 at Wendy's. Choose from our spicy or
say 2
classic
more
chicken
yellow?
sandwich,
I
Dave's
said
single,
8.
or 10-piece nugs.
I said 8.
Limited time only. U.S. participation may vary. Terms apply.
We've just had the opportunity to choose what lane to restart.
Austin Dillon pulled Joey Logano.
Now begin to line up 2
Or does
by
he
2.
do what he did to Joey Logano? That's the question.
Inside lane as expected.
Drop it, y'all.
Austin
Hit that
Dillon
like for
will
us.
flank him to his outside.
Kind of stalled out.
Row
We're at
number 2 on the
3,
inside
trying to get
will
the
be Eric
300
Jones.
likes.
A.J. Allmendinger will make up the second row. Josh Berry and John Hunter Nemechek are back there in row 3. And you got to give a call to a lot of these teams, but specifically the Legacy Motor Club team of John Hunter Nemechek. He was punted by Ryan Preece last night and really had significant damage to their race car. It's hard to even tell that he had that.
That crew did a great job of getting that car race ready for tonight, and John Hunter Nemechek has
Larson
responded.
and
Right
AD.
now,
Let's go.
He is sitting in the 6th
Awesome,
position.
D. Pope.
I mean, he's got as good a shot as anybody to win this thing, depending on how things unfold. Here we go. 18 laps remain. Green flag goes back in the air.
Here we go.
Austin Dillon, Kyle Larson on the front row, wheel to wheel.
Side by side, off turn 2 to the back straightaway. Larson now by a door, by a fender. Dillon's going to try and stick it into the low line. He can't do it. Eric Jones is there. 3 wide. A.J. Allmendinger up the middle.
Like a little bowling third.
Josh Berry's got the 3 spot by a radiator cap, but Allmendinger once again riding
It
high
is.
in that outside lane.
Austin Dillon has had about enough of all this contact. He has fallen all the way back to the 6th, maybe 7th position. He's trying to reclaim some lost ground. Contact in front of him.
Josh Berry is 1 spot out of the money now for Wood Brothers Racing. What would it mean to the
15 laps
legendary
to
Wood
go.
Brothers to make the main event here at Bowman
Come on,
Gray
Josh
Stadium?
Berry.
Berry trying to close in on Eric Jones.
He's being very cautious right now off turn number 2, down to 14 laps to go this time by. Kyle Larson maintains the lead. 3 car links back to the ongoing fight for position number 2. Eric Jones and Josh Berry.
Trouble on the main straightaway. Burt Myers gets turned by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He'll spin to the bottom of the racetrack, slide back across the track. Heavy contact into the safer barrier in turn number 1. Smoke flying now from that machine as Burt Myers goes for a wild ride across the grass and into the turn 1 safer barrier.
And right now, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has become public enemy number 1 for the legions of fans for local hero Burt Myers, and they are letting him know about it as we work around here under the caution flag. Stenhouse just passing the beat-up car of Burt Myers. Safety team is on the scene right now.
Myers.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is going to need a security escort out of this joint tonight because I've never seen so many gestures at one driver at one time in all of my life. And Burt Myers, in case you're just joining us and you don't know what he means to Bowman Gray Stadium, it's him and Tim Brown. You're either all Burt or you're all Tim. There's no middle ground. There's a lot of Burt Myers fans here tonight. Some are rooting for what just happened, and some are showing their displeasure to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And we're seeing it right now as he comes by the start-finish line. These fans are letting that young man have it.
Yeah, and some of them that are letting them have it are young men that are doing that out there. I think Ricky Stenhouse Jr., if he just takes a peek to his right, he's going to find out that he is not on anyone's Christmas card list here this year.
Kyle Larson brings his shot.
From fueling NASCAR champions on the track for over 20 years to innovate.
That's hilarious. We'll go back and forth here.
Will it take to complete this last chance qualifier?
That's hilarious. All right. Appreciate everybody being here. My name is CeeLo. On the Go with CeeLo is our channel. We hope that you're doing well today, and we hope that you're having fun with us. Hit that like for us. We're trying to get to 400 likes. We went over 300. Subscribe to the channel. We're bringing you NASCAR content all season long, and we'll have some fun right here on the Go with CeeLo. We'll have a good time. We do it right here. We're a live host. We do it by the rules. We have a good time. So hope you're having a good time. You're back, Sampson. What's going on? It's part of it, but he was being overly aggressive. Amateur Hour says, yes, he was. Myers is going to go to the 47 hauler. That's right. Pull a Kyle. Pull a Rowdy. Let's go. Pull a Rowdy. Yes, sir. Let's go. Ricky could have Danica protected him. Oh, man. Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of people telling Ricky that he's number 1, and I'm telling you he's not number 1, if you know what I mean. That's funny. I'm going to need security escort out of here. That's funny. That's hilarious. Funny stuff. That's crazy. But I hope you guys are having fun. We appreciate you. How many make it through? Just for 2, and then Ryan Blaney will be the number 23rd. So whoever wins first and second, and then Ryan Blaney on the 23rd. So hilarious. The chat AI says chat is discussing Ricky Stenhouse. Ricky Winehouse. Ricky Winehouse turned left TV. These local fans take their racing seriously. Yes, they do. Thank you so much, Larry, for subscribing. We appreciate you. You're having a bad day when you're clear behind the 47. I'm surprised that Ty Dillon came back. You got to remember, Spinhouse already pissed off on a whole nother series in last month. He did. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, Ricky. He's having a moment, isn't he? Oh, Ricky.
The 40.
Welcome back to Bowman Gray Stadium, presented on MRN by Progressive Insurance. Save on your bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance.
Thank you,
Visit
bud.
progressive.com.
We're under the red flag. It is the first red flag of the night, but that was from the 6th caution flag of the evening as Burt Myers went for a spin. Compliments of the front bumper of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. right here at the start-finish line.
Oh, I forgot. Samson is Ricky fan. He's a Ricky Stenhouse
fan. The racetrack, made contact with the outside safer barrier. The car's been hooked to the wrecker. It's gone to the garage. Burt has been put in a pickup truck and taken into the AMR safety truck and taken to the care center. And right now there's been a lot of speedy drive that's been applied. Safety crews are tending to the racetrack right now. Vacuum truck is there just trying to get the track ready to be raced upon. But we are under the red flag with 14 laps to go here in this last chance qualifier.
Pit reporter Chris Wilner is efforting the care center, waiting for Burt Myers to come out so we can get a word from him. But Steve Post,
both the locals are out. And NASCAR told one of them to shut it down.
Red flag. I hope he's got something going on there that can occupy his attention.
He's got a lot that's occupying his attention. They've stopped the cars, you say red flag, and he has stopped midway down the backstretch. And I am telling you, it has been unrelentless back here with the gestures, the screams, the jeers, the boos for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He got a real compliment of him all the way around the racetrack. And when he parked that car down
Wes,
here,
we won't have the
from
cams
the front
tonight.
row to the back row
I wish we could.
all kinds of hand gestures, and they are wearing Ricky Stenhouse Jr. This race cannot go back to caution soon enough for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's getting wore out over here as he sits in the middle of the back straightaway under red flag.
It's called the Madhouse, and when you mess with one of their own, you're taking a big risk out there. But Ricky apparently felt like he needed to do what he needed to do.
So the term the Madhouse here at Bowman Gray has taken on different meaning. The name came to be, or the nickname came to be, way back decades ago with the mad scramble of qualifying, trying to make it into the show here. Well, over the course of time and over several years, that's morphed itself into what happens here as far as the contact. Listen, it's no holds barred. We've seen them fist fighting. We've had drivers that have been throwing speedy dry into cars under caution, hooking people and all that stuff. It gets crazy, and these fans love it, and that's what they come here for. They love a driver that basically
hit that like, hit that subscribe.
He's leaving it all out there on the racetrack, and we'll put it like that. But
28,200 tonight.
Emotion, it inspires passion, not only for the race fans, but for the race car drivers.
Yeah, he is.
It does, and you got to wonder, some of the fans might have been applauding Burt Myers getting put into the wall by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. because they may be Tim Brown fans.
Yeah.
The other local hero here that's racing in the event here tonight. Because as you guys put it a little bit earlier, Dave, we'll come out to you on this. You're either Tim Brown or you're Burt Myers when you come to Bowman Gray.
Yeah, there's no middle ground. I mean, there's room for the occasional Chris Fleming fan or the occasional Lee Jeffries fan or whoever, but yeah, by and large, it's one or the other, Tim Brown or Burt Myers. And yes, you're exactly right. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has learned a few things that I don't think he knew prior to tonight about his parentage and all that kind of thing. But there have been some people that have been very much in favor of young Stenhouse, too, and giving him a nice round of applause. So I guess it depends on where you stand.
Well, if Burt Myers had a thorn in his side, its name would be Tim Brown, and vice versa. Right? It's those two. Now, you've got others that add spice to the stew here at Bowman Gray, but obviously the two that we're talking about are the most successful modified racers in this track's history. That Myers family has a long lineage here at Bowman Gray Stadium. And Tim Brown is the most successful of everybody, the most championships and the most race wins as well. Well, they were trying to get into the last chance qualifier. It's not meant to be. Tim Brown's taking his car to the garage with a flat tire. They can't change it right now because we're under the red flag. But once the red flag is lifted, come on. Tim will change that tire, come back out onto the racetrack with some 14 laps remaining with Kyle Larson in the lead.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that
appreciate it, y'all. Thanks so much for hanging out with us as we're under a red flag due to Ricky Stenhouse spitting Tim Brown or to Burt Myers. That's a big no-no here at Bowman Gray. Apparently, everybody's kind of upset about it, but this is the Madhouse, you know? I'm sure he's saying, hey, it's racing, right? It's racing. I've been spun before. It's okay. So 75 laps, 62 to go. 62 complete of 75. What apps have the race? If you have to be on, I got YouTube TV, but you have to have a provider, but it's on Fox. It's on normal television. Hand gestures. They were saying he's number one. You're number one. But please hit that subscribe, y'all. Hit that like. We're trying to get to 28,200 tonight, and we're looking for 400 likes on the chat. All right, red flag is over.
Flag right now with Kyle Larson,
New
Eric
season
Jones,
with CeeLo, Jason.
Josh Berry,
Thank you, buddy.
AJ Allmendinger, and John Hunter Nemechek, the top 5 from Bowman Gray Stadium. This is the Motor Racing Network.
All right, let's go back down to here and listen to this. We'll go right back to MRN here in a second. We'll swap back and forth.
One area is pretty awesome. Jamie?
Burt Myers has been checked and released, and I know these fans around this place loved watching you in a stock car. I know it was a big hit, though. Tell me what happened exactly and just your overall experience here.
The experience has been awesome. I was trying to buy my time, and we didn't have the car we thought we needed to get the job done completely, but there at the end, we were picking them off one at a time, and I think we gained about 4 or 5 spots there, and I got shoved into the 47 and pushed him out, and when I got under him, I don't know if he was upset about that or what, but we ended up hitting. I'll have to watch the replay to know exactly what happened, but I do know that it was an orange car that ran into me, so I'm assuming 47.
Here's the replay right here.
All right.
What did you see?
It's hard to tell from that angle. It was definitely the 47, but like I said, it's yeah, well, his bumper, and I'm in the infield, so I guess that tells us.
I'm glad to see you smile. I'm glad you're okay. It was fun to see.
It was an awesome experience. I just hated it ended the way it did for the guys that worked so hard to make this happen, but we had a great time.
Mike?
And he'll be back to try for another championship this summer at Bowman Gray Stadium. We are under yellow. Repairs can
Wilner. Burt Myers
on Tim Brown's car. There is the only orange.
No, man, that's just Bowman Gray Racing, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, this is not the interview I wanted to have, but yeah, man, when it got down there, everybody was kind of being cool there at the beginning, and I probably could have been more aggressive, but I was kind of waiting to see how I was going to shake out because I knew. I don't care what division it is, typical Bowman Gray Racing, when it gets down to that last handful of laps, people get wild. And, man, I was making some spots, and I told the spotter on the radio, I said, man, if we can stay on the bottom here,
Denny's in the next race,
these guys will start rooting people out, and we can make some ground up. And I think I passed 4 or 5 cars there. And, like I said, I got into Stenhouse because I was getting shoved from behind. So we were all just gouging, trying to get all we could. And, yeah, when you end up in the grass, you pick up speed, and we hit the wall.
How about the response of the fans? They were letting Ricky know about it, but also giving you a wave as well.
Well, that's the thing. I think a lot of fans that maybe come here weekly that either pull for me or for Tim or vice versa, we had a common bond tonight. So, yeah, Ricky probably got some gestures and whatnot. But, listen, this is Bowman Gray Racing, and the replay shows a little bit, but I'm sure I'll talk to Ricky after it's over and we'll figure out exactly what happened. But I just hate it more than anything from my fans and for the team with Pinnacle and Citrus Safe from Air Vet. I mean, Willie and his wife that helped me get this thing together. Dario came on board with us. Just a lot of people that put in a lot for me to be able to run this race. So I hate it for them. Tore up race car now, but it was going good there for a little bit.
We're glad you're all right.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Burt Myers' runs comes to an end. The LCQ, but he said fun meter has been pegged. And he said he's going to have a chat with Ricky and find out what happened out there. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. at the All-Star race last year at North Wilkesboro Speedway waited in the garage to have a chat with Kyle Busch. I got news. Burt Myers ain't Kyle Busch.
And I got news for you. They handle things a little differently here at Bowman Gray Stadium than they do at North Wilkesboro Speedway.
Yes, they do. So, to be a fly on the wall when that conversation takes place after this race is over. We still have this one to determine who the final 2 drivers are that are going to be advancing to the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray Stadium. The 14 laps remaining will see Kyle Larson at the front of the field. Larson has led the lion's share of the laps here tonight. He's led 32 of the 61 completed laps. Eric Jones is second. Josh Berry is third. And let's stop right there. When you think back to when this track started running NASCAR racing and stopped racing cup cars here in 1971, the numbers 43 and 21 have such history at this place, and Mike, they're in the top 3 battling to go to the main event.
Well, the 42 in the Petty family back then as well had a big play in this sport. So you've got 2 of the legendary car numbers racing for that second spot with the 42. Remember, that's a that's rich in petty lineage as well. So it would be quite the nostalgic night, would it not, if Eric Jones were able to win this thing, or Josh Berry, or perhaps maybe John Hunter Nemechek. You know, we've got a lot of seasoned legacy fans amongst us tonight. I'm sure that they're rooting for the three drivers that we just mentioned.
They absolutely would be, and that would be a great story for sure. But you got to survive these final 14 laps, and I'm not so sure Greg Harris, the chief starter, has finished waving the caution flag here in the last chance qualifier. We're going to stay 2x2s. The pace car makes its way off the racetrack in turn number 3, waiting to get back around to the restart zone to put the green in the air.
Larson and Eric Jones on the front row for this one, waiting for the green to go up. It's there. Here they go, side by side on the end of the front straightaway.
The advantage goes to Kyle Larson, but only by a nose. Rolling the outside is Eric Jones. He's right there with him down the back straightaway. Josh Berry under A.J. Allmendinger for third.
Josh Berry, typically known as a mild-mannered gentleman. We'll find out how aggressive he's about to get. Meanwhile, he's watching them side by side for the lead.
They are wheel to wheel. Larson gets a little bit loose coming off turn number 2, and Eric Jones hangs right there with him, inches apart.
Oh, sideways. Jones goes wide. Fender out in front. He roughs up Larson back in 1.
Bounced off the wall, bounced off Kyle Larson. Both of them get away. Eric Jones is not done yet in that outside lane.
Nor is Josh Berry. He's now on the back bumper, now beginning to make some noise there on the back bumper. The race leader, Kyle Larson.
Josh Berry getting a little impatient, trying to find some daylight, and barring that, maybe manufacture some daylight. They're still wheel to wheel as they tangle in the back of the pack.
Ty Gibbs around. It started in turn 2. The car kicked sideways on him. He corrected it, and then it spun out again. Caution. Kyle sitting on the football field midway down the back straightaway, putting us under the caution flag for the 7th time in the evening, and it comes out with 11 laps to go. Ty Gibbs getting roughed up there towards the tail end of the field, and things were again getting physical up front. One of the things that caught my eye, Alex, A.J. Allmendinger and Cole Custer were beating and banging coming off the corner. They had a little tete-to-tete last night here in the heat races.
Yes, they did, and they had a chat immediately after the race. Cole Custer told AJ point blank, "This is Bowman Gray. We'll let that one go. But if this continues on, we're going to have ourselves a problem." Let's go to the pit lane. Steve Post.
Yeah, that contact was apparently Ty Gibbs
live on the
and
Fox
Justin
app too,
Haley.
y'all.
As Ty Gibbs came down the back straightaway, he came up to the right side of Justin Haley's car. He hung a left, bounced into the car. His car went flying through the air. Ty Gibbs' car went flying through the air in a show of disapproval, and then Ty Gibbs made the right-hand turn and is headed back to the garage.
Yeah, he hit Haley and then went to the back.
His car got 4 or 5 feet off from the ground as he bounced off from Justin Haley's car under caution.
Oh my
Interesting how this is all playing out. Now, another thing that we need to talk about right now with only 11 laps to go is when the caution came out, Eric Jones had a fender in front of Kyle Larson. So Eric Jones is being scored the race leader. He'll have the first opportunity to choose what lane to restart in when it's time.
So with that changes everything because he'll have lane choice. He'll come through the restart zone. Wouldn't that be something? Eric Jones right now. But again, a lot of racing and a lot of contact still to go here in this last chance qualifier. Let's take a look at the leaderboard brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. The tax season is free phone season with Straight Talk. Get real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network. Straight Talk available at Walmart or straighttalk.com.
Race leader is Eric Jones. Kyle Larson is second. Josh Berry is third. A.J. Allmendinger goes fourth, and Cole Custer will be fifth. This again before they choose what lane to restart in. John Hunter Nemechek is sixth.
Big call. Who's going to get the restart?
Zane Smith is eighth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. ninth.
Larson, I'm going. If I'm Jones, I'm going
11,
inside.
Ty Gibbs is 12th, but Gibbs is in the wall. They're working on that car right now. Justin Haley is 13th. Tim Brown is 14th. Cody Ware is 15th. Garrett Smithley 16th on the leaderboard. Burt Myers posted 17th. He is out of the race. Riley Herbst has made up 4 laps. That is, he is 12 laps down in 18th. And Ryan Blaney pulled off the track after 23 laps of racing. He is guaranteed a spot in the main that will come up later on tonight here at Bowman Gray Stadium.
They had the chance to choose what lane to restart in. First and second, Eric Jones and Kyle Larson both choose the inside lane. Then it's Josh Berry says, heck, I'll go to the top of the front row. He'll go now to the outside of row 1. A.J. Allmendinger will follow Josh Berry to the outside lane. So front row, Eric Jones and Josh Berry. Row 2, Kyle Larson and A.J. Allmendinger. Back in row 3, it is Cole Custer and John Hunter Nemechek.
Wonder what's going to be waiting for us here in these last 11 laps. You know, just about the time you got your arms around and you see who's up front, you see what position they're in. These restarts are crazy, especially going up the backstretch, because we've seen a handful of drivers get punted. Some have been able to hang on to the car tonight, but some have not been able to.
No, they have not. All these drivers have been running second gear this weekend. They're not downshifting and upshifting on these laps. So realistically, how they get a jump in this restart zone is going to be a big key.
Ty Gibbs is back out on the racetrack. He is going to start 2 cars behind Justin Haley on the inside line as we come to green.
Green flag goes back in the air. We've got 11 laps to go. Jones to the inside of Berry.
A photo opportunity with the 43 and the 21 side by side of Bowman Gray. Berry's going to give up the fight. Drop to the bottom. He gets hit from behind by Larson. They're 3 wide for the lead.
Eric Jones gets turned on the front stretch right across the nose of Larson. Custer bounces off. Allmendinger spins to the bottom of the racetrack. It is Josh Berry getting through with the lead, but Eric Jones torn up, now going to try to rate the car, but he is the one that got bounced around when Larson jammed it in 3 wide to the bottom coming out of turn number 4. Jones has been able to leave the crash site. However, there's a lot of damage on that Family Dollar Toyota for Legacy Motor Club, and there are sparks trailing that Eric Jones car. Alex, it looks like he's got a left front. Matter of fact, he's going to take her to the garage.
He is going to limp that machine on
Larson's
back there.
got damage, y'all.
For the Michigan native Eric Jones, but it's Josh Berry who came through that mess. He'll be the race leader. Right now, they have got Kyle Larson being scored second. NASCAR sorting that out. Again, caution flag laps do not count here in the last chance qualifying race, where the only top 2 finishers will advance to the main event.
Wow, that was quite the chain of events that happened over there in turn number 3, because Josh Berry was doing his share of pushing and shoving, and Eric Jones is trying to hang on.
There goes Eric Jones'
shoving,
chances,
and next thing you know, Larson's still on the bottom.
Close.
They were 3 wide. Something we would never thought we would be talking about at Bowman Gray. Cup cars 3 wide on this quarter-mile bull ring.
Not one bit, as everybody kind of continues to try to
we're trying to get the 400 likes.
They came through
Help
that
us
crash
out
for the restart.
Larson will be
opportunity
fine,
to choose
100%.
what restart lane you want. But you know, when you
Josh
look
Berry,
at the way
though,
this is playing out, Mike, it doesn't matter what position you're in.
He's in
you
P1.
can be the race leader, and you absolutely are not safe
it's
here.
Gonna be rough.
Because
You're
the
right.
chain reaction in the bumper cars can start from the 5th place driver. Well, he may not lift, pile drive the 4th place car into the 3rd place car, and the chain reaction makes its way all the way to the lead, and that's exactly what we saw with Eric Jones a moment ago.
Dave, this is business as usual here at Bowman Gray Stadium, isn't it?
It really is, Mike. It may be out of the ordinary for dyed-in-the-wool NASCAR fans. Of course, we don't race at very many flat quarter miles. We race at none. But this is what it's like a lot of nights here at Bowman Gray Stadium. I had an opportunity to talk to Len Wood today, one of the legendary Wood brothers, to say that winning anything, even an LCQ here tonight, would mean the world to Wood Brothers Racing. He said, you know, whenever I'm in the Winston Salem area, I drive by Bowman Gray just to say that I did, just to look over the fence and remember this place that's been so special to our family over the years. And boy, to see that 21 car take a checkered flag here tonight would be very, very special to one of the legendary teams in our sport.
But they got to survive 10 more laps. Every car on this track right now has damage to it, some more than others. And in order to be in the main event, Chris Wilner, you got to have a race car to get there.
You certainly do. And you guys were just talking about Josh Berry. They're concerned with the left front. Some of the nose has been pushed back to where the tire is on the left front tire. And so checking in with the radio, Miles Stanley, the crew chief, telling Josh Berry there may be some tire rub when we get back under full song. So keep an eye on that. For Kyle Larson,
Drive slow, turn left, yellow, green flag. Drive slow, turn left, yellow.
Significant front end damage. Not worried about that, but Cliff Daniels was worried about possibly the toe being knocked out on Kyle Larson's machine. Kyle just came over the radio just moments ago saying, I think the toe is fine, but of course the front end, if he's going to have to use it, it's already wounded. So they told him to keep an eye on that.
You know, you just said a moment ago there's a lot of cars with damage, and yes, there are. Can you imagine the drivers that are in the main that are watching this and what's going through their mind? Almost like, oh, so this is how it's going to be here tonight. This is just a small dose of what we can expect for 200 laps coming up later.
It is, and they are going to have to figure out in their minds while watching this LCQ event how they're going to be able to try to manage the damage on their cars, because realistically, every car in the main event is going to get some damage too. It's just a matter of where the damage is on the race car and how significant the tap or bump is.
So they've done the choose, and they're getting the one to go right now. Josh Berry will restart on the inside of the inside lane. He will start on the inside of row 1. Cole Custer will start to his right elbow. Kyle Larson will start to the inside of row 2. A.J. Allmendinger will start to his outside. Then you've got Austin Dillon and John Hunter Nemechek in row 3. Zane Smith, Michael McDowell in row 4.
Who's going to win this?
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., a Bowman Gray favorite tonight, will start on the inside of row number 6, along with Ty Dillon to his outside.
Help us 10 laps to go. Top 2 advance to the Cookout Clash. Green flag goes back in the air. Josh Berry and Cole Custer go wheel to wheel, and they trade some pace.
Out of turn number 2.
Go Josh Berry, Cole Custer.
Berry now away with the lead.
Get you some ice cream.
Larson comes to the bottom.
Larson needs it.
Josh Berry running for his life right now in front of a side-by-side battle for second.
On the inside is Kyle Larson. Cole Custer to the outside. Austin Dillon on the comeback trail. He digs to the inside of A.J. Allmendinger.
Top 2 free and clear now of the side-by-side mess from third on back.
A.J. Allmendinger dives low across the nose of John Hunter Nemechek. He'll hang on to the number 5 spot. Cole Custer slides across his nose. Now John Hunter opens the door to the inside of A.J.
A.J. Allmendinger to the outside. John Hunter Nemechek to the inside. A.J. Allmendinger wants a piece of Cole Custer. They make contact in 2.
They make contact. A.J. got a piece of the fence, and now he's in trouble. He's off the pace on the back straightaway. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson picking up the battle for the lead.
Boy, you said Josh Berry
will take his car to the pit lane for a potential flat tire. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, it's Josh Berry and Kyle Larson, Mike. As we come to the line, we'll have just 5 laps to go as the field works their way by the start-finish line.
Kyle Larson, Josh Berry, 2-car breakaway. Berry's hands are full. He's got more than he can say grace over, Dave.
There's a long gap, probably 5 to 6 car lengths.
I wish I could, David. Can't do it, buddy.
But Kyle Larson wants the lead, and he's working hard to get it.
Josh Berry, we see those 21s.
At the racetrack, Larson gives him the business on the back stretch.
Gave him a kick in the pants at the exit of 2. He's down the back straightaway. He's got the lead. Kyle Larson back to the point. Berry slams it into the low group second.
But here comes Austin Dillon. Down to 3 laps to go this time by Larson. Berry, the final transfer spot has Austin Dillon knocking on the door.
Josh Berry quite literally with the crosshairs on his back bumper. Austin Dillon trying to close in to put up a fight for the final spot.
2 to go. Larson's on the backstretch.
Down the back straightaway, Larson by 2. Then Josh Berry. He's pulled away by maybe half a car length over Dillon.
White flag is flying at the start-finish line. Kyle Larson is there. Josh Berry in second. Will they make it back as Ty Gibbs goes around in turn number 4?
Congratulations,
and the white
Josh
flag is
Berry.
still waiting. We're still under green now. The caution flag will come out, and the checkered flag is waving at the same time. Kyle Larson, Josh Berry will advance to the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray. They will advance to the main. Coming up later tonight. Here are the top 2 from the Last Chance Qualifier presented by Sunoco. It's Larson. It's Berry. They now advance to the Cookout Clash. From fueling your favorite NASCAR teams to filling up at the pump, Sunoco is trusted to help vehicles perform at their peak. Sunoco, performance is what we do.
Mornings can start.
Alrighty, so Larson advances. Josh Berry advances. Now, our good mod Lloyd predicted this a couple days ago. He said Josh Berry was going to advance to the Clash. So Josh Berry and Kyle Larson will move on to the Qualifier. And Ryan Blaney will be the 3rd pick. So there it is. So Larson, Berry will be 21 and 22, and Ryan Blaney will be number 23 because he is the highest points leader from last year that did not make the Clash. So there's your field. And I'm sure they'll change all this up here in a second, but Tim Brown 10th, not bad. That's right. So appreciate everybody that's here. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We do appreciate you. And we hope that you hang out with us here on the Go at CeeLo for the Clash that's coming up here in just a little bit, or about 15 minutes for pre-race for that. And then we will go to the race starting at 7:20. Wow, 13 on the lead lap. Surprised it wasn't lower. And I said 8 cautions. Anybody else pick 8 like me? Anybody else? I picked 8 cautions. Rick says, wow, 13 on the lead lap. Surprised it wasn't lower at Bowman with the bumping and banging. That's right. That is correct. Cody Ware, P11. Look at Cody Ware. Tim Brown, top 10, like T-Van was saying. Well, that was fun. You're welcome, Karen. Sorry about that. We couldn't show it to you, but that's against the rules. So the ones that are showing it will eventually see their day. I promise you that. But we're having fun here. We're at 386 likes. We got 200 laps tonight. 14 likes to 400 to help us get to 400 likes. We got to 500 last night. We can do it again here. But Linnell says, yes, I did. Awesome. So I called 7 for the next race. All right, we'll do that. We'll definitely talk about that stuff here in the pre-race. I almost nailed both drivers. Yeah. Yep, you almost did. So I said Larson was going to win, so I picked that as my winning for the Clash. I didn't pick him to win the LCQ. I didn't see that happening. But should be interesting to see what happens here. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you, Donald, for subscribing. We appreciate you as well. Thank you so much. And let's see here. He's going to come on. 6:55. Not yet. Okay. Just kind of see what the max thing has to offer here. I got the max turned on just to see what it has to offer. Barry let Larson pass because it didn't matter. Yeah. Stenhouse going to get whipped. Yeah, right? 200 laps for NASCAR for the Clash. Yes, it will be. So don't go anywhere, y'all. Stay right here with us as we're going to have a good time tonight. The real winner was Blaney with no additional damage, right? And nothing on his wear and tear on his car. So that engine is saved as well. So he'll be fresh like these other qualifiers. So you pick 9 for the next one. I think Spinhouse better get some security on the way out. Maybe they'll interview him. Maybe. We'll see. But the next race is in about 40 minutes. So doing good, Lori. Good to see you. Miss y'all too. Miss you too. Good to see you here. Good to see you here. But we'll have you the pre-race here for you guys. The home crowd looks mighty mad. Yeah. The home crowd looks mighty mad. Dropping those 11s. If you became a member, you have access to those emojis now. And I will change up the emojis because let's see, some people are out, right? Is everybody that's on there in? I'll have to get rid of Ty Gibbs. All right, back here to the pre-race.
Bowman Gray Stadium and a kickoff to the 2025 NASCAR season and the Clash. Boy, what an exciting last chance qualifier as 3 more drivers are in. A total of 23 as they are ready to run their spot on a track where legends have run
Poor
at
old
this cozy,
Stenhouse.
historic track. As we welcome you to our spot with Jamie McMurray. I'm Chris Myers on a cool night. Temperature in the 40s, no rain in the forecast. Temperatures heating things up a little bit. We're just above turn 3 and 4.
Thank you, Rob, for subscribing. Appreciate it, Rob.
Bowman Gray track. Boy, that was exciting. And we talked about why they call it the Madhouse. And we kind of saw things boiling over a bit.
Yeah, it did not disappoint tonight. It was
home
pretty
crowd
exciting.
is just
early
anticipating
on
the
with
main
Dillon
event.
Brothers kind of going back and forth. And then you watch that race and you feel like Larson just has this thing won, and the cautions that started coming out. The choose cone was huge. You see right here, Ty Dillon looked like he was in a good position early on. Gets turned around, and then Eric Jones has contact with Zane Smith, who again was in a good position. And Chris, it just was the same thing all night long. Who was going to be in the right position at the right time? Larson, though, looked like he was in the best position, got to the lead, and didn't make anyone mad. Did a great job. but those restarts at the end just became a little chaotic.
Yeah, it's funny because Larson, I don't think he really liked his car the previous night, Saturday night, so they made some adjustments. You heard him on our earlier show talk about
Can't wait for this going to be mad crazy
chaos with somebody or a rivalry early, but he knew he had to make up ground to race his way in, so he is in along with Josh Berry and Ryan Blaney as well. Let's check in with Jamie Little, who is with Josh Berry.
And how about that? Josh Berry and the Wood brothers have made it into the Clash. Your first Clash. I don't even know where to start with that race and what it was like for you. Take us through it. Your car, well, you got marks and dings all over this thing.
Yeah, I mean, that was about like we expected, right? We knew it'd be rough, and you know, you hate that it comes to that. It comes, you know, it's like that, but it's what it is. This is the Madhouse. This is Bowman Gray Stadium. It's a tight racetrack. We're going to run into each other. But man, I'm just really proud of everybody in this Wood Brothers team. Motorcraft, Quick Lane, Miles Stanley. He made some great adjustments overnight, and honestly, our car was really good. I could tell early on in the race that the car was really strong, and I just tried to be patient as I could. But once we got to halfway, I mean, it come time to go, and we had to. It got a little physical. I hate the one with Eric. I'm not really sure. I was just trying to tuck in. I got hit from behind. I don't know the timing of it all, but I don't know. It's just tough racing on a short track.
All right, well, we'll see you in the main here coming up shortly.
Thank you.
It reminds you of Sterling Marlin.
Transfer his way into the A main tonight. Kyle, it was rough, it was tough. There was a lot going on out there. Fortunately for you, you were able to find your way to the front.
8:20 it starts, Timmy.
How much did the damage affect it?
Yeah, I mean, my car was way better than it was yesterday, so that was fun, getting to get to the front without really, you know, getting into too many people. And then after that
I can't think of one either. I think it's been 21 the whole entire time.
And allowed Eric to get in front of me, and then I just kind of lost control of the race at that point. And then the next restart, it got crazy, and I got a bunch of damage from it. So I wish I could have fired off better on that one restart, and we probably would have a pristine car for the race now. But yeah, after the damage, I was just loose in. Just the whole corner was a little bit looser. So hopefully I can get somewhat repaired here and be a little bit better.
All right, good luck in the main. Thanks, Kyle.
All right, thank you very much. Boy, he started 10th, made up ground. Just worth mentioning, he didn't get into the final 23, but Eric Jones, who didn't lead a lap all of last season, ended up leading 4 laps tonight here at Bowman Gray. What else caught your attention that we just saw that we think we'll see looking ahead?
Well, the choose, which you know, the drivers, when they come to the before the green, what lane they want to be in. You see guys go to the outside, and the outside.
You're thinking Chase Elliott to win the race. Thank you, Rob, for subscribing.
He pinched the leader down, but if you get a quick caution, we saw it with Eric Jones. They got a quick caution. He was ahead of Kyle Larson. It actually gave him the choice of being on the inside. So you're going to see guys. We learned that through this race, they're going to use that in the main event later tonight. I liked Kyle Larson's car though, Chris, because we're down here in the middle of turns 3 and 4. I could see that he had a lot of wheel input to it, which tells me the back was secure, but it also looked like it was turning really good. So his car's beat up. Aero's not going to be a big deal here. There's going to be a lot of beat-up cars. I think Kyle Larson probably has learned as much as anybody heading into this main event.
And has the right
temperament. You got a Chase Elliott diecast Hooters car. Nice.
We know that the defending champ of the Clash is Denny Hamlin. We're live at Bowman Gray here Sunday night on Fox. Here's what's ahead.
All right.
It's a fantastic facility. The fans are going to come out. It's going to be sold out for sure. Why don't we bring the Clash here and do something a little bit different? Bring it to the team's backyard. Do it in Charlotte. It might be a little bit cold. It's a little bit chilly tonight, but everyone's here. So one thing really transpired and led to another, and we're here racing at the Madhouse.
You mentioned Greg Garrison's name. He's the one who's been operating this track for a long time. Of course, his grandfather is the late Alvin Hawkins, who was the one that brought racing to Bowman Gray to start, along with, obviously, Bill France. Why is it so important for NASCAR to continue to go forward and find new places to race, but also embrace the history of their sport?
Yeah, it's incredibly important. And I think it's been a good blend, right? We're going to go to Mexico City later this year. We've been to Chicago the past few years. We went to LA for the Clash the past 3 years as well. But we're also celebrating our roots. You know, tracks like North Wilkesboro as an all-star race, coming here to Bowman Gray. I think the neat part about this, we were talking about it Friday night as we were over at the field house with a bunch of folks, is this is an opportunity to put a big spotlight on short track racing. I mean, you think about everyone that's tuning into MRN tonight, the millions of people that are going to tune in to Fox, the 15,000 people that are here. It's a spotlight on our Cup Series, but we had the modifieds out here. The place was packed. It's a great opportunity for us to put a spotlight on short track racing. And, I mean, that's where we started, and that's where a lot of the drivers that are going to end up in the Cup Series began.
Heard folks say that they like to maybe race overseas. We saw an online report before we went under green that perhaps maybe Brazil could be in play. What are the next steps to the newness of this sport? Because we really have spread our wings here in the last handful of years or so.
Yeah, we have. You know, we've done so much in the past few years, and I keep saying this over and over again, and I think it's more true now than ever. We will really want to be very measured and calculated about where we go. We want to be smart about it. We're going to go to Mexico City for the first time in our sports history this year, south of the border. It's going to be a huge opportunity for us. We have amazing partners down there with OCESA. But it's going to be a lot of storytelling that we need to do in advance. We need to get content. We need to get these drivers down there ahead of time. We have a big event in late February after the Daytona 500 where they're going to announce pre-sale and on-sale. So really trying to tell the story of who we are as a company and as a brand. But importantly, when the fans come to Mexico City, we also have to tell them, hey, here are the drivers and the teams and the OEMs that are going to be participating. And maybe this is going to be your person. So we really want to be smart about it. Would we love to have other races internationally? Absolutely. Would we love to expand into other markets in the U.S. that we're not in? Absolutely. We got to be really measured and thoughtful about it. Make sure that we come there at the right time. And I think Mexico, as an example, is going to be a great race.
Visiting with Ben Kennedy, Executive Vice President, Chief Venue and Racing Innovation Officer. Kind of take us behind closed doors, Ben, because not only are you responsible for innovating the racing, but before that, what helped bring that title to you is you went in and said, hey, look, why don't we do this? Why don't we try this? How was it when you came in with such different ideas? How was it received?
I know. I got Larson.
Was it a hard sell for you?
That's what I said, Larson.
It was an incredibly difficult sell. Yeah, absolutely. I can't tell you how many times we went to our leadership team talking about Chicago and some of these new concepts. Because if you think about it, I'll be honest, our schedule was stale. It would come out April 1st every year, and we'd be talking about Martinsville and Darlington.
All right, we're back here to this.
We had the road course at Daytona, Bowman Gray Stadium. At the moment, it's just for this year. So the question is, Kevin Harvick and Clint Boyer join Jamie and I back here just as they've come down from the booth. Where should
go Hamlin,
we go
Bell,
next,
and JGR?
Saying where we should put the clash.
So look, I love the idea that we had at Daytona and that it was pole winners, and I was a fan of that. But this has turned into so much more than just pole winners. It's more of an event. The fact that we've been at the Coliseum, we came here, the infrastructure that they put in, what they're able to do for this facility for the next 20 or 30 years for grassroots racing. I'm thinking Hickory Motor Speedway. A lot of history at that racetrack. The Cup Series ran there back in the 50s up through the 70s. I would love to see in the next few years us go to Hickory.
Oh, wait a minute, guy. We're already over Bowman Gray Stadium. Look at the grandstands behind us, folks. It's packed. It is absolutely packed right here. I love it right here at Bowman Gray Stadium. This is where it started, the oldest running weekly track.
15 minutes from Hickory. It starts at 7:20.
I'm not leaving yet.
Look, I'm
take it back to
both
Daytona.
I think we
want to
should
see it
keep
at
in the short
Daytona
track
on
system.
the
I think
track.
anywhere that we can give back to the grassroots and tie
Trim says he's
our
3 minutes
to the Cup Series to put this infrastructure and money and notoriety around those racetracks, it's going to be better. So let's just go to any short track. I love Hickory. I like Bowman Gray. Don't be greedy.
Never going to agree with you.
But I like this. How about this? What happens, like, if this event keeps getting bigger, right? I love the fact that it doesn't have any points.
Okay, how's it going to get bigger? There's no seats left.
Hold on. I can tell you how to get bigger. How about we just some more disciplines in motorsports? Maybe not Tim Brown and Burt Myers. Maybe we bring in an F1 driver. They think they're pretty good.
Oh, man.
How about we bring some of them guys in?
What about one of the local tracks one year and then spread it out? It doesn't have to be the Coliseum. I know Jamie Little said, let's go to London. I think Rockingham is where Regan Smith mentioned. We could go to Seattle or Charleston. I want to go to maybe a military base or 2 aircraft carriers together. And if you make a bad turn, it could really be great television.
Now none of us agree.
Then you're going to be dizzy with the spinning.
All right. But you like the idea. How about Kern Raceway in Bakersfield? There's a good track there.
Hamlin's still not hot trash. Larson's better.
I think as you look at these different styles of racetracks, we got really lucky with the weather.
Yes, we did.
Put it on the beach. There you go, Chris.
You have to consider the weather, but obviously the roots of racing, it does bring fans out, and these fans feel like they've hit the big time as the drivers have. as well. All right, Noah Gregson, one of the drivers who we want to talk to, has, speaking of new and different, is with Front Row Motorsports, starting 9th of the race. Todd Gilliland, his teammate, and nice enough to join us out here in between as we're going to go 200 laps in the feature coming up in just a bit. It's nice to see you. And I'm going duck hunting before we...
Well, you probably can't see me because this True Timber camera is so good. So let me take this off real quick.
Yeah, do we have... you're make sure you take care of your sponsorship. There you go. That's good enough. Now we know who you are. You got the Ford logo. You're looking good. All right, how about the new setup this year? What are you most excited about?
Yeah, I'm pumped up. Front Row Motorsports, the number 4 team, new number. But I have some familiar faces with me. Drew Blickensterfer and a couple other guys and gals came over from Stewart-Haas. So I'm really excited to get the season kicked off. I had so much fun last night racing out here.
Yeah,
at
it was a
Bowman
little
Gray.
while, right? You had learned a lot, I'm sure.
Were you up here for the race? You
took out Ty Gibbs and put Josh Berry in there.
Taking notes.
Well, I was, and take me back into that. The 3-wide scenario, I mean, that's what put you, landed in this interview instead of that LCQ that we just watched. Yeah. Look at this right here. Walk me through this.
Well, nobody told me that you can't make it 3-wide here, so I might as well figured, hey, I'll try it. So went to the top, passed them 3-wide.
At that point right there, did you think it was going to work?
Well, I'm locking the tires. I'm like, man, I'm going to pound the safer barrier down here in turn 3 and 4. But ended up sticking. I threw them on the dash. I had a lot of fun in that heat race. But
what's
hey,
up, California Dave?
We saw the last chance qualifier here. That was wild. Tonight, it's going to get crazy for this 200 lapper.
So, I mean, your strategy is still the same.
805
I mean,
budget. What's up, man? Bonsai.
Right? Hell yeah, checkers and records, baby.
Well, I love that. I love that. So these people are either going to love you or hate you
720.
by the time the night is over.
Well, I know the section up in turn 3. I was sitting right up here in the grandstands in turn 3 and meeting fans, signing autographs, watching the beginning of the LCQ, and they are rowdy. A lot of middle fingers up in the air. A lot of guys cheering for their favorite driver. This place is packed on their feet only. It's a good time.
So balance the aggression for me, because we heard Larson say before that last chance race, he's like, I want to win, but I don't want to make everyone mad and then have to deal with that the rest of the season. How do you balance that tonight with being aggressive, but also not making everybody mad and having to deal with that the rest of the year?
Well, I feel like I've had a different mentality this whole week. Since I've stepped foot at Bowman Gray, I feel like I have that madhouse energy.
I like it.
I asked my crew chief, you think if you waited on somebody and they wrecked you early in the race and you waited on them,
it's going to be on Fox.
I didn't know.
Fox,
it's just a different energy.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney advanced.
He did. Right here, look like he cares who's mad at him or not.
My hope is that if he does get wrecked, that he stops in the infield, he gets out and he stands on the roof.
And people will cheer.
And
hang
cheer
out right
and
here
bring
then,
the fans
Betsy.
on.
Well, we'll see. I hope we can win this thing because this place is awesome. We're going to shotgun some beers, have a good time with the fans.
Myers wants those overalls.
Yeah,
he's a good dude. That's my hero.
He looks good.
I'd like to see you in these overalls.
They look like my pajamas. All right, so we know you're going to be aggressive.
Oh, you Myers. I'm talking about the hometown hero,
other
Burt Myers. Come on.
We're not related. Don't worry. That's okay. Hey, they didn't want to be related to me. We know you're going to be aggressive. Who's the most aggressive driver in the field other than you tonight?
Man, this is an exhibition race. We're all going to go all out at this thing. I think everybody's going to be aggressive. I'm not sure how it's going to be. Probably a little tame at the start, but those last 20 laps, they're going to go nuts.
Okay. We appreciate you coming by. We'll be watching the Ford tonight. Thanks for
Thanks,
saying
guys.
hi.
I appreciate it.
Good luck, man.
Take care.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it, man.
We'll continue. We're going to get a tour of the new 2311 shop, airspeed.
All right, so let's do this. Brian Lopez, thanks for subscribing as well. We are 6 away now, 6 away from 28,200. Help us with that. Likes are trying to get up there too. We're 70 away from 500. We're ready for a big race. It's going to start here in about 17 to 20 minutes. And let's do it now. All right, here we go. Time to predict. Who do you have? And I'm waiting on the raw feed to reset here. It's not doing its thing. Let's see if I click on leaderboard. See if I refresh it. See if that works. Hope it doesn't screw it up. Of course. Yeah, it's not doing its thing here. Let's see here. All right, let's see. Let's do it. Here we go. I'll figure that out here in a second. Let me see your predictions. Ross Chastain for closed profits. What's up, man? Good to see you. McDowell for Michael. CeeLo, don't forget to link the membership, the chat, the YouTube app, people. All right, we'll do it. I will. California Days is going to 3. Well, Dylan's not in the race. Number 9 for the win, Billy Voles, of course, sir, of course. Eric says the 21. Josh Berry, wouldn't that be something? Come from the back of the pack. Negative Squirrel says Joey Logano. Kelly says the 11. Wow, I'm so excited. Regine, good to see you. Williams says Denny with the 11. Hope so. Martin says the 60 with Ryan Preece. Let's see. Leonardo says, well, Tater, as a girl dad, I always put for the ladies. Tony hasn't looked too bad. 5. Welcome back, CeeLo. Thank you, Frank. Hamlin until we gets dumped by Brad. Josh Berry for Preacher. Donald got 11. Chastain for the win for Steven. Hope Scott's got Chase Elliott. Mike D, who's all in it, CeeLo? I'll give you the rundown here in just a second. Let's go, Larson. CeeLo, you think signing Berry to 21 is a great idea? Well, apparently so. He got himself in the clash. Chris Hunt's got the 88 SVG. Freightliner, let's go. Molly says the 2. Carlos has got Joey. K-Mass as well for Joey. Lloyd's got the 20. What time is the green flag? 7:20. Scuba Steve, what's up, man? Good to see you. Chase Elliott. Linnell's got the 9 or the 5. Pop Bottles dropping those 11s. Desert Fox dropping those 5s. Win's gonna come from the top 5. Lloyd's got Bonsai. Chase Elliott for Corey Gibson. Budget says Chrome Horn. The Rhino. Regine says Cody Gibson. Logano Dark Horse. Chastain. We'll do the Dark Horse here in a second. Cautions 22. Is Bowman still in it? I see his cars on the list. Yes, he's still in it. RFB for Oscar. RFK. Carolina's got Tyler Reddick. Donald's not a lot of Tyler Reddick tonight. Donald says Kyle Busch. Budget says Bubba Wallace. Carlos, I'm all cool with you, man. You're welcome anytime. Leonardo, gotta pick a few. Denny, SVG, Joey. Good win with all of them. Desert Fox, yeah, it's gonna be fun. Link and Kim, good to see you again. Mr. C, the number 4 car for the Fords. Gregson in his new ride. Negative Squirrels picking the Eagles. Mike D's got Bowman the Showman, the 48 car. Unskilled Scout says something is telling me that might be Chris Busher. He's got a good car tonight, though I'm a Elliott fan. We're not doing dark horses yet. No dark horses yet. K-Mass, thank you for K-Massey. Thank you for the subscribe. Larson for Richard. RFK, yes. Going with the 21 for Georgia fan. And they got the lights going off and crazy and stuff on the track. Brian Blaney, not RFK, Oscar says. And woohoo, didn't know Bowman the Showman was in. Awesome, y'all. Thank you so much for being here.
All right.
Yeah. But me being a Chiefs fan, I can still have the floor right now. The Chiefs all the way. I cannot wait to get down to New Orleans. You saw that loud jacket that I have. It's obnoxious. I know that's hard for you to believe, but that jacket has been in every Super Bowl the Chiefs have been in, and it's not going to change.
I thought the jacket was tame compared to the hats that I saw there.
The jacket is the only thing that's loud. So a lot of fans
right there
are fed up. They're fed up with the Chiefs and Clint's love towards the Chiefs. So the Eagles and the Chiefs, you'll see it next Sunday on Fox pregame coverage. We'll get you ready for that. All right, back to tonight. Oh, yeah, don't forget. Yeah, we have Carissa Thompson, Rob Gronkowski getting you rolling before Terry
Bell to win, but my heart
Bert
says
Menefee,
Busher.
Jimmy Johnson and the guys will set you up.
Super Bowl next weekend. I'm picking the 48, Bowman the Showman.
Cannot wait. It's going to be so much fun.
You can also catch it on Tubi, which is part of the Fox family.
Tubi, everybody watch Tubi yet? The NASCAR channel?
Here before the feature event. He's won the Clash 4.
CeeLo, the app says 8 for green flag. I don't think so.
2311.
They got drivers still in their coats
and then there's
stuff.
the architect.
I think they're running a little
interest in
behind.
that. He helped design the new race shop and gave us a tour.
All right, let's go to MRN Radio.
I mean, I like everybody else, I want to win that race, and you want to get done racing, and you want to cross that off the list, right? You want to be able to look back and look at that accomplishment and I'm not sure you can be much more proud of an accomplishment.
Oh, sorry, y'all. 1 second. Darn.
Make that happen this year.
See what happens, that's for sure. Chase, we appreciate the time.
Yep, thank you.
My goodness. That was Chase Elliott, y'all.
This sauna, you'd be so hot you wouldn't have the energy to move. But you're not here. Because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your...
All right, so let's get the raw feed up here for the thing here. It should work. There we go. Turn this off. 1 second, y'all. All right, got the scoreboard going. There we go. All right, there's our track. Let's take a look. Let's see what we got here. Let's take a look on our lineup here. 3 p.m. Hawaii time, 3:18 DraftKings. All right, here we go. Chase Elliott, Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, Brad Keselowski, Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano, Christopher Bell, Noah Gragson, SVG, William Byron, Ryan Preece, Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, Carson Hocevar, Austin Cindric, Ross Chastain, Daniel Suarez, Alex Bowman, and Todd Gilliland, Kyle Larson, Josh Berry, and Ryan Blaney for the lead. But that is the lineup here tonight. And think about your dark horse. We'll talk about that next commercial.
And being an owner, it's a difficult challenge.
Well, it's different this year. I think as he goes into this year with a new crew chief, Denny Hamlin's going to win races, and he's going to be competitive, and he's really good at what he does. He's good at balancing all the different things that he has going on in his life. But I think this year he's got to shift his focus back to the driver's seat a little bit to get that relationship with his crew chief and get that 11 team on the right path. I think tonight, yesterday, we saw them straighten that car out from practice to qualifying, won his heat race, so already off to a good start, and I think him getting off to a good start is very important.
Yeah, and if you look at him last year, I feel like we were really critical of him because he won 3 races, but it was all early in the season. But when you look at his season overall, 2 top 5s in the last 3 races, he wins a heat race here. I mean, he's picked up right where he needs to with the new crew chief. And I know that he's busy, but he's made it well known that he deals well with chaos. Like, he wants chaos. To
Blizzard in Hawaii.
So I like where he's at right now.
Well, certainly we know, just like you said, the more noise is around Denny, the better he performs. That being said, if you look at the stats, right, the sheer stats of and the way these teams look at the drivers, right, his numbers are right at the top, if not, in the top 4 of all the drivers in the sport. Then you look at the fact that he hasn't won a championship, and you look at last season in particular. The only thing he didn't do was make those playoffs. He stubbed his toe when the time was right at the end of the race, at the end of the season. He's got to clean that up, because I'm telling you, the time's ticking, and we need Denny Hamlin to champion.
And the only thing that's going to make it so that all the chatter
Henry, go for Denny Hamlin.
That's the only way that it goes away.
And he's well aware. So let's talk about the team. By the way, the light's flickering. They're doing driver introductions behind us. We'll hit some of those in just a moment. But how about the team? They're going into their 5th year. They finally got a driver in the championship 4 last year.
Building.
Michael Jordan has high expectations for the team. Where are they?
Well, I think they're in a good place. Again, they just added another car, right? You got to get their strength in numbers in the NASCAR. We know that. We see it week in and week out with every organization. So adding him, I think it gives you more capital, operating capital, more people to get the job done all the way through.
Yeah, they're in a really good place. If you look at the numbers across the board, every year 2311 has gotten a little bit better, whether it's lap sled, top 5s, top 10s, everything that the teams use to calculate their
for MRN, though, on
they
this thing.
keep getting better each and every year.
And the race shop they don't want to call it a race shop, it's more an environment, but it's state of the art. Yeah, and
awesome.
Fans can go on a tour there and enjoy it. I wish we had time to give you a tour of Bowman Gray, but they'll take you through the race, 200 laps as we get you ready to the start of the race. There's William Byron.
Yeah, I think William, he's kind of in that same conversation that Denny's in, right? Like, we've seen him win races, we've seen him be competitive. Now he's just got to get over that hump with the championship, and it's all about getting the year started off right, finding out where
this
the speed
car's
is.
going to be down 15 horsepower this year. Watch.
They start with, but also building towards the end of the
see.
year to find more.
Yeah, a lot of noise right here with Alex Bowman. You know, last year, like, is he going to be back with Hendrick Motorsports?
Yeah, no Logano, odd-year fan, Georgia fan, man. Welcome in, bub.
He is one of those guys.
Let's go KFB.
That is
go Kyle Busch.
Like real loud. He gets his performance, gets everything done, but really quiet about it.
You got Bubba Wallace. Watched him last night. I was impressed with that 23 car. Had a lot of speed with 2311, just like his teammate Tyler Reddick.
New crew chief as well, and that goes right back into the conversation of change and how do those guys get started off on the right foot. And I think that's important for Bubba as well, to have that confidence in the changes they made.
And Joe Gibbs, his racing team, has won more clashes than any other team. The reminder, we mentioned 2 weeks. Of course, next Sunday, the Super Bowl on Fox.
Oh,
and then
Lord.
2 weeks from today
45
is
minutes?
the Daytona 500. And Denny Hamlin, of course, eyes will be on him. Can someone like Kyle Busch or Brad Keselowski get their first Daytona 500?
JGR had to file for food stamp.
2 weeks. There's a party by.
All right, let's see here. I got that muted. MRN.
Earn your points for epic prizes. You are in the driver's seat. What are you waiting for?
They're not on either. So, all right, it's that time. It's time for your dark horse. We already picked your winner. Let's see your dark horse tonight. I'm going Chase Briscoe for the dark horse. It's time for dark horse time. Let me see who you got. Who do you have as your dark horse? Let me see. Dark horse time. They still got to do all the intro. Yeah, it might not start till 8. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Barry. Gillen. Priest. Chris Hunt says Priest. Michael says Gillen. Barry for Carolina. Bubba, Mike D. Desert Fox says SVG. Rachel says Hocevar. Michael says SVG. Bubba all the way for Leonardo. Mark Jones says Eric Jones. Eric Jones is not in this race. Eric Jones is not in this race. He's out. Barry for Kelly. SVG for Mad Steve, of course. Josh Berry for Hope. SVG for Richard. Alex Bowman for Linnell. Rogers says Brad the 6. Todd Gillen in the dark horse for Chane. Randy says Noah Gregson. Lloyd says Josh Berry. Donald says Kyle Busch. Dark horse Chastain, negative squirrel. Ricky says the 6. Josh Berry for 21 for Georgia fan. You said Bubba earlier. Gotcha Pope. Suarez for Frank. Mike Mez says Kyle. Joe says Todd Gilliland. William says Gregson. Cody says SVG. Astroface says CJ. Says Elliott. Cindric in that number 2 for Martin. Chase Briscoe. I'm going with you, Steven. Chase Briscoe. Ricky Bobby for Trey. Bell wins. Dark horse Ross Wade. Of course, Bell wins for you. But dark horse Ross Chastain. Let's see. RSJ fighting the Waffle House parking lot. Where's Danica? She's at home. Tar Heels. Let's see. It predicts Suarez causes a caution. All right. Pegster says Kyle Larson. Carter says Kyle Busch. Mosh says Ty Gibbs. Absolute trash. Shout out to Jacob Gibson, please. Jacob Gibson, what's up? I want to see this 21 in Victory Lane, the red 21 throwback or tribute car, whatever you want to call it. 20 car, Mr. C. Go Forwards, Link says. Joanne says SVG. Chad says Elliott. Lady D says Chase Elliott. What's up, C. Brown? Good to see you, man. Mexicans for the D. For Kyle Busch, Carlos, SVG. Thank you, Mike, for subscribing. SVG, James, Reddick or Hamlin, Dark Horse. Now I'm washing my mouth out. Ooh, T-Van. Ooh, yeah, T-Van. Ruth says William Byron, but Chase wins for Ruth. Regine says Elliott, Dark Horse. Suarez definitely will get be a caution and needs 3 legitimate number. TJ says Logano. Astroface says mine. Larson. Steve says Bell. Thank you again, Mike Mez, for subscribing. Let's see. Bird Nut says Tim Brown. I wish he could be in this race. That'd be crazy, but he is out. C. Brown's going Kyle Busch, Dark Horse, Bubba Wallace. All right, thank you, C. Brown. Kelly says go Blue Devils. Pop says Womp Womp must be new here. No, he's not new. He knows this thing. Chris Hunt says, don't underestimate the experience of Ryan Preece at Bowman. Yes. And Coop says, Gregson. Hamlin, you got foggy horns from the Virginia Hills. No Carson Hocevar fans? Yeah, nobody picked him, huh? And hopefully he doesn't do what he did in the last race. He was wrecking people left and right. Hopefully he's learned something here, but maybe, just maybe, that might happen. Elliott is far from the dark horse. Russell says, come on, 6. Didn't know SVG had the 88. Yeah, he's in the 88 full-time for Trackhouse this year. He's going to have the Red Bulls a sponsor for one of his races, but he's got WeatherTech and Trackhouse. Hamlin is a has-been, Desert Fox says. I'm going to probably leave early tonight. Got to get up at 3:40. All right, man. Russell says, RFK. Darian says, Larson and go Vols. Yes, sir. We'll do a basketball game on Tuesday, Darren. Negative Square says, cracking beers and smoking blunts. There you go, Negative Squirrel. I got Carson for the first caution, James Cole says. CeeLo, we good with weather here in Hawaii. Happy to report. Awesome. Tony Richmond, what's up, dude? Almost baseball time. Good to see you. Rob says, Kyle Busch. And there we go. Thank you guys for your chats and all that stuff. We appreciate you.
Of this kickoff event,
Daytona nap time.
Ready. We'll be going up to the booth.
I'm going to stand up for a little bit.
So we've experienced this weekend. And boy, it feels like I'm in my neighbor's garage or on top of things when you come through here. But the fans, I guess, is that what makes this the madhouse along with the drivers?
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, you watch the videos there, Chris, of the cars wrecking and the drivers getting out. But what you can't hear are the fans cheering. I'm telling you, I've never seen interaction at a racetrack the way that I have here. You either get thumbs up or flipped off. There's no in between, and it doesn't matter if you're 6 or 60. They're all doing it. So it's really cool to see them get into this, and I think that's what fuels the drivers when they get out and they go and they have a confrontation with someone else. When the fans start cheering, it just fuels that even more.
Yeah, they encourage a little hostility on and off the track. Let's hear from some of the drivers about how they take this place.
New racetrack for us in the Cup Series, at least for all the drivers that will be participating.
Don't underestimate the jizz.
Right in the roots of our sport. Full contact NASCAR racing, probably similar to what you saw at LA.
Oh, it's going to be tight. It's a really narrow racetrack. So
let's do a watermelon crawl around the wall.
Passes cleanly.
It'll be intense because, it's so narrow and it's going to be way harder to pass there than the LA Coliseum track.
You're basically racing in a parking lot. It's really tiny, so when you put all of us
subscribe,
out there,
y'all. Keep hitting it up. Hit that like too as well. We're almost to 500 likes.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to move people out of the way. So obviously feelings are going to get hurt.
Bowman Gray is known for people rooting and gouging and fighting, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's how it goes down.
The racing surface is super narrow, so hopefully it's none of the madhouse highlights that we're all used to.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and the hostility or the aggressiveness.
Russell, glad to have you here, man.
We saw some of that already in the last chance qualifier. How much will we see in this? How soon will we see it?
Well, I think it's going to start off calm. We saw that actually at the start of the LCQ, but what you're going to see here is if we get into a long green flag run and guys start to get lapped, that's when all of a sudden the aggression is going to come out. You need a caution to come out. You're going to have to move somebody out of the way. As this gets closer to the end, fully expect to see the madhouse come out.
Yeah, so your restarts, green flag racing is what they want here. Let's check in with our pole sitters with Jamie Little.
And that would be Chase Elliott, 7-time most popular driver in NASCAR. And
tonight, Gary, good to see you.
Pole sitter. We just watched the LCQ, though. The action that we saw, Chase. What do you anticipate from this one? It's much longer at 200 laps.
It is, for sure. I would have to imagine there's going
to
be
how many pit stops are going to stop at 100 laps
at some point. I hope that we're obviously, have a great starting spot here, which I think is a really big deal. If we can hold on to that, and stay up front. So it's going to be crazy. I think my goal is to control the race as much as I possibly can, and hopefully our Chevy's good enough to do that. It certainly was yesterday, but something tells me that things are not going to be that smooth. So we'll just fight.
Are they going to have the in-car cameras up for the race? Awesome. They are on HBO Max this year. We'll talk about that here in the commercial.
Something that we get to do, with the cars being as big as they are and whatnot. So this is really cool. Appreciate NASCAR for putting this on. Thanks to all the fans for coming out and making it special. And just excited to get going and going to enjoy the show like everybody else.
Good luck. Have some fun.
Thank you.
All right, now Stoley's going to make the walk down to Regan Smith.
Couple positions further back. Tyler Reddick going to start fourth via your win in the heat race last night. Tyler, how do you get this car 3 spots up towards the front to get the win for your car owner, Michael Jordan, tonight?
I think just trying to be smart tonight. You know, it's going to be easy to lose your cool. We saw a lot of that already over the last 2 nights. So
100 lap
obviously,
runs.
and on top of that, you know, it's going to be 100 lap runs here on these Goodyear tires. So trying to understand that this first go around to know what we need for the second time.
All right, good luck tonight. Thanks. Chris?
I love the way the drivers are embracing this, and boy, it's interesting. We see how they're going to start out, the 23 drivers, but who are the 2 best cars in this, you think?
Well, I think the 2 guys we just interviewed.
You think it's ugly? I think it looks great.
On the pole,
These are the paint schemes right here.
He looked like he had a really good car, and then Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, me too, Kelly.
I mean, he was able to check out and win that 4th heat race. So both of those guys are going to be good, but this is going to come down to those last few restarts, Chris, and who gets shuffled out. We saw guys look like, Larson in the LCQ looked like he was in position, got shuffled out because of the way the cautions fell. So having the best car doesn't guarantee a win.
Yeah, all right.
At this racetrack.
I got Max really not that
they
good.
Talk about these longer runs. There is a little bit of tire fall.
I'm not really impressed with it.
Been past 50 laps or 45 laps on a set of tires. So we're going to find out together.
I'm going to be there, Tony.
Aggressive tire fall off, and if it's a driver you're rooting for, a manufacturer. By the way, Chevy has won the most clashes, but they've only won 1 of the last 11. It's the Madhouse ready to go crazy here. Our opening ceremonies.
Please rise as you are able. Remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as Winston Salem Police Department Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. As Chaplain Daniel Hippolyte delivers tonight's invocation, please say a prayer for the victims, their fans, friends, and families of the recent events in Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you've given to us. We thank you for every team, every driver, and all the fans that are here today. God, we want to take a moment and pray for the victims and the families of those affected by the tragedies in both D.C. and Pennsylvania. I pray for safety for all of the drivers and all of the teams. And may we have a great race. In Jesus' name, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Winston-Salem State University's Red Sea of Sound Marching Band. Let's hear it for Winston-Salem State University's Red Sea of Sound Marching Band's performance of our national anthem.
An old
Along
school
with that great
quarter-mile track. 23 drivers, 200 green flag laps at the Madhouse. The Clash is live on Fox in a moment.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm back now. Okay. No politics in the chat, please. No politics in the chat. That is my rule. Please respect my rule. I appreciate you guys, but no politics in the chat. Now, let me see your cautions. I said 8 during the LQC. Let me see. Who do you have? How many cautions do you have? I'm not muted now. We're good to go. We are good to go now. So I think I'm good to go. Yeah, I'm good to go. So there we go. 7 for C. Brown. Soccer streaming shows the games. I'm sorry. 7 Jaspy. 13 for the main event. 10 for Mandalorian. 10 for Kara. Let's go racing. That's right. I'm staying with 10. I'm going to go 8. 22 at least, Rick says. 14 for Roger. 9 for Vote. 12 cautions for Unskilled. Bobby says 10. Lori says 13. T-Van says 9. Russell says 8. Chris says 12. Mad Steve says 13. I put us under the pillow. 2 for Georgia fan. Wow, 2. Linnell says 9. What's up, Troy? Good to see you, my friend. Donald says 12. 10 for Steven. 10 for Glenn. 6 for One World. 7 for Lloyd. I was going fishing tonight, but my favorite fishing spot was closed. 12 for Tommy. 11 for Coach. 11 for Steve. 13 for CJ. 8 for Tim. 7 for Randy. 14 for Jason. 20 for Gary. 10 for Billy. 2 for Georgia fan. 12 for James. 12 for William. Why can't you stream it on Fox and put a square in the middle of the copyright? Because I don't want to get shut down. Because I've been doing this a long time, and I don't feel like dealing with that. Astroface says 18. First 100 laps is 11. No cameras. 11 for Ricky. 6 for 10. 6 or 10 for Kamari. 7 for Regine. 5 for Sean. 19 for Daryl. 98 for Vote. CJ says 12. 14 for Joe. 17 for Carolina. 5 for the first half. 19 for Martin. They can't go 25 laps without getting close to 10. No way they're going to go long and under 20. 11 and all for 23. 11 will go down 10 to 15. Sean for 11. Colin for 13. Daryl says 19. 17 for Link. We're going to be here all night. Let's see here. 24 for Brittany. Rodney will win because it doesn't count. All right. Kyle will win because it doesn't count. How many people think Kyle Busch will get in a fight? We'll see. Who else? Can you be a mod, Desert Fox? And 8 for 3 cautions. And Georgia fan. We're not going to ban people. We just delete their things. So I know politics is big for a lot of people, but we're here to watch a race. And we're not talking about politics here. That's my rule. So mods, if anybody talks politics, we cut it. That's just the rule. Please respect me. I put this guy hard-earned my time here with you guys so you guys can enjoy the race. And we've had a really blast doing it. So just please respect that and be nice to each other. Everybody doesn't like everybody's driver, and I get that. And you're allowed to talk trash about anybody's driver. Just keep it clean, and let's have some good time.
Tyler Reddick and Denny Hamlin for the 4
11 cautions for Paul.
They will lead the field to green tonight for 200 laps. It's the 2025 NASCAR Clash at Bowman Gray Stadium, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, on Fox. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Mike Joy, Clint Boyer, Kevin Harvick with you. We've already seen an intense, wreck-filled 75-lap last chance qualifier. Did the drivers in the feature learn anything from that? If so, what, Clint?
I think they learned where the term madhouse came from. That's what they learned. That's what we all learned. Last chance qualifier. That was everybody's last chance to make this show. Some did, some didn't. They were beaten, they were banging, and we knew it was for good measure and knew it was coming. The inevitable of the madhouse is here.
Well, they also learned that you're going to have to use the front bumper, and you need to use it right now. The urgency to gain a position needs to happen immediately, because if it gets strung out, you're going to have to have a good handling car to keep up with the guy in front of you. And if you don't, you have to take advantage of that track position and get it with the front bumper.
And to that point, Kevin, I don't think you can always count on those cautions coming. Once the cautions do start coming, then they continue to happen. You can't get away from one another. But once it gets spread out, to your point, that opportunity is out the window.
But they're going to catch the back of the field this time, Mike, at some point.
Yes. And when there is a caution, the choose will come into play. A lot of drivers will take the inside, but somebody will be brave, go all the way up the outside, and give themselves a chance to be a hero or zero. That's the culture of racing at Bowman Gray. Let's go trackside.
Bowman Gray, it's time to let the madness begin. Here to say the command to fire engines, please welcome Bowman Gray weekly champions. From the modified champion, Burt Myers. The sportsman champion, Zach Orr. Street stock champion, Christian Joyce. Stadium stock champion, AJ Sanders. And Cookout representative, Rue Reeves.
Drivers, start your engines!
All right. Let's go. Larson's in. He's at the very bottom.
Here is the starting lineup for the clash at Bowman Gray. Your 4 heat winners, we introduced them to you. They have the first 4 rows. The runners up in those heats will have the next couple of rows, the next 2 rows, rows 3 and 4, and then the third place finishers, and so on back. Finally, at the back of the field, last chance qualifier drivers Kyle Larson, Josh Berry, and the provisional driver, highest in the points last year, not otherwise qualified, Ryan Blaney. Let's check with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
You know, there's so many things a driver can do and use with his race car to make it better in the race. He can adjust the brakes, he can adjust the way he's driving a race car, but the #1 tool here at this quarter-mile racetrack is the nose of this race car. We just saw it in the last chance qualifier. This is what a driver used to get by another driver or maybe get to the lead. But let's go to our Toyota cutaway car and show you risk versus reward. Let's pull the front nose off our Toyota Camry cutaway car and see what's actually behind it. You'll see aluminum bumper structure. It's meant to actually collapse. Between it and the front nose, energy absorbent foam. As these drivers start beating and banging, as we saw in the heat races and the last chance qualifying, what happens, that energy absorbent foam starts to collapse. Now, when it starts to collapse, the nose starts to cave in, and the effect is, see the gap that's created between the nose and the front splitter. That hurts the handling of the car. It hurts the front downforce. The car doesn't want to turn. And guys, where this really comes into play is when the cars get strung out and the car's in clean air.
Thanks, Larry. We saw evidence of that in the 75-lap last chance qualifier. Ty Gibbs, Kyle Larson. Everybody got a piece of somebody.
Yeah, it's definitely when you hit them really hard and it separates from that splitter. Those are more head-on hits right there where it damages the front of the splitter. But when it gets that gap and the air starts to go,
Bowman Gray Stadium has come to life. We are set for the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray. Motor Racing Network on the air with you tonight in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Programming update for you. Be sure to join us Friday night from Uptown Charlotte. We'll have coverage of the NASCAR Hall of Fame induction ceremony. The following Wednesday, we'll be at Daytona International Speedway for the kickoff of the stock car portion of Speed Weeks 2025.
Cars begin to roll from the back straightaway. They'll do 5 pace and parade laps before we put them under the green flag. A little history about Bowman Gray Stadium. Some of the winners here include Glenn Wood, Rex White, David Pearson, Richard Petty, Bobby Allison, Junior Johnson. The list goes on and on. This used to be the home football stadium for Wake Forest University. The ACC Player of the Year in 1968 played here. His name, Brian Piccolo. That's the guy that went on and passed away. His best friend, Gale Sayers. They made a movie about it called Brian's Song. And another fun stat or nugget about Bowman Gray's history, Bill France Sr. and Betty Jane met right here at Bowman Gray Stadium. She was a beauty queen. He was putting the race on and working here, getting this going. They met and obviously got married, and here we are now 77 years later, back here racing the NASCAR Cup Series in the Cookout Clash.
It's amazing that the stories, the history that just come from these walls, that come from these grandstands, that come from these race fans. We've got lifers here. We look down on this grandstand, and there are generations. You know, we talk about 3rd and 4th generation racers. There are third and 4th generation race fans that have been coming here since day one. And right now, it is sold out. The fans are here. They are on their feet. And Alex, to your point earlier, how they were rushing down to the front to get a glimpse of the cars that were on the back straightaway, all the way around this racetrack here at Bowman Gray, the fans have crowded down to the front trying to get a picture, trying to perhaps maybe make a gesture to a fan or a driver as they come by. But the energy is here, the passion is here, and it's something that these race fans have been waiting for over half a century.
Let's get this thing going here in another couple of laps. Bowman Gray Stadium, the racetrack, is a quarter-mile in length around the football field. Calling the action for the Motor Racing Network in the Cookout Clash is Dave Moody from Barry, Vermont.
Thank you, Alex Hayden. Good evening once again, everybody. Yes, the tail of the tape here at Bowman Gray. The numbers are not all that impressive. In terms of length, just 1/4 of a mile. That's half the size of the next smallest track on the NASCAR Cup Series, the half-mile Martinsville Speedway. In terms of banking, not a lick. And if your car is not handling, the track will not help you. In terms of width, wide enough to go 2 wide, maybe 3 wide for an instant, but that's if everybody is behaving themselves, and they don't have to do that for very long here at Bowman Gray Stadium. They call it the Madhouse for a very good reason. This crowd is amped up, and we are ready to go racing in the Cookout Clash.
Now let's check in with Steve Post, because there is no pit road. We have a halfway break tonight. So what kind of intervention can the crew chief and the crews have with these race cars, Posty, at the halfway break?
What they'll do is they'll have an 8-minute break at the halfway point, and they can do traditionally what you can do on pit stops, changing tires, making all of the normal chassis adjustments. They do not need nor will be allowed to put fuel on the car, and then they can do any damage repair they may have. So really, really minimum stuff they can do during that 8-minute period. Listening to crew chiefs talking to the drivers here, they're like, just tell us what you need. Remember, keep us updated on what this is going to do, and we'll fix your race car up at that halfway break.
We'll also have Chris Wilner, obviously, on the broadcast throughout the night. He's also back there at the field house, patrolling the pit lane and garage area. Meantime, we are about 3/4 of a lap from going under the green flag to get the 2025 NASCAR Cup Season Cookout Clash underway here at Bowman Gray.
Chase Elliott on the front row, Chris Buescher alongside. Row 2, Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick. Row 3, Brad Keselowski and Chase Briscoe. Row 4, Joey Logano and Christopher Bell. Row 5, Noah Gragson and Shane Van Gisbergen. Here comes the field out of 4, and with the start, Goldsboro, North Carolina's Alex Hayden.
Chase Elliott on the inside of the front row has the green flag in the air, and the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray is underway.
Chase Elliott away with the lead as they exit turn 2 to the back straightaway. Chris Buescher's got daylight to slide in line second. He'll do exactly that. On the outside, Tyler Reddick running against Denny Hamlin for third.
Little bumping and grinding coming off the corner. Back to 1 with Elliott away with the lead. Buescher trying to take second.
High line is open, and it is being used by Tyler Reddick. He's got an opportunity to jump low in front of Hamlin. He decides not to.
Further back for the 7th spot, Chase Briscoe slammed the door in the nose of Joey Logano. A lot of smoke went flying in the air, but everybody gets away.
That's back where the shuffling is going on as the cars on the outside try to find room at the bottom. Shane Van Gisbergen to the outside of Christopher Bell.
Front 7 are single file for a side-by-side battle for 8. That's where Bell and Van Gisbergen begin their bumping and grinding.
SVG may have gotten a little bit of the outside wall as they came off turn number 4. That allows Christopher Bell to get away. SVG slammed it in line in front of Greg.
And he's going to be right at the bottom of the racetrack. He'll look to his outside and see Ryan Preece trying to put the challenge on. Preece continues to hammer away.
Ryan Preece making some hay in that outside lane. He's made his way around. Noah Gragson slides back in line to the groove. That leads Bubba Wallace to the high lane.
Bubba Wallace outside, Noah Gragson inside, William Byron looking on from behind.
Round and round they go. The cars on the outside lane trying to find themselves some real estate to slide to the bottom of the racetrack.
Further back, the 2 drivers that transferred from the Last Chance Qualifier are still running at the back of the field. Kyle Larson and Josh Berry, although they got a lot of laps still to go, Dave, but their cars have already got wounds on them.
Yeah, they are. They are pretty dinged up. There's no doubt about it. Everybody else will join them soon enough as this field trades sheet metal and paint just about every time around.
Noah Gragson and Bubba Wallace beat and bang off turn number 2 and up the back straightaway. William Byron is there, and Kyle Busch wants to join the fray.
Kyle Busch just got a little shot in the caboose, courtesy of the front bumper of Carson Hocevar. They continue to watch the side-by-side battle in front of them.
Bubba Wallace to the outside lane. He'll lose a spot to Noah Gragson. William Byron now fills the hole at the bottom of the racetrack.
Racing racing for 11th, 12th, and 13th. Here's Bubba. He's going to get into Noah in one and take him up the track.
Shoves Noah Gregson up the banking. Gregson, though, with a good run off the top of 2, will hold off Bubba Wallace.
Further up, battle for 7th is on. Christopher Bell to the inside of Joey Logano. That'll leave the inside open for Shane Van Gisbergen.
Logano loses the spot to Bell. Now here comes SPG to the bottom of the racetrack. Right behind him is Ryan Priest.
So Chase Elliott, your leader at lap 11. Chris Buescher is second. You got Tyler Reddick in third. Denny Hamlin's in fourth, and Brad Keselowski is in fifth. You got Chase Briscoe in sixth. Seventh goes to Christopher Bell. Eighth is Shane Van Gisbergen. Ninth is Joey Logano. And Ryan Priest, Alex, has busted his way into the top 10.
Ryan Priest was awful physical in his heat race last night to make his way in to be the third Roush Fenway Keselowski Ford Mustang Dark Horse to be in the main event. Priest now has found him a nice place to ride, although he gets into the left corner of Joey Logano. Dave, he's trying to move him out of the way.
There's been a good deal of contact in both directions there. Priest getting bumped from behind by Noah Gregson. That in turn shoves Ryan into the back bumper of Joey Logano.
Traffic stacking up from 9th on back. It is Logano in 9th, Priest in 10th, with a half a dozen cars wanting to join the fray as well.
At the front of the pack, it is all Chase Elliott. He is motored away from Chris Buescher by a good 5 or 6 car lengths. An equal gap, maybe a little bit more, back to the third place machine of Tyler Reddick.
That mid-pack battle of Bubba Wallace and Noah Gregson, that is 11th and 12th on the racetrack, just not going away.
You can add William Byron to the mix as well. Noah tries to slam the door and get into the low line. Can't do it. Byron runs him up the racetrack in 4.
And the lane is left open for Carson Hocevar down low.
Hocevar now to the bottom as Noah Gregson trying to stop the bleeding in that outside lane. He's going to lose his spot to Hocevar. Next in line is Austin Cindric.
Cindric trying to get a nose alongside the left rear quarter of Gregson. He's going to have to get physical to do just that.
Noah Gregson just taking an awful beating in that outside lane right now. There's no room for him to get back downstairs. He's just hanging on for dear life. Cindric goes by. Now here comes Kyle Busch.
Cindric will take 14th. It's Busch to 15th. Noah Gregson, though, rallies back on the outside.
Gregson trying to stop the plummet. Tries to get to the bottom, but can't do it. Kyle Busch is there.
Kyle Busch trying to make some moves. He does so to the inside. They will door slam one another. Daniel Suarez wants to play.
Daniel Suarez now looking at the inside lane. Gregson slides down in front of him. Oh, but he moves him, and around goes Kyle Busch. Suarez got into the back of Gregson. Gregson got pushed into Kyle Busch, and Rowdy goes for a 360 spin in turn 4.
That'll put us under the caution flag for the first time tonight. 20 laps are complete in the Cookout Clash.
All of the pits are behind the Winston-Salem State Athletic Building. That is Suarez in the middle of this. Let's see how it unfolds.
Yeah, that just looked like the 99 into the back of the 4, and that shoved the 4 into the back of the 8.
Yeah, Shane, he got, and as soon as
Suarez.
Oh, excuse me.
Yep.
And
here's some audio from Kyle Busch.
What you got there? No drive off. Can't touch the gas. You got anything for me? Yeah. Check it up. Pull the packer out of the right rear and take a round. Take a 3/4 of a round out of the right rear.
I've never heard a crew chief tell me that before. But I don't have anything for forward drive. You got anything? Yes. I like that. Randall Burnett answered him immediately.
All right, track is clean. You exit the track at turn 3. You re-enter at turn 4. Let's see how the choose sorts out here with Chris Buescher going right to the outside. Odd even for the first 3 rows. And that will be the same story for the next 3 rows. No surprises there.
Chase was just getting to the back of that field, too.
Tyler Reddick carrying a unique paint scheme, honoring the unbannable Air Jordan sneaker, the very first in the line. The NBA banned it. Nike decided they would pay the fine every game so Michael Jordan could wear it, and an iconic brand was born, commemorated here on the number 45 as Tyler and the 2311 team continue to build on Michael's legacy of greatness.
Well, Tyler had a great heat race last night, put himself at the front of this field, and you know, we saw so many of these cars make great adjustments after that first practice session and second practice session into qualifying, and had a whole different group up front. So it'll be interesting to see how this night progresses.
20 laps down, starter has the green flag in hand. Elliott Busher back at it in turn 1.
Line in second. He's got room to do it. He'll do it across the nose of Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, but Tyler Reddick is giving him a little business there at the back bumper. Denny Hamlin behind him, side by side. Here comes Keselowski to the inside of Briscoe for 5th.
Hamlin through for the number 4 spot. Now Brad Keselowski, Chase Briscoe, wheel to wheel for the 5 and 6 spot. Behind them, Christopher Bell side by side with Shane Van Gisbergen.
If you're side by side, you're leaning on the partner right next to you, and Brad Keselowski's trying to get away.
Taking every inch of asphalt he can. Chase Briscoe trying to find some room downstairs. Nothing there. He'll lose the spot.
Plus, he's getting the bumper from Shane Van Gisbergen, who does a crossover across the nose of Joey Logano.
Christopher Bell to the inside. He'll take over the number 6 position. Now here comes SVG. He'll drive under Briscoe for 7.
Shane Van Gisbergen adapting quite nicely to quarter-mile racing on a flat racetrack. He's now cleared the Chase Briscoe car.
He is up to the number 7 position. Chase Briscoe able to get back in line in 8th and side by side. Joey Logano down low on Ryan Priest.
And behind them, Bubba Wallace and William Byron make contact with Carson Hocevar, now diving to the inside of Byron.
A little bit of fisticuffs going on as they're 2 deep, about 5 rows deep down the back straightaway. Ryan Priest to the outside of Bubba Wallace.
Priest trying to make it work there. He's going to get a fender alongside. Now gets a nose out in front, but Bubba battles back.
Ryan Priest has been about as successful in that outside lane as anybody over the course of the weekend, but he's got his hands full of Bubba Wallace.
So with 27 laps complete right now, it's Chase Elliott. That has been the only leader so far tonight. Chris Buescher riding in the number 2 position. Tyler Reddick is 3rd. Denny Hamlin 4th. And Brad Keselowski running in 5th. Alex, we're seeing some contact, but not the full body contact that we saw in the last chance qualifier earlier tonight.
No, I think this is hard racing when you have just simply no real estate to deal with out there. But I think as the laps get fewer, I think the aggression meter absolutely will go up, and we're going to see some really physical racing. Let's spend a minute, Mike, and talk about the second place driver, Chris Buescher. Think about quarter-mile bullring tracks in the Clash the last 3 years at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. He did not make the main event at all. But 2025 is a different year.
It is, and that was something that he carried with him for a long time. He was really sore about not being able to make the field the last handful of years. Well, with a brand new racing season, come back to the racetrack, Chris Buescher has had speed in his race car all weekend long, and right now he's been able to hang with Chase Elliott after starting on the outside of the front row.
He's only behind by 3, sometimes 4 car lengths, depending on the pull-up off of the corner. We've only had 1 caution flag so far in the race tonight. That was for Kyle Busch getting kind of pinballed around in turn number 3 a few laps back. Chris Wilner, Kyle Busch took his car back behind the field house to the pit lane. What did they do to the race car?
Well, the biggest thing, Kyle Busch said, I absolutely had 0 drive off, so they pulled a right rear packer out as well as changed some air pressure in that right rear tire. But Kyle's still struggling now after restarting dead last to pick his way through the field, but not happy with the race car.
Meanwhile, on the racetrack, change for the 5th position. Christopher Bell finally got around Brad Keselowski, and he had to use the bumper to do it. So put Bell in 5th. Brad Keselowski is in 6th, but Dave, it looks like the company at Brad Keselowski's back door is not going away.
Shane Van Gisbergen is right there in the 7th spot. Right behind him is Chase Briscoe. Then 2 car lengths back to Joey Logano.
Logano has been bounced around some tonight. He has fallen back a handful of positions since the drop of the green flag, but for the moment, he's just going to sit back and watch Chase Briscoe and Shane Van Gisbergen.
Back through the top 18 or 20 now. They are all single file. Chris Buescher trying to gain a little ground and close the gap between himself and the leader, Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott is about to be on the same straightaway as the tail end of the field. Todd Gilliland is the last car in this pack. And right now, as Gilliland goes off the end of the back straightaway, Chase Elliott is pulling onto the back straightaway. And those drivers, Alex, at the back of the pack, they are rooting and gouging, trying to get around the other, trying to get away from a fast-closing Chase Elliott.
Nobody wants to go a lap down here, even though, again, it's an exhibition. There are no points on the line. Fact of the matter is, you go a lap down, it can be a bit demoralizing. So these cars at the tail end of the field are about to get after it here because Chase Elliott is beginning to get on the same straightaway with them.
So going from back forward, you've got Todd Gilliland, you got Kyle Busch, Josh Berry, Alex Bowman, Ryan Blaney, and Ross Chastain. They are the first drivers, Dave, that are in the crosshairs of the race leader.
Yeah, and those crosshairs, the objects in the rearview mirror are beginning to get closer than they appear as the leader closes in. Back around the 7th spot, the battle is heated up. Chase Briscoe got under Shane Van Gisbergen. He opened the door for Joey Logano. SVG just got a kick in the keister from Bubba Wallace in 4.
But Shane Van Gisbergen rallies back on the front straightaway. Bubba keeps a nose right alongside Shane's door.
That's a side-by-side battle now off turn number 2. Bubba Wallace on the inside, FVG on the outside, then Carson Hocevar and Ryan Preece.
We are describing the battle for the 9th position as it comes across the line now. Bubba Wallace, Carson Hocevar, Shane Van Gisbergen, Ryan Preece, all there as well. Further back, Ryan Blaney's beginning to use his front bumper. He's trying to root to the bottom of the racetrack and trying to get to the inside of Ross Chastain. Dave, that's a battle for 17th, and it's getting physical.
It is indeed, and I guarantee it's because the spotters are in their ears saying the leader's coming, and he's coming fast. You got to get a move on. Blaney working hard on the Melon Man.
He is, as Ross Chastain. Oh, Kyle Busch just bounced off the safer barrier off turn number 4. He and Todd Gilliland fighting to be the last car on the lead, or at the tail end of the lead lap, like we were talking about a moment ago. Things got physical, and Kyle Busch slammed the outside safer barrier. Now Kyle Busch has only got 4 car lengths before the race leader gets him off turn 2.
Chase Elliott closing in now as they exit turn 2 and go down the back straightaway. Kyle Busch does not appear to have hurt the handling on the car, but he's dead last on the field, and the leader's coming fast.
They are only, well, Kyle that is, 4 car lengths between himself and the race leader, Chase Elliott. It's about 5 back to Chris Buescher behind Chase in second, with Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, and Christopher Bell waiting in the wings, waiting to see now how Chase Elliott's going to do the old tiptoe through the lap traffic minefield, Dave, because he's almost at their doorstep.
He is almost there, just a couple of car lengths now behind Kyle Busch, and in front of them, only about a half a straightaway ahead. They're 2 abreast. Alex Bowman, Josh Berry, Gilliland is in the middle of that fight, as well as Noah Gregson.
Everybody knows that they do have a break at the halfway point at lap number 100. We are at lap number 50 right now. You got to be careful, but if your car's not handling well, Dave, you better get after it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If your car's not handling, well, sorry about your luck. Nobody's going to cut you any brakes right now, and the leader has caught the tail end of the pack.
Alex, I wonder how much the tires are wearing out right now, because we're starting to see a whole lot of these drivers beginning to slip and slide around this bull ring.
Yeah, we have not really seen that many consecutive green flag laps this weekend. These teams had 8 minutes of practice in 2 different rounds, and then a final 4-minute practice / qualifying. That's all they had. So, Steve Post, what have you learned this weekend about the tires, the Goodyear tires that they have here at Bowman Gray?
Well, there's a lot of speculation, and that's what it is, because that you guys just documented, we have not ran this many laps, and we're only halfway through this first portion of the race, so the fun has only just begun, and if you're ill handling, you have got a handful right now. And listening to the Tyler Reddick communication, he's running in 3rd with Billy Scott, and they are preaching to him, let the guys in front burn their stuff up, let them wear their tires out, is because now they've caught lap traffic, and you'll be able to close right in on them. So tire management is a big part of the conversation, and we're getting to that unknown territory right now, where we're going to see a good handling car is probably going to be all right, but an ill handling car is only going to get worse.
Lapping has begun. Chase Elliott has just bypassed Noah Gregson to put him 1 lap down. Next up, Kyle Busch is sitting on the nose of Chase Elliott. He, too, about to go 1 lap in arrears.
They make their way around Bowman Gray Stadium. Lap 57 goes on the board. We'll get you back to the action on the track in a moment. First, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. Motor Racing Network live at Bowman Gray Stadium as we race the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray. My name is Alex Hayden. Alongside in the broadcast booth is Mike Bagley. Dave Moody's out there at the NASCAR Hall of Fame party porch. And on the pit lane, Steve Post and Chris Wilner.
Right now we continue under the green flag. We've been slowed for caution one time. That came out at lap 20. Kyle Busch got turned around in turn 4. We have been green ever since. We now have just completed the 60th lap. We're 40 away from a halfway break of this 200-lapper here tonight. Chase Elliott leads. Chris Buescher is second. Tyler Reddick is third. Denny Hamlin fourth. Christopher Bell is fifth. Brad Keselowski right now running in sixth. It's Chase Briscoe in seventh with Joey Logano in eighth. Carson Hocevar in ninth. And Bubba Wallace right now is positioned in the 10th spot.
You think about the way we do things in NASCAR, and we have been going to a lot of new venues here in the last handful of years, Mike, where drivers can adapt quickly. Teams need to be able to adapt quickly. Some drivers and teams just seem to do it better than others.
Yeah, you know, when you look back in recent memory, you got, Ryan Blaney at Iowa this past year. You've also got Shane Van Gisbergen first out there on the Chicago street course. But I think the driver's name that comes to the top of the list for a lot of folks is Joey Logano, who seems to capitalize on those first trips to new racetracks.
He did it in the All-Star race in North Wilkesboro Speedway in 2023 in the LA Coliseum when we ran the Clash there for the very first time. He also won on the dirt at Bristol Motor Speedway. So 3 times Joey Logano has won at a brand new racetrack on the schedule. However, Chase Elliott has bested him by 1. Chase Elliott's got 4 wins on first-time tracks in the NASCAR Cup Series.
Right now, Joey Logano is 8th on the leaderboard. Chase Elliott is leading his 66th lap right now and is beginning to tighten the screws on the back bumper of the Kyle Busch car. Matter of fact, Elliott getting closer and closer, Dave. Looks like Chase may be about to apply some pressure to the back of the Chevrolet in front of him.
Mike, he hasn't had to get physical up to now because he's got a pretty good gap, almost a full straightaway over the second place routine of Chris Buescher. But now he's beginning to turn up the steam on the back bumper of Kyle Busch.
Noah Gragson did go a lap down, but gave plenty of room for Chase Elliott. To your point, Dave, Elliott's looking, but can't quite find the room. Mike, does Chase get aggressive yet? He's got a pretty good lead.
Well, he's got the opportunity to do it, and he's got a lot of gap between himself and Chris Buescher. Right now, the separation from first to second put it at 2 seconds. However, Chase has not turned the wick up yet. He's there. He'll give a tap here, a tap there. He doesn't want to get physical, but he may have to before all is said and done. But right now, all eyes are on Chase Elliott as he leans on Busch on the backstretch.
Takes a peek to the inside off turn number 2, but Kyle Busch has still got a pretty decent race car underneath him. He is managing to hold off the leader. So here comes Elliott to the inside in turn 1.
Kyle Busch went up the track in turn number 1, but he gets a good bite off turn 2.
Corner off. Kyle Busch is as good as just about anybody out there, but he overdrove the entrance to 3, slides up the banking, and there goes Chase Elliott.
And there goes the crowd here at Bowman Gray Stadium. Some fist pumping in the air as Kyle Busch goes 1 lap in arrears. We've been focusing on this Elliott-Busch battle, but I tell you, Alex, the battle that's really up for grabs is the battle for second coming out of 4.
Chris Buescher is hanging on to the second spot, but only by the hair of his chinny chin chin.
Tyler Reddick is right there on the back bumper. Right behind Reddick is Denny Hamlin. Reddick now looking to the inside. Hamlin will look to the outside in 3.
With Christopher Bell in the mix as well, here comes Hamlin around the outside of Reddick. This will be the wheel-to-wheel battle for 3rd.
Denny Hamlin trying to do it the hard way. He moves to the outside on Tyler Reddick. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3.
Tyler Reddick is the employee to the driver to his right. Denny Hamlin, the boss man. How safe do they play it here off turn 2?
Well, Tyler Reddick isn't cutting him any slack, that's for sure. But Denny Hamlin, he is stout in that outside lane. He puts a fender up in that battle for the number 3 position.
That battle continues side by side while Chase Elliott begins to go to work on the Todd Gilliland car.
Gilliland and William Byron are the next in jeopardy as they make their way into turn number 4. Gilliland moves Byron up the racetrack.
He does, and they get very physical as Chase Elliott's right there looking on.
Here comes Elliott down to the inside, looking to follow the lead of Todd Gilliland to the inside of William Byron.
Meanwhile, the lap car of Kyle Busch is trying to get around Chase Elliott. Oh, William Byron's in the wall. He may makes contact with the outside wall. The car will spin around once and twice. Chase Elliott now will bypass him. He'll go a lap in arrears after contact between William Byron and Todd Gilliland. Puts us under the caution flag for the second time of the evening.
Let's get racing. She's rounding the corner straight for the straight.
This
P8.
4.
When I got my minimum speed lower, if I was faster than good cars in the middle, it just didn't feel that way when the 5 was pushing me, or the 12 was pushing me around. Like, just staying on my bumper. Felt like he was rolling faster, but take him out of it, and I think I was overdriving our car.
I don't know how bad he was abusing it. I'm pretty good in one on entry. Not really fighting entry that much so far. It was just breaking deeper is all.
For Bell are the top 5, 78 of 200 in the books, 122 to go in the race, just 22 until the halfway break. From Bowman Gray Stadium, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, sorry, did I startle you? When you're used to hearing a certain type of commercial, something like this can, well, take you by surprise. That's kind of how it is with the Lexus RX, a vehicle that has continued to defy expectations for over 25 years. From the first luxury vehicle of its kind, to the first hybrid luxury vehicle, to the only plug-in hybrid worthy of the RX name. We understand you want more than the everyday SUV, and isn't being understood an amazing feeling? Click the banner to discover more. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Business taxes. We're stressing about all the time and all the money you spent on your taxes.
This is my bill?
Now Business Taxes is a TurboTax small business expert who does your taxes for you and offers year-round advice at no additional cost, so you can keep more money in your business. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com/business. Only available with TurboTax Live full service.
Welcome back to the Cookout Clash, presented on MRN by Progressive Insurance. Drivers who switch to Progressive could save big. Get a quote today at Progressive.com.
You know, I was watching some of these drivers that raced their way in from the LCQ, or the Last Chance Qualifier. That was Kyle Larson and Josh Berry. They've made up some ground, but the one that's really caught my eye has been Ryan Blaney. He got in by virtue of being the highest in championship points from a year ago that didn't already qualify in. He had to start dead last, 23rd, and Blaney has worked his way up to the 11th position. Check that, the 12th spot.
And he was in the Last Chance Qualifier. He raced 23 laps and then parked the car and then came out to obviously be a part of the main event. It's paying dividends now for him because he is up to mid-pack as we check in with Chris Wilner.
Yeah, I was just checking, Mike, on the radio. Jonathan Hassler's telling Ryan Blaney he's the best car on the long run, and Ryan said this car has come to life. We learned a lot on old tires in that LCQ, running about 25 laps on about 15-lap scuff. So they're learning a lot still here, but Ryan Blaney certainly feels like as the long run goes, he feels like he's got the best car.
That trip to pit road presented by Wendy's. Get 2 of these favorite items for just $7 at Wendy's. Choose from our spicy or classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. Limited time only. U.S. participation may vary. Terms apply.
We've gotten the one to go. The drivers have chosen what lane to restart in. Chase Elliott will go from the inside of the front row. Denny Hamlin will flank him to his right. Chris Buescher will be on the inside of row number 2. He's going to have Tyler Reddick flanked to his right side as the field comes through turns 3 and 4.
Here they come to the line. Green flag will be back in the air. Let's see what Denny Hamlin has for Chase Elliott, if anything at all. Elliott quick up to the gearbox. Up on the button now as they race their way to 1.
Elliott got the advantage at the drop of the green. Denny Hamlin's not done yet, though. He comes storming back to the outside of the racetrack. Denny Hamlin trying to make a run for the lead in 4.
Chase Elliott gives him room further back. Christopher Bell went down to the grass but kept it pointed in the right direction.
That's a side-by-side battle now for the number 3 and 4 positions. Busher to the inside, Reddick to the outside. Denny Hamlin still letting it roll up high for the lead.
Chase Briscoe getting roughed up mid-pack. He's got to hang on. He almost made contact with the wall as the battle for the lead is still wheel to wheel.
Side-by-side, off 2 to the back straightaway. Chase Elliott down low. Denny Hamlin drives it in deep in the outside lane.
Chase Elliott drove Hamlin up just a bit in turn number 4. Both of them get away from it. They continue wheel to wheel.
Third spot now belongs to Tyler Reddick. He has overhauled Busher in the outside lane. The battle for the lead continues. Wow, up the banking goes Elliott. He body slams Denny Hamlin.
Elliott takes Hamlin up the racetrack, but Hamlin's having none of that. He's still in the outside.
He dives now down to the bottom of the racetrack to shut off the advance of Tyler Reddick. Now look out, he's got a shot at the back bumper of Elliott in 4.
He gave a little kiss to the back bumper of Chase Elliott's Chevrolet. Let's see what he does this time off turn 2.
A little bit of a smooch again midway between 1 and 2, but Elliott is able to get away. Good exit off turn 2. He'll put a half a car length between himself and Hamlin.
Chase Elliott's got quite the car underneath him here tonight. He's been able to work his way to the front, stay there. Matter of fact, through all this jostling for the lead, Chase Elliott is still the only driver to lead a lap tonight. He has led 84 of the 84 laps that have been completed, and right now, Dave, he's looking to lead his what would be his 86.
It's not a big lead or comfortable as he's got Denny Hamlin on the back bumper, less than a half a car length in arrears. Tyler Reddick, an equal gap back in third, then 2 to Chris Busher.
We are 14 laps away now from the halfway break where these teams can put a wrench or two to these race cars and certainly change Goodyear Eagle tires for the final 100 laps. Here they come up off of turn number 4. Mike and Chase Elliott continues to lead.
Front 3 look like a freight train practically tied together with Elliott, Hamlin, and Reddick in that trio.
Off turn 2 to the back straightaway. Elliott, Hamlin, and Reddick. Then a good 5 car lengths back to Chris Busher. 2 more back to his teammate Brad Keselowski and Christopher Bell.
3 cars at the front of the field are trying to break away just a bit. 3 predominantly white race cars.
Down the back straightaway, Elliott still keeping Denny Hamlin off his back bumper. He leads by about 4, maybe 5 feet on entrance into the corner.
While the front 3 settle down, I want to focus on Chase Briscoe and Kyle Larson in the far reaches of the pack. They're 13th and 14th. Briscoe, Alex, got roughed up a few minutes ago, but I'm surprised that Kyle Larson hasn't made any more progress to the front than he has.
You got to wonder how much damage that car does have to it. We can see the skin or the body of that Chevrolet Camaro has a lot of damage to it from the last chance qualifying race. Did they damage any of the toe of the car, meaning the direction of the front wheels from that race where they had a lot of contact out there? Kyle Larson, Cliff Daniels, that team had the chance between races to really give it a good once-over, but he may very well just be biding his time right now, knowing that there is a break at the halfway point.
A couple of laps ago, Alex Bowman pinched Todd Gilliland into the wall. That's towards the back of the pack. While up front, Dave, they're still sewn together for the top spot.
Denny Hamlin is doing some studying right now, Mike. Maybe flashing back to his old South Side and Langley Speedway days. He's testing the waters for a try on the outside. His teammate, Tyler Reddick, has been good enough not to jam it in on the low line when Denny moves up.
It is nice for Hamlin to have some friendlies on the back bumper, but right now Hamlin is all over the back bumper of the race leader, Chase Elliott, off turn 2.
And again, he looks about a half a groove high coming off turn 2, just kind of testing the waters. He'll do it again coming into 3, then dive low, but Elliott has got him covered.
5 laps to halfway. It's Elliott, Hamlin, and Reddick, a 3-car breakaway for the point.
Challenging Chane for the number 7 position. Carson Hocevar finds some open daylight to the inside of Joey Logano. Move Hocevar to 7th.
Just in front of them, Christopher Bell gives a shot to the back bumper of Brad Keselowski. We're down to just 4 laps to go before the break.
Keselowski for the moment able to hold him off. Here comes Hamlin. He's got room to the inside, and Chase Elliott side by side off turn 4.
Here comes Hamlin rooting and gouging his way to the inside. Denny Hamlin now to the line. He'll slide underneath Chase Elliott. Can he grab the lead in 3?
Elliott trying to hang on, but he's not going to do it. Denny Hamlin to the lead. Crossover move by Elliott, but it won't get him there.
first driver named other than Chase Elliott is leading the race. It's Denny Hamlin. Now Chase Elliott in jeopardy of losing second.
He will do exactly that as Tyler Reddick powers by on the inside. Elliott, in the course of a lap and a half, goes from first to third.
Wonder if the tires are gone on the Napa Chevrolet. Chase Elliott has led 96 laps. Denny Hamlin has just led his third. As they come to the line, it's going to be the halfway point of this race tonight. Denny Hamlin now across the stripe. Caution flag will fly, and we're about to have an 8-minute timed break. It's Hamlin the leader. Tyler Reddick second. Chase Elliott was third. Chris Buescher fourth. Brad Keselowski rounding out the top five. You've got Christopher Bell in sixth. Carson Hocevar in seventh. Joey Logano in eighth, with Bubba Wallace ninth, and Ryan Blaney in the 10th position.
We're going to step away, grab a quick break, let the teams go to work on the race cars. We're going to chat with a NASCAR Hall of Famer as we have coverage of the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray.
Cannot be any tighter. I cannot stress that enough. Do you stop on us or if we have to chase you? But that's where we are.
Like, you know, if I could fix anything, it would be, you know, work 70% of your adjustments on the 2/3, just barely. You know, out front, I think it's probably going to be okay, but still, I think it maybe needs a little bit. And then the exit, work on 30%, making it better. Late exit.
Yeah, copy. We got to keep working, right? So these other guys aren't going to stop. We need to stay focused forward on that.
This time. Coming to you this time. Coming in.
Relive the thrills of over 50. The Motor Racing Network's podcast offerings are a must for any NASCAR fan. MRN Classic Races feature over 50 years of NASCAR racing. Go behind the MRN microphones with 50 years the voice of NASCAR. Also check out Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career, The Tough Trucks of NASCAR, Junior's Journey, The Many Hats of Jack Roush, Richard Petty, Road to Royalty, and the 1993 season. Listen to these and more on the show's page on MRN.com or on your favorite podcast platform.
Copy that. I think it's a little low, you know what I mean? I can kind of jack it up, but I think I know where to put my car in regards to that. It'd be good. Okay, good deal.
A lot more wheel through the center of the corner, but you know, the complications, obviously the right rear fade as the run progresses. So being able to, I thought I did a reasonable job of trying to manage that, given the tire. But that's a complication from just going, yeah, free me up. But for the first 40 laps, it's just, yeah, I just need to be freer, similar to the heat race.
Same boat, you know, until the caution came out. And then after the caution came out, it was like those guys had 10 pounds less rear air than I did, you know. what it looks like visually.
Turns 3 and 4 with Jamie McMurray, Chris Myers, and enjoying as we expected. This is the halfway mid-race break, but a little tame. We don't expect things to really pick up till the last 20. Obviously, Chase Elliott, the pole sitter, dominating. Saw Denny Hamlin there at the end. Ryan Blaney has made up a lot of ground as well. What's got your attention?
Yeah, I mean, not completely surprised that it was a little bit tame at the beginning, knowing how crazy the last chance qualifier race was, and these guys all watched that, so knowing it, if you don't have that right away, it got a little bit strung out. But I'm going to tell you the most impressive thing for me, and Harvick hit on it a little bit there, was that Denny Hamlin was able to make some passes on the outside. We got that caution late. He got to line up on the outside of Chase Elliott. Clearly had the better car. If I'm one of these guys right now, though, Chris, pitting the spotters, I want my spotter to tell me that line that Denny ran. And Chase tried to defend it a little bit, entered just a little bit higher into the corners. Not really a whole car length, but just defending a little bit. You got to let them know that, though, so they can defend it.
Yeah, and there's a reason. I mean, 4 Clash wins for Denny Hamlin with 4 different crew chiefs, including winning last year when it was at the Coliseum. Still quarter mile here and 100 laps to go. Green flag laps. Let's just recap. As we said, tame, but take us through, Jamie, starting obviously with Chase on the pole.
Yeah, you see Chase was able to get a good start, and we really saw those top 4 guys line up and get out. Now, Noah Gragson, who we interviewed him earlier, you see him get into Kyle Busch. That actually came from another hit behind Noah Gragson. He struggled a little bit in this race. You see right here, Chase Elliott was getting ready to lap Todd Gilliland, William Byron. That wall is not straight. We highlighted that, caught William Byron off guard, got him spun around. Blaney, though, has been a good car. I've watched him. He's been able to pass. We know he started in the very back, has been able to make his way up a little bit, and then you see Denny Hamlin with the win there at the break.
So we saw Hamlin, Blaney, and you've also mentioned, hey, there's a good look on a clear, cool night here. Look above. Who else can make a move to challenge, whether it's Hamlin or Chase Elliott here in these last 100 green flag laps?
Yeah, I mean, I like Reddick. I know that Denny was able to get by him, maybe a small adjustment. It looked to me like Reddick was pretty conservative right there. So I'm looking for him to be good. And also, I mean, Chase Elliott was really good at the start of that. It seemed like the last 20, 25 laps, it faded a little bit for him. We're going to have more cautions, though. And I say that because having more cautions, you're not going to maybe have quite the tire fall off that you had in that first run with all the green flag laps.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning of the 23 drivers, only 7 of them have actually raced here before this weekend. Obviously, the heat races, etc. All right, let's check in with our team of pit reporters. And first, I think we'll check in with Jamie Little. Jamie?
Yes, Chris. Well, we've talked all night about how unique this place is, a quarter-mile track. Well, how about the setup outside the racetrack? Close confines here, but it makes it easy for all these crews to work. You see over to my left, all the haulers are there. And then you veer over here to the left. It's like the makeshift garages. All the pit boxes are lined up, all the crews working. And what you're looking at right now is pit road. They're actually making their adjustments, working on the race cars right now. Now, keep in mind, the pit crews are not here because they have plenty of time on these pit stops. They don't need those guys until we go to Daytona in 2 weeks. So what are they allowed to change on the car? For that, let's go to Regan Smith.
Well, Jamie, it was quite the scene. Obviously, these stops are going to be timed, a certain limited time that the crews can work on the race cars right now. Everybody's trying to make adjustments, trying to make the cars just a little bit better. Many of the adjustments they can make very similar to what they would make at a normal race weekend. Air pressure, maybe some shock adjustments, maybe a little bit of track bar, which can make the car looser, tighter, some wedge, which can do the exact same thing and adjust how the springs are in the race car. Larry McReynolds, though, I got a question for you. They are not going to be fueling these race cars tonight. If these guys are already tight, typically the fuel helps free the race car up, make it turn better through the corner. What are they going to do if they're already tight and they can't put fuel in these things?
Yeah, obviously when you don't put fuel in the car, the nose, you gain front percentage, and that makes the car tighter. So what they'll have to do, even if their car was driving good, Regan, they're going to have to make adjustments, go on those 4 sticker tires and not dumping fuel. But the biggest challenge for these teams right now, and I've heard it for the last 2 nights, is getting the car to rotate more through the center of the corner, but don't hurt the drive off. And that absolutely is like walking a tightrope. It's normal adjustments you would make on a normal pit stop, but I guarantee you they are thinking about just what Regan Smith said, Chris, not dumping fuel, but putting 4 fresh Goodyear tires on it.
All right, well, thank you, Larry. If you're wondering who that was, it's Larry's private security standing by right next to him. He's getting
showing us how cold it was.
Yes, just to make sure. All right, let's head back up to the broadcast booth.
All right, guys, I'm going to talk to Ryan Blaney. Hey, Ryan Blaney, it's Bohr and the boys up in the Fox booth. You got us?
Yes, I do. What's up?
Man, what's up? Holy cow, you're all the way up to 10th place already, all the way from the trunk. Tell me about your race car. By the way, your car doesn't have a
cool sold-out crowd here at Bowman Gray, and yeah, prepare for some fireworks.
All right, Ryan, we will do. Thanks for your time.
Hey, Clint, and all you drivers, too, 1 week after the Super Bowl, drivers will start your engines for the Great American Race on Fox. Daytona 500 will launch the 2025 NASCAR season in full gear. It's February 16th, only on Fox, 12:30. Pre-race for 2 hours before the start of the race. William Byron, the defending Daytona 500 champ. Clint Boyer asked us to show him every chance we get. And both of them are getting on my nerves, I got to tell you. Right, we'll continue in a moment.
When the temperature drops.
2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Don't miss a moment of the NASCAR season.
Chastain drove it and never lifted. Put it against the safer barrier and all the way around the turn. Passes Denny Hamlin.
Check out the Motor Racing Network's coverage of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and the NASCAR Cup Series on hundreds of local radio stations around the country. Find your local station by going to MRN.com to catch the excitement of NASCAR on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
From Bowman Gray Stadium, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
What you're hearing is Hardie Fiber Cement Siding living up to its reputation as the siding that helps resist weather damage, no matter what Mother Nature throws its way. James Hardie knows how important a reputation is, especially when you're a home builder. That's why Hardie products withstand the elements better than wood-based siding, with styles to match their strength. Because when home builders work with us, we deliver our best so they can look their best. Protect your reputation with exterior products by James Hardie.
Now Taxes is 100% free when you file in the TurboTax app if you didn't file with us last year.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, just do your own taxes in the app by 2/18.
What if I have lots of forms?
All good, all 100% free.
What if I had 3 jobs?
Still 100% free.
What if I once saw Bigfoot?
That has nothing to do with taxes, so still 100% free.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now this is taxes. See if you qualify in the TurboTax app. Excludes TurboTax Live, must start and file in app by 2/18.
Halfway break, just about buttoned up here at Bowman Gray Stadium. We're about to get back at it here with the second half of the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray. While we have a chance, let's revisit some of the keys to winning the race presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs. For protection on the road and on the water, see how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. Alex?
understand the madhouse, embrace the madhouse, and accept the madhouse. The first 100 laps, yeah, we had a lot of beating and banging, a lot of drivers moving each other around, but overall relatively tame compared to what we think we're going to see here in the final 100 laps, specifically the final 40 to 50 laps. I think that's when it's really going to have to come into play. These drivers understand the cars, they understand the racing, they understand who the best competitors are that they're going to have to deal with if they want to hoist the Bobby Allison Memorial Trophy when this one is all said and done. It's about to get even better than what we've seen already.
Those keys presented by Progressive Insurance. The field is pulling back out onto the racetrack. Caution car with the field in tow, halfway down the back straightaway as the field continues to work its way out of the garage area behind the field house. While we have the moment, let's give you a full field rundown, let you know where your favorite driver is running so far at this halfway break.
Denny Hamlin is the race leader. Tyler Reddick is second, and Chase Elliott is third. Chris Buescher will go fourth. Brad Keselowski fifth. Christopher Bell being scored sixth, with Carson Hocevar seventh. Joey Logano is eighth. Bubba Wallace ninth, and Ryan Blaney from last up to 10th.
Shane Van Gisbergen is 11th. Chase Briscoe is 12th. Austin Cindric is 13th. Kyle Larson is 14th. And Daniel Suarez is 15th. 16th is Ross Chastain. Josh Berry is 17th. Alex Bowman is 18th. Ryan Preece 19th. Todd Gilliland 20th. Noah Gragson 21st. William Byron is 22nd. He's one lap down. Kyle Busch 23rd. And final driver in the rundown, he is 2 laps in arrears.
And you can indeed get a free pass when caution flags come out. So all is not lost for Kyle Busch and William Byron as of yet. We expect the caution flag to fly at some point, maybe multiple times here in this final 100 laps.
It's only flown 3 times so far tonight. The first came out at lap 20 when Kyle Busch got turned around out of turn 4. The next came at lap 78 when William Byron had contact with the outside wall. And the third happening at lap 100. Right now, this caution flag that we're in, the halfway break, and now we will be cleared all the way to the checkered flag. No more breaks except for if a caution flag is needed for something happening on the racetrack.
Well, they're choosing what lane to restart in right now. Denny Hamlin will choose the inside lane. Tyler Reddick will opt to restart on the outside of the front row. That'll put Chase Elliott on the back bumper of race leader Denny Hamlin in the second row. Then it's Chris Buescher starting fourth. Brad Keselowski and Christopher Bell make up row 3. Carson Hocevar and Joey Logano in row 4. Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney in row 5.
Field's going to get the 1-to-go signal now as they come out of turn number 4. And again, as Alex mentioned, Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick will start on the outside of the front row. Of course, Denny Hamlin driving for Joe Gibbs Racing, flying the Sport Clip colors here tonight. Tyler Reddick, a Toyota teammate, but also Denny's employee. Tyler driving for 2311 Racing. If you're just joining us, Chase Elliott has led 96 of the laps. Denny has led 4. And right now, Alex, with Chase Elliott starting on the inside of row 2, I'm curious how aggressive he'll be to get that lead back.
I am too, as they're going to wave off the restart this time by. We'll go around at least one more time. The thing that I think is piquing my interest for this restart, Mike, is the fact that Denny and Tyler, given the fact that they're Toyota teammates and employer, those two drivers, how aggressive are they going to be? And if they ride side by side for a few laps, the cars behind them are going to get impatient, and somebody may put the bumper to them to start the advance up the leaderboard.
Josh Berry ran over the commitment box here on the front straightaway. He is going to have to go to the back of the pack in that legendary red Wood Brothers 21 painted automobile. He will now restart on the inside of the final row. Actually, he will restart in front of Kyle Busch, as we mentioned, who is 2 laps in arrears. So the pace car is off the racetrack. Field is doubled up as they come out of turn number 4, waiting for the green flag.
100 laps to decide who the winner is for the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray. Green flag goes in the air, and here we go again. Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick on the front row.
They are side by side at the exit of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. Reddick hanging with Denny Hamlin. Then it's Chase Elliott and Chris Buescher.
Chase Elliott right now snuggled up on the back bumper of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin's got bigger fish to fry. He's trying to rid himself of the Reddick car.
He is almost done so at the exit of turn number 2. Nearly gets him cleared. Now does. Reddick slams it down into the low groove. He gets bumped from behind by Elliott. Here comes Chase for second.
Tyler Reddick tried to slam the door in the face of Elliott, but Chase kicked the door wide open.
Off the trouble in turn 2. Kyle Larson is around. Chase Briscoe is around. Everybody else scatters to get by.
Caution on the speedway. It is the fourth one of the evening. Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson simultaneously spinning in turn number 2.
The Tough Trucks of NASCAR, an exclusive podcast from the Motor Racing Network.
Ron Hornaday, green flag is in the air, and he will take the field quickly to turn 1.
Relive.
Yeah, look, it was hard to tell right there. I couldn't tell if Larson was trying to fill the hole.
A little synchronized spinning there.
Well, I'll just simplify it then. Cindric got into him.
Yeah.
Well, let's watch from the 5.
Back hard here. Still there, tight corner, bumper, he's still there, he's there.
It's obviously hard to see from that angle. It looked like he was trying to move down to me, take the spot.
Yeah, and a lot of times from the driver's standpoint, you try to force the issue, hoping that the guy will give you some room. A lot of drivers you look at in those situations and you see their eyes get big. Kyle Larson's his eyes never even blinked, never changed.
All right, coming to the choose this time. I'm a little surprised. It's just been odd, even.
The Motor Racing Network brings you more than just race broadcast.
Or outside for advantage.
Well, I think that's because that outside groove has been pretty good, and you haven't seen a lot of time lost on the inside lane being so dominant. So I think that's why it's just been odd even just to keep the track position.
Well, it's certainly something that these fans don't see a lot of at Bowman Gray Stadium. Let's put it that way. I mean, the modifieds, it's 3, 4, 5 rows before somebody wants to take that outside sometimes. These cars, their ability to be able to hang tight on that outside, hang tough, it's impressive.
Ryan Blaney picked up 1 spot. He is up to 9th. And we'll restart inside in the 5th row.
And we know as this gets into that run, as good as that 12 car was, we know that if he can just pick 4 or 5 of these guys off at the end of the run, he is going to be a contender, but he's got to survive.
We got our first caution of the second half of the race. Let's see if these guys can get some green flag laps in as they exit turn 4. Hit the restart zone, and Denny Hamlin punches the button. We're back under the green flag at Bowman Gray. Hamlin takes the lead.
Once again, it's only by a nose as Reddick hangs with him on the outside. Chase Elliott trying to tuck it up under the rear spoiler of the Hamlin car to leave no room down low for Reddick.
Denny Hamlin trying to use Reddick up, trying to get sole possession of the lead, but it didn't work that time through.
Hamlin is halfway up now for the number 2 spot. Reddick looking for room downstairs, but Elliott's got the hole filled. Here comes Chase Elliott.
Elliott to the inside. They bounce off of each other gently at the start-finish line. Elliott and Reddick side by side for second.
Down the back straightaway, Elliott on the inside, Reddick on the outside. Chris Buescher right behind looking for some daylight. Elliott shoves Reddick high and free.
Side by side for second. You've got Elliott inside, Reddick outside. Chris Buescher waiting to see which lane is going to open up.
A little further back, the battle is on for 7th and 8th spot. That's where Christopher Bell is to the inside of Carson Hocevar.
Hocevar right there, racing hard here in the Cookout Clash. A big night for that young man, Inspire Motorsports.
Down the back straightaway they fly. Hamlin has opened up a 2-car length advantage. The battle for second still rages on. Elliott to the inside of Tyler Reddick.
Chris Buescher starting to get restless in position number 4.
He'd like to give Chase Elliott a little whoop-de-doo, maybe run him up the track and take 2 in 1, but so far he's been patient.
He has for the moment because nobody wants to ruffle too many feathers early here with still 92 laps to go in this race. Oh, I say that, but Hocevar pushes Christopher Bell up the track.
Carson Hocevar got clobbered from behind by Joey Logano. Logano hits Bell. Hocevar spins driver's side first into the tire barrier at the end of turn number 3. Joey Logano really walloped Christopher Bell, pushed him into Hocevar.
Temperature's beginning to flare just a bit. Carson Hocevar, the worst of that one. He sits facing the turn number 3 oncoming traffic. Driver's side up against the safer barrier there. He is yet to refire that race car as Chief Starter Greg Harris has the caution flag in his right hand.
Carson Osevar is just going to take the car onto the garage or perhaps maybe use the pit lane as a pass-through, but nonetheless, we're under the caution flag for the 5th time tonight.
Cookout and the Clash. Fast service and fast race.
Sliding way up the racetrack.
Yeah, and Logano knew right there. He just backed off. Well, he got into the back of the 20.
Yep.
He was moving back down in there, and
you'll see Hocevar go down because he knows he's got to defend himself because he's going to get hit. But
all right, here's Christopher Bell's radio.
22 just shoved you there. Wasn't nothing you could do. All right, take care of it.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to do that.
No, it didn't look like it.
No, and that's really when the spotter of the 77 needs to come on and tell him what actually happened. But the 22 was in the back of the 20, and that was a pretty aggressive move. And obviously that wasn't Christopher Bell's fault.
92 laps to go.
Hamlin continues to lead with Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Chris Buescher, and Brad Keselowski, the top 5. We have 108 of 200 laps complete. From Bowman Gray Stadium, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
The Motor Racing Network's podcast offerings are a must for any NASCAR fan. MRN Classic Races feature over 50 years of NASCAR racing. Go behind the MRN microphones with 50 years the voice of NASCAR. Also check out Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career, The Tough Trucks of NASCAR, Junior's Journey, The Many Hats of Jack Roush, Richard Petty, Road to Royalty, and the 1993 season. Listen to these and more on the show's page on MRN.com or on your favorite podcast platform.
Town weekend out there, we've got your local stations keep you informed and involved with music, talk shows, and real-time news updates you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters, connecting you to what matters most. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress to support your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to STOP.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Back at Bowman Gray Stadium, we are under the caution flag, the 5th one of the evening. Denny Hamlin continues to lead, and right now the track is getting buttoned up, and perhaps maybe we'll go back under green flag conditions here in about a lap or 2.
Well, when they come back around, I expect they'll have the 2 lap to go sign. That's when they give them the opportunity to choose what lane to restart in. Now Chase Elliott is the 2nd place car. I think Chase Elliott's got the biggest decision to make here. Hamlin would probably take the inside lane. I don't know why he wouldn't. That's the preferred line. What would Chase Elliott do? Does he go behind Hamlin or does he go to the front row? It looks like we're going to go at least another lap before they get the opportunity to choose.
Well, I'll give Chase this. In a night where we have seen a lot of aggressive racing, we actually have seen some gentlemanly racing out of Chase Elliott. He'll go up and give a tap to the bumper, but he just won't go up and just pile drive somebody yet.
It's early. It's
exactly.
Early. We've got 92 laps to go. The idea is to be there at the checkered flag and win this thing. I think the big thing, and one of the stories I've been keeping a close eye on as it's unfolding in front of us, is Kyle Busch. He was 2 laps down. After these 2 quick caution flags here in the start of the second half of the race, Kyle Busch is now back on the lead lap. I checked that. He's still 1 lap down. William Byron had to get the first free pass. Byron was the first car a lap down. Kyle Busch has been riding at the back and has just been saving those tires, not wearing them out like everybody else is racing hard in front of him. I think he realizes the caution flag is going to fly even more tonight. He'll get that lap back, get back on the lead lap, and try to have the freshest tires before he can make a charge to try to win this thing.
So for you Kyle Busch fans listening out there, don't hit the panic button just yet, because I do believe there is a method to his madness, and I agree with you. Why chew up those tires? Let everybody else chew theirs up and have a little extra left on those 4 good years on that number 8 car out there.
The key right now for Kyle Busch is just simply don't get lapped again. So he's got to be careful. He's not running laps when we were under green a moment ago, anywhere near the speed that the leaders were, but he was just maintaining, knowing that there was going to be more caution flags.
So they are choosing right now, and even though Chase Elliott is second, he will opt to restart behind Denny Hamlin on the inside lane. Tyler Reddick will jump up and restart alongside Denny on the outside of the front row. So you've got Hamlin and Reddick on row 1. You've got Elliott to the inside of Buescher on row 2. Keselowski to the inside of Bell, row 3. Logano to the inside of Bubba Wallace in row 4.
That was the decision. I was waiting to see what Chase Elliott was going to do. The outside's not the best place in the world, so you might as well go ahead and pin yourself down to the bottom. Yeah, you're going to give up the entire front row, so technically Chase Elliott being scored third right now, but I think it's a heady move.
Well, we see this also at Martinsville. How many times does the green flag come out? And if you're in the outside line, it's like you are getting freight trained at like Talladega with no drafting help. You have to get to the bottom here as soon as possible, because that's where you can root and gouge and push and shove and do all the maneuvering that you need to do to take a spot away.
Quite the cerebral move by Chase Elliott there. As the field exits turn 4, green flag goes back in the air. On the gas they go. Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick on the front row.
Side by side in row number 2, off to the back straightaway. Reddick actually puts a fender ahead on the outside lane. Trying to squeeze Hamlin down. Denny squeezes Reddick up instead.
Leaning on each other for the lead at lap 108 at Bowman Gray.
Tyler Reddick letting it all hang out in that outside lane, making a run now at Denny Hamlin for that lead spot into 3.
And here's Reddick still outside of Hamlin. Hamlin tries to diamond the quarter just a bit. He's going to make that pay off. Denny Hamlin gets away with the top spot.
Hamlin's got the lead. Reddick in line second. Elliott rides in third. Fourth to Chris Buescher. Fifth belongs to Brad Keselowski. Then the first 2x2 battle. Joey Logano down low on Christopher Bell.
Haven't heard a lot out of Joey Logano tonight. He has just muscled his way to the bottom of the racetrack. He is right now running in position number 6. He has just cleared Christopher Bell, Alex, who, to our earlier point, cannot get back to the bottom of the racetrack.
No, because Ryan Blaney's highlighter yellow Menards Ford is right there occupying that real estate.
Ryan Blaney, lest we forget, started dead last, 23rd on the field. He's just taken over 7th place from Bubba Wallace.
Bell finally gets to the bottom of the racetrack, right in front of Shane Van Gisbergen, who lays a fender to the inside of Bubba Wallace as they bump and grind.
Bubba hung out to dry in the outside lane. SVG gets a little bump from behind from his teammate, Ross Chastain.
Yeah, he could throw the teammate deal out the window right now. Chastain's ready to go, but he thinks Van Gisbergen is holding him up.
Van Gisbergen holds him off for the moment off turn number 2 and slides back down in the line. The battle for the third spot beginning to heat up.
Chase Elliott, Chris Buescher in that third spot. This going on behind the front 2 of Hamlin and Reddick.
Chris Buescher in turn is
trouble. Turn number 2. Kyle Larson, William Byron around. It's a Hendrick Motorsports twofer in turn 2. Larson and Byron simultaneously spinning to bring out the caution flag for the 6th time tonight.
As these cars slow down, the pace car will get back out there and pick up the race leader, Denny Hamlin. Cookout and the Clash. Fast service and fast cars. Awesome food at max speed. Cookout is where the hamburgers are char grilled. Always fresh, never frozen. Goes great with an ice cold fountain drink or a shake. So fans, don't forget to race through the Cookout drive-thru for a Cookout tray and ice cold Coca-Cola. They're open late.
So that started when Carson Hocevar got into the back bumper of Kyle Larson, who was starting a run to the inside of William Byron. Larson broke loose, took Willie B along for the ride, but Carson Hocevar applying pressure to the back bumper of the HendrickCars.com Chevy of Larson, and the net result is half of the Hendrick fleet going around in turn 2.
With this caution, Kyle Busch is back on the lead lap now. So Kyle Busch has made up 2 laps, and that strategy beginning to play through now for Kyle Busch. Let's see if it works by the time the checkered flag flies.
Kyle Larson posted 23rd of the 23 cars cars that are on the racetrack. All the cars are on the track, and everybody now is finally back on the lead lap with 85 laps remaining.
Still some cars that look fairly clean, Dave Moody, out there tonight through the 115 laps we've run so far tonight.
And shockingly, Alex, one of them is the Ford of Ryan Blaney, who, as I mentioned a minute ago, has come from dead last on the field at the start, 23rd position, up to the number 7 spot. He's done it really without laying much of a glove on anybody, and he's going to restart on the inside of row number 4, looking to pick up even more ground.
Give you folks a programming update. Don't forget, Friday night, Motor Racing Network will be live from the NASCAR Hall of Fame induction ceremony in Uptown Charlotte. Ricky Rudd, Carl Edwards, Ralph Moody being inducted into this class of the Hall of Fame. Dr. Dean Sicking, the creator of the Safer Barrier, will get the Landmark Award. Mike Harris of the Associated Press will be celebrated by receiving the Squire Hall Award. We'll have live coverage for you at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And then, hard to believe, 2 weeks from tonight, we will have already completed the Daytona 500. Speed Weeks 2025 will kick off 1 week from Wednesday. We'll have coverage of practice. We'll have coverage of qualifying. We'll also have the trucks and Xfinity and ARCA and obviously the Great American Race. Lots of programming still to come as we throw the green flag on the 2025 NASCAR racing season.
With 85 laps to go here in the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray, green flag goes back in the air. Through the gearbox they go one more time off the corner.
Once again, it's Hamlin and Reddick nose to nose for the lead, off 2 and down the back straightaway. Chase Elliott and Chris Buescher side by side, 3rd and 4th.
Again, Hamlin's going to take Reddick up the racetrack. Redding going to hang with him stride for stride with Elliott and Buescher right behind them.
Chase Elliott gives Denny Hamlin a little giddy up midway through turn number 2. Hamlin will use that to surge into the lead.
Denny Hamlin will clear Tyler Reddick. Reddick has more problems at his left elbow in the form of Chase Elliott.
Here comes Elliott now storming to the inside in turn number 2. He'll go side by side with Reddick for position 2 and 3. Chris Buescher down at the bottom. He'll fill the hole under Reddick.
Elliott's going to have to take Reddick up the racetrack to get around him. He's got to clear him because the more he labors with Tyler Reddick, Dave, the more Denny Hamlin gets away.
Tyler Reddick wanted to slide down in front of Chris Buescher, but Buescher shoehorns his way to the bottom. He'll go for 3rd place.
Buescher will not allow that. Behind them, Ryan Blaney moves Brad Keselowski out of the way.
Ryan Blaney trying to crack his way into the top 5. Goes wheel to wheel with Keselowski. Behind them, Bubba Wallace and Joey Logano.
So it's Hamlin, Elliott, Buescher, Reddick, the top 4. Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski's around. Bubba Wallace gets into the back of Brad, turns him around. Chain reaction, Carson Hocevar spins, and Alex Bowman goes around as well.
Puts us under the caution flag for the 7th time here tonight. Bowman's going to refire his car and pull away. Brad Keselowski has done that as well, but Bubba Wallace was trying to get to the inside of Brad Keselowski. Keselowski now takes it straight across the heart of the football field and enters the racetrack over on the back straightaway.
So Brad Keselowski basically just cutting across the grass, just trying to right the car, and, well, that's not been the first time we've seen a car in the grass here at Bowman Gray.
No, not at all. Brad Keselowski there ran that one a good 22 yards before he went out of bounds and back on the racetrack. So Keselowski is going to stay on the lead lap because caution flag laps do not count here in the Cookout Clash.
Now, what's going to be different about this restart? We have a new dynamic. Again, Chase Elliott is posted in 2nd behind Denny Hamlin, but Tyler Reddick has been pulled back to the 4th position. Does Chase jump up and restart in the outside line? I mean, he's been content running the restarts on the inside, but they've not really worked to his liking. So what will Chase Elliott do on this restart?
That's the big question now. The 3rd place driver that gets to choose will be Chris Buescher. Chase Briscoe is not on the racetrack right now. He's back there by Chris Wilner.
It's a flat left front tire for Chase Briscoe, but now they just told him to shut it off. They pulled the hood up, looking at the suspension there on the front end. They've got the tire off on the left front, but Chase Briscoe just pulled the window net down. We'll try to get a word with him here in just a little bit, but day may be over for Chase Briscoe.
Well, that wouldn't be the only car with some suspension issues. I'm sure somebody on this racetrack, well, most every car has some sort of an issue one way or another. We've been seeing the fenders getting to work out, the tires, the suspensions, everything's been been getting a workout here tonight.
I'm pretty sure and quite confident, not maybe 1, 2, 3 drivers out there right now, the steering wheel is not in the position it was when the green flag flew to start this race 120 laps ago.
Just looking at Kyle Larson's car, it's got tape, it's got bent fenders, the wheel wells are all jacked up. That number 5 HendrickCars.com car has been through the ringer tonight, but Kyle is still on the racetrack, but the bad news is he's buried all the way back to the 20th position.
Drivers will choose what lane to restart. Denny Hamlin goes to the inside. Second place, Chase Elliott. He will follow Hamlin on the bottom of the racetrack. Third driver to get to choose is Chris Buescher. He'll say, well, thank you very much, and go to the outside of the front row, and he'll be the one to try to duel with Denny Hamlin when the green flag flies in another lap and a half.
Watching a lot of drivers take advantage of open spots in the outside lane because a lot of drivers are choosing the inside. So it's Hamlin, Buescher on row 1. Then you've got Elliott and Reddick, row 2. You've got Blaney and Bubba, row 3. Back to the garage and Chris.
And just following up on Chase Briscoe, he fired the car up, pulled it back around to his hauler, but it's a steering arm issue on that Toyota for JGR. So Chase Briscoe out of the race, the steering arm, a bolt broke on the steering arm. He was unable to turn the race car.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to compete on a racetrack if you can't steer the race car. So he'll be our first retiree.
Get bumped. Here comes Elliott to the inside for the lead.
Elliott gets the whole shot out of turn number 4. Elliott's there in contact with Hamlin for the lead in 2.
Side by side down the back straightaway. Chase Elliott on the inside. Denny Hamlin on the outside. Denny drives it deep into 3 and 4.
It's like the Reverend said, please rise, because the entire grandstands did that. Now Chase Elliott gets into the back of Denny Hamlin. The fans are going wild.
Hamlin had him cleared, tried to slide down in 1, but he didn't have him completely cleared. Elliott back to the bottom as they race to the lead.
Fans are still losing their minds here at Bowman Gray. Chase Elliott hard to the inside of Hamlin.
Side by side down the back straightaway, and don't look now, Ryan Blaney from dead last is up to 3rd as he bypasses Chris Buescher.
Side by side for the race lead. Bubba Wallace further back roughs up Chris Buescher for the number 4 spot.
Wallace down to the inside on Buescher. Buescher trying to hold him off up high, but Bubba's got a nose in on the bottom as Hamlin continues to fight in the outside lane.
Elliott took him up the racetrack in turn number 4. Can he clear him in 2? No, Hamlin's there, but Blaney's on the scene.
Ryan Blaney now's got an idea about second. Denny Hamlin instead slams the door in his face. He'll take it to the bottom lane.
Ryan Blaney's finished 3rd in the Cookout Clash the last 3 years. He's 3rd right now, and he's not at all happy with that.
Side-by-side battle behind them for the number 4 position. Bubba Wallace has a wheel to the inside on Chris Buescher. Right behind them comes Reddick and Joey Logano.
Lap 128 goes on the board. It's Chase Elliott, your leader. Denny Hamlin in 2nd. Ryan Blaney is 3rd. They're side-by-side for 4th.
Ferocious battle for that number 4 position. That's where Bubba Wallace has a fender inside of Chris Buescher. Buescher, though, strong in the outside lane.
Buescher gives Wallace plenty of racing room downstairs. Doesn't matter. Bubba's going to door slam him off turn 2.
Bubba Wallace trying to take over sole possession of 4th place, but Buescher's not done yet. Back at him in the high groove.
Here comes Chris Buescher, trying to keep a quarter panel up alongside Bubba Wallace. He'll do it in 1. Now Reddick is there, and Logano is stacked up behind them.
Chris Buescher's got to go or get it back in line. He's able to slide in across the nose of Tyler Reddick. Reddick gets turned sideways by Logano, but hangs on.
And here comes Ross Chastain, I should say, on the back bumper of Joey Logano.
Ross Chastain, Shane Van Gisbergen running nose to tail in the 8th and 9th position behind Logano.
All right, so everybody is calmed down here for just a moment. We've singled out with Chase Elliott up front. Denny Hamlin is second. Ryan Blaney is third. You got Bubba Wallace fourth. Chris Buescher in fifth. Tyler Reddick, Alex, has fallen back to the sixth spot, and he is getting the business from Logano.
I have to wonder if Tyler Reddick used up the tires in those first few restarts when we went back racing from the halfway break. Remember, he kept choosing the outside lane, which is not really the place to be, and was racing hard with Denny Hamlin each restart. Now those tires seem like they've given up, and that car is just backsliding as Joey Logano continues to knock on the back door.
Boy, he really is knocking on it. More like kicking it in. He gets into the back of Reddick again. Moves him up the track in four. Here comes Joey.
Joey's just trying to stick a quarter panel to the inside. He did it out of four. He's there, wheel to wheel for that spot, the sixth spot off two.
Battle for sixth position. Reddick is not going to go quietly, but he's given up the bottom of the racetrack, and now Logano will bypass him.
He will, but he's yet to completely clear him. Now he does so. Reddick quickly snatches the car back to driver's left.
Tyler tried to move Joey up the track in turn one, but Joey just too strong. Immediately pulled away by half a car length.
Further back in the pack, the first side-by-side battle is between Kyle Busch and Noah Gragson. They've been going at it. That's the race for the 16th position, with Kyle Larson joining that battle.
Busch back on the lead lap now, beginning to reap the benefits of all that tire conservation he did. He's made his way past Larson and now Noah Gragson.
Further up for the lead, they begin to play bumper cars. It looked like Blaney got into the back of Denny Hamlin, Mike. That forced Hamlin into the back bumper of Chase Elliott, but they all got away.
Elliott's just trying to leave everybody. He's out in front by a half a car length. Meanwhile, Blaney is going to work on the bumper of Hamlin.
And a little further back, the fade by Tyler Reddick continues. Ross Chastain has opened up the bottom of the racetrack. He'll move under Reddick, and he's got Shane Van Gisbergen in tow.
Those drivers trying to get to the inside of Reddick. Chastain successful in that endeavor. Van Gisbergen tries to get a nose alongside as well.
Down the back straightaway, Reddick gives up the spot to Chastain, slides back downstairs in front of Van Gisbergen.
And Van Gisbergen just gave him a good pop in the shorts coming off the corner there. Reddick was able to hang on to the race car, but SVG is getting in from Austin Cindric behind him.
There's no question that Tyler Reddick now is playing full-on defense, just trying to defend his position from SVG.
Yeah, poor old Tyler Reddick. He has been the recipient of all these drivers basically wrapping up the towel and giving him a good towel whip in the behind, because he has been pushed around so many times. That back bumper again beginning to get used up. Shane Van Gisbergen is the next driver in line.
A little closer to the front now. Ryan Blaney is beginning to heat things up for Denny Hamlin. Denny goes into turn four on the low side, but Blaney is all over him.
Ryan Blaney's just looking for room to race. He'll diamond the corner, go high into one, look low out of two, but Hamlin blocks that advance.
Denny Hamlin hugging the bottom of the racetrack, trying to save that low line. Blaney looking even lower off turn four.
Ryan Blaney's got a great race car. The problem is Denny Hamlin's not too bad, nor is the race leader Chase Elliott.
Blaney is doing to Hamlin exactly what Hamlin did to Elliott earlier in the day. He's entering the corner a little high, rotating and coming off low, trying to make the move.
Blaney's there. He had the run out the corner. Now he's going to do another little pop to the back bumper there, and he's there on the back straightaway.
He shoves Hamlin up a groove. Denny tries to put the squeeze on him. Can't do it. Here comes Blaney for second place.
Splashed by the start-finish line side by side. The Bowman Gray sellout crowd still on their feet.
From 23rd to second now for Ryan Blaney. And he is less than a car length off the back bumper. He's closing on Chase Elliott.
Denny Hamlin's starting to drop anchor. Bubba Wallace waiting in the wings, trying to take third away from him.
It's a great battle in the top five. As a matter of fact, a couple of them. Battle for the lead heating up. Blaney catching Chase Elliott. Bubba Wallace all over Denny Hamlin.
Chris Buescher right there waiting to see what happens between Hamlin and Wallace. Meanwhile, Blaney right up underneath the spoiler of Chase Elliott.
Took a look to the inside off turn number 2, but he couldn't get the job done. Elliott pushes a little wide. Blaney is there in turn 4.
Blaney just waiting to pounce. He is on the back bumper. He is waiting for Elliott to make a slip, or perhaps maybe Alex Ryan will go up and just give him a little nudge and just move him out of the groove. He's there again on the back bumper of the start-finish line.
Time to get going. 49 laps to go in the Cookout Clash. The field heads for the backstretch.
And there is no doubt at all that Ryan Blaney has got the quickest car of the two, but so far Chase Elliott has been perfect. He has not made any kind of a mistake to allow Blaney to get to the inside.
As Chase crosses the start-finish line, he has just led his 123rd lap here tonight. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. Seven laps to go in the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray Stadium for the NASCAR Cup Series. Motor Racing Network here with you on a Sunday night. So glad you're spending your Sunday evening with us. I'm Mike Backley alongside Alex Hayden. We've got Dave Moody in the corners. Pit and garage coverage tonight from Steve Post and Chris Wilner. If you're just joining us, we've been slowed 7 times here in the main event. Right now, the lead is in the hands of Chase Elliott. Denny Hamlin took it from him for 28 laps. Chase has led 126. Tyler Reddick has led 1 lap. Only 3 leaders in this affair tonight. And right now, with 44 laps to go, Chase Elliott is the man in command. But Alex, his life is about to get complicated because he has caught the tail end of this field.
Yeah, that's a new ingredient here in our recipe for success tonight. You gotta wonder if Chase Elliott is thinking, do I go inside, do I go outside? He knows he has to go, Dave, because Ryan Blaney is still right there.
They have closed in now on the back bumper of the Daniel Suarez car. Suarez's right rear tires beginning to give up the ghost. Here comes Elliott. He'll give him a bump and jump to the bottom.
He'll pull to the bottom of Daniel Suarez off the end of the back straightaway. He'll put Daniel Suarez 1 lap down. While we have the moment, let's tell you where your favorite driver's running. Chase Elliott is the leader. Ryan Blaney is second, with Denny Hamlin in third. Fourth is Bubba Wallace. Joey Logano is running fifth. Sixth is Chris Buescher. Seventh is Ross Chastain. Eighth is Shane Van Gisbergen. Ninth is Austin Cindric. And 11th is Ryan Preece.
Running in the 12th position is Christopher Bell. 13th is Josh Berry. 14th is Todd Gilliland. 15th is Kyle Busch. 16th, Kyle Larson. 17th is William Byron. Carson Hocevar is 18th. Alex Bowman 19th. 20th is Noah Gragson. Brad Keselowski 21st. Daniel Suarez just went a lap down. He's the 22nd place car. 1 car out of the race finishing tonight. 23rd will be Chase Briscoe.
Chase Elliott has put a lap on Daniel Suarez. Dave, he's about to put a lap on Brad Keselowski.
He'll try and get that job done as they exit turn 2 to the back straightaway. And I'm impressed with Elliott. After really feeling the heat for a few laps, he's able to put a little distance between himself and Ryan Blaney.
Blaney is right there, but he is not letting Elliott go. Looks like Blaney's going to let Chase Elliott be the lead blocker, while Ryan Blaney's going to play the role of running back here as they exit turn number 4.
Elliott gives a little nudge to Brad Keselowski, moves him up the banking in 4, but Brad's not going to give it up without a fight. Here comes Elliott to the bottom.
Elliott to the bottom. It opens up the inside line as Keselowski slides wide. Ryan Blaney, me and my shadow. That's Elliott and Blaney. They are stride for stride. More lap traffic directly ahead.
Ryan Blaney now turning up the heat again on Chase Elliott. They close in on the Noah Gragson machine. Alex Bowman dead ahead.
34 laps to go in the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray. Chase Elliott the leader. Noah Gragson right in front of him. Locks up the brakes headed to turn 1.
Looking to the inside is Elliott as they make their way off turn 2 to the back stretch. He's got Blaney right there in his hip pocket. Blaney looking low out of 4.
Chase Elliott not able to make progress on putting a lap on Noah Gragson. Alex Bowman in front of them. Now Elliott roots his way to the inside of the Gragson car.
He'll slash his way down to the inside on Noah Gragson. Opens the door, allows Blaney to follow him through. Next on the hit parade will be Alex Bowman.
Ryan Blaney's navigating traffic from the second spot rather well by staying right on the back bumper of the race leader, Chase Elliott.
Elliott has made no mistakes. Alex Bowman will pull high, allow his Hendrick Motorsports teammate to pass without any challenge.
Elliott and Blaney are checked out. They have a 2-second lead over Denny Hamlin, who rides in third. You got Bubba Wallace, Joey Logano rounding out the top 5. And right now, Alex, the class of the field, Elliott and Blaney as they continue to close in on more lap traffic.
The only thing that they don't want right now is a caution flag. Problem is, Bowman Gray Stadium is littered with race cars, and there's some rather hacked off drivers out there. Tempers beginning to flare a little more, especially deeper in the field. There's a lot of drivers that have absolutely been door slamming each other lap after lap as we're down to 29 to go.
Got a battle brewing on the racetrack right now, and that's the race for fourth between Bubba Wallace and Joey Logano. Joey's been trying to find his way through the last handful of laps. Bubba just fast enough to keep him in the rearview mirror, Dave, but that's not stopping Logano from trying to find a way through.
Joey Logano taking a wider line on entry into turns 1 and 3, then trying to rotate that car early, come off on the bottom. It's working, but not well enough to get him to the inside on Bubba Wallace.
Now Wallace is hanging tight right now. Joey Logano is on that back bumper. Further back, Chris Buescher's getting all he can handle from Ross Chastain.
Chastain bypassing the now lap car of his teammate Daniel Suarez. He's got Tyler Reddick, another car length back.
Leaders off the corner now as they race back to the start-finish line. Watching Chase Elliott, watching Ryan Blaney. Private battle amongst themselves as we have 25 laps to go at Bowman Gray.
Next lap traffic will be the William Byron machine, about 4, maybe 5 car lengths ahead of Chase Elliott.
And that is a teammate to Chase Elliott, so you got to think William Byron understands the scenario, but Ryan Blaney's not going to let Elliott get away so he can stay right with him.
Blaney's done a pretty good job of keeping Chase Elliott within hailing distance. He hasn't been able to put the pressure on the back bumper the way he had a few laps ago, but he's keeping him within distance for sure.
Wonder if Ryan Blaney's just cooling his jets for right now, maybe saving something for later in this race. I say later in this race. We've got 23 laps to go. This race will be over in less than 10 minutes or so if we stay under the green flag. Again, the Bubba Wallace-Joey Logano battle flares up. Again, this is the ongoing race for fourth.
Logano working hard on Bubba's back bumper. They make their way past the slower machine of Brad Keselowski. Logano again wide on entry, gets into the back of Bubba, looks low, but he can't find room.
Nice job by Bubba Wallace keeping his car straight in line because Logano continues to shove him.
Joey Logano's thrown everything at him but the kitchen sink, but so far Bubba Wallace refuses to make a mistake. He's holding Logano off, at least for now.
Meanwhile, right in front of the race leader, Carson Hocevar just moved Kyle Larson. Larson is directly ahead of the race leader. Larson just trying to give Hocevar the business back with Elliott breathing down his back bumper.
Carson Hocevar's got the quicker car. He gets away from Larson. Kyle now will pull to the bottom. He allows Elliott to go around the outside, but he does not allow the same for Blaney. Now he will on the front straightaway.
He simply moved to the inside of the front stretch and let Blaney go. Further back, Logano finally able to get by Bubba Wallace. So Logano has picked up the number 4 spot, albeit a long way behind the race leaders, Mike, as we're getting down to it now. 17 laps to go.
17 laps remain. Carson Hocevar, Dave, is in the crosshairs of the race leader.
He is indeed down the back straightaway. Hocevar holds the bottom of the racetrack. Elliott looking a little lower. He's got a car length in hand over Blaney.
Blaney there, again, trying to run down Elliott. It looks like, Dave, Blaney's been able to give up a couple of car lengths here, unlike what he was doing earlier in this run.
Yeah, he has, but now he's got a car between himself and the leader. Hocevar is going to give way on the outside and allow Blaney to have free passes.
Elliott's been able to pull away by a couple of car lengths as Blaney got tangled up with the lap traffic. I want to talk for a moment, Alex, about Chase Elliott. I believe that based on the way things have happened the last couple of years, if you're a Chase Elliott fan, you've been waiting for a night like this with your guy up front, leading the field to green and leading lots of laps, but spending time at the front of this field.
There's a lot of drivers that we talk to all the time, Mike, that downplay momentum. But when you start the year off with a win, whoever it is tonight, you can't help but to feel good about what you're doing with your race team as you get ready to go points racing and start your championship pursuit for the year 2025. No matter who wins the race, momentum is a thing. They can downplay it all they want, but I think anybody that gets to the checkered flag first tonight is going to stand up and say, yeah, this is exactly the way we wanted to start the year.
Well, in my opinion, Chase Elliott goes to the top of the leaderboard as far as drivers to consider when we get to Martinsville later in the year, because that car is stout. It's been stout all week long. When they come to the line, it's going to be 10 laps to go. 10 laps away from victory is Chase Elliott, as right now on the racetrack behind him, Ryan Blaney swings wide. Blaney almost lost the car going into turn number 1.
Well, he got a little bit of a boot from behind from Kyle Busch. Blaney bypassed Kyle Busch pretty cleanly, I thought. Kyle apparently, though, took some offense to it and
Chase Elliott, though, as he's got a huge gaggle of race cars right in front of him. Todd Gilliland gets moved out of the way, courtesy of the front bumper of Chase Elliott back to the corner.
Yeah, Elliott now doing whatever it takes to try and hang on to this lead and hold off the final charge of Ryan Blaney. Next in line now will be Josh Berry and Christopher Bell.
Leaders off the corner, going to be 7 laps to go. It's Elliott, Blaney, Hamlin, Logano, and Wallace, the top 5.
Ryan Blaney bypasses Gilliland, just desperate now to try and close back in on the bumper of the lead car.
Off the corner, 6 laps to go, this time by. Chase Elliott has 3 car lengths before he catches the Josh Berry car. Christopher Bell there and Daniel Suarez.
Blaney is still 2, maybe 3 car lengths back, doing everything he can to try and reel in Elliott, but Elliott's got the speed off turn 4.
Elliott to the line. It'll be 5 laps to go. Josh Berry, Christopher Bell, Daniel Suarez directly ahead.
Elliott for the moment has got the daylight between himself and Blaney, but he's got a tough cut. He gets into the back now of the Josh Berry machine, moves underneath him on the front stretch.
Josh Berry knows it's not his night. He pulls way wide, and he'll let the Ryan Blaney car squeeze by as well.
Blaney's still 2 car lengths back, trying to close in on Elliott, who begins to work the back bumper on Christopher Bell.
3 laps to go. Elliott dives to the inside of Bell and 1.
He'll take that spot away from Bell. Still holds on by a car length and a half, maybe 2. They'll close in on the Daniel Suarez machine next.
2 laps to go in the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray. Chase Elliott has 3 car lengths on second place. Ryan Blaney.
Blaney now is down to a desperation move as Chase Elliott bypasses Suarez. He's got open racetrack in 4.
Chase Elliott swings her wide out of turn number 4. White flag is in the air. 1 lap left for Chase Elliott here to win it at Bowman Gray.
Final time down the back straightaway, looking to close out a dominant evening here at the Madhouse. It's Chase Elliott off 4.
Chase Elliott comes off the corner. Checkered flag is in the air, and Chase Elliott wins the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray Stadium. This is the 5th track that Chase Elliott has won as they've come to for the very first time. Chase Elliott adds Bowman Gray Stadium to his resume. Chase Elliott takes the win. Ryan Blaney 2nd. Denny Hamlin is 3rd. Joey Logano 4th, and Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 5.
Chase Elliott, 200 laps in the books. Chase Elliott going to victory lane tonight with Ryan Blaney giving it all he had as far as trying to get up there and do the win. And Chase Elliott will be celebrating tonight with his Hendrick Motorsports team. From fueling your favorite NASCAR teams to filling up at the pump, Sunoco is trusted to help vehicles perform at their peak. Sunoco Performance is what we do.
Denny Hamlin 3rd, Joey Logano 4th, Bubba Wallace 5th. Ross Chastain, Austin Cindric, Reddick, rookie candidate Shane Van Gisbergen, and Chris Buescher.
What a fun weekend. That was great.
First Clash win for Chase Elliott in his 9th try. He becomes the 26th driver to win it. Finished 2nd on the Daytona Road Course in 2021. And it's the most laps led in a single Clash in history. As we mentioned, his father Bill won it in 1987. It's the 8th Clash win for Hendrick Motorsports with 5 different drivers.
Great job, but again, goes back to Blaney. Being able to come all the way through the field like that was so impressive on a tight racing track like this. Everybody, the job that they did on this, coming to Bowman Gray, the idea of it, I love it.
And the real winner are these fans, 17,000 strong. They packed in here, 40% local ticket buyers. They came from 44 states to see NASCAR's best put on a preseason show. I think they got their money's worth and then some.
Kevin, I think he's using the wall to keep him going around there. How about that? Yes! That's a burnout.
Well, this was a great event from top to bottom, like you guys said, but, I think that these fans here also have taught a lot of fans around the country how you watch and cheer for a race, because these people know how to do it. Thank them all for showing up.
Chase Elliott parks it on the 40-yard line of the Winston-Salem State football field. He led 171 laps and had the fastest lap of the race.
Good looking helmet.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Yep. Good shot, driver.
Crew Chief Alan Gustafson going to add his well wishes to our winner.
That's pretty sweet. That was good. Good job, Tony.
Well, Chase Elliott, he was all smiles before you got in this race car. I think you were feeling the vibe here, but that race for you, you start on pole. Denny Hamlin didn't make it easy for you. Ryan Blaney didn't make it easy for you. How did you navigate that so well, especially with all that lap traffic?
Yeah, first off, just thanks everybody for coming out. Y'all made for a really fun environment for us, and you know, we don't race in stadiums like this, you know, so just really cool, and I appreciate y'all making that moment special for me and my team. This is awesome. You know, I know it's not a points race, but it is nice to win for sure. And just really proud of our team for, you know, just continuing to keep our heads down and push forward for sure. Had a tough race. Ryan kept me honest there at the end. You know, Denny was really good there at the second half of that break. And I just felt like he was kind of riding, and I was afraid to lose control of the race and not be able to get it back. So, yeah, fortunately it worked out. You know, a great way to start the season. Huge thanks to everybody at Hendrick Motorsports. A lot of hard work over the off season. Napa Auto Parts, Chevrolet. We have some great partners, and excited to get to Daytona. It's a great way to start the season.
You mentioned the fans. They're so passionate. I know they were yelling for you guys the whole race. What do you have to say to them? Bowman Gray and the Madhouse finally getting to witness you guys race here.
Well, y'all deserved it. I hope it was a good show for you. Just, you know, this environment is special, and this is a place that has, you know, had deep history in NASCAR, and I think they deserve this event, you know, truthfully. And I hope we didn't disappoint. It was fun for me, at least, and we'll hopefully come back here one day.
That's Chase Elliott. He wins the Clash at Bowman Gray.
Chase Elliott the winner, Ryan Blaney the runner-up, Denny Hamlin third, Tyler Reddick also led laps. Big night for Hendrick Motorsports. We'll be back to Bowman Gray to wrap things up after this.
The race, and I just felt like that was my best chance to win, and fortunately it worked out. You know, ended up getting a green flag run there. Ryan was really good, and he kept me honest, and fortunately I caught lap traffic at the right time and was able to you know, keep just enough of a gap on him to maintain the lead.
How nerve-wracking is that with lap cars in the front and a fast-closing Blaney behind you? How nerve-wracking is that, and what's the mind going through as you work through that process?
Yeah, just trying to get through him as quick as you can. I wanted that gap to stay, you know, bigger than he could make up in a corner, you know what I'm saying? And that was really all I was after, was just trying to keep the gap at least that big. And fortunately we did, and you know, it worked out.
You talked about in the pre-race, this event, this racetrack, your take on it before the race was outstanding. Just what your take, the celebration, the fans are still here in the stands. Bowman Gray Stadium, what's it mean to you now?
Well, certainly a special place to me now. You know, obviously never won this race before, so this is a great way to start the season. I think we have a really solid group of guys, and they've been working hard over the off season to try to get us into a position where we can excel. And I thought this whole weekend, really, not just tonight, but you know, had a great Saturday, good qualifying effort, good you know, good heat race, and got a little off there in the feature, but was able to, you know, get it back. So just really proud of all them and excited to go to work with them for 37 more weeks, I guess.
37 more. You win a lot of inaugural races. I think this is the 5th one you've won, the Bobby Ellison Trophy. This inaugural race got to be real special, especially with a trophy with Bobby Ellison's name on it.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't realize, I think I heard before the race that he was the last Cup driver to win here, in the 70s, which is pretty neat. So certainly a worthy name of the trophy, and excited to take that one home to HMS.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Chase Elliott going to take that trophy home to Hendrick Motorsports. The crew is right out here and located right in the middle of the infield on the grass here. That's where the car stopped. The crew ran out and celebrated, and Chase Elliott, the winner here at the Clash at the historic Bowman Gray Stadium.
Basically, the car is on the 48-yard line of the football field right now, pointed towards the end zone to our right. Joey Logano finished 4th. Let's get his thoughts.
Yeah, rounding out our top 5 coverages, Joey Logano, 4th last year in LA, 4th here at Bowman Gray. You just said uneventful day, but how would you assess just being here at Bowman Gray and running 200 laps?
Yeah, well, uneventful gives you a top 5 when you come here to Bowman Gray. So, it was, there were some rougher sections of the race, but, if you look at early in the race, Briscoe tried to get in, and we wheel hopped each other, and it knocked my toe out a half an inch, and it just was tight the whole first 100 laps. It made it hard to adjust the car because you're like, is it the front end or is it that tight? So kind of an adjustment behind. So we fixed the toe and it got much better, and we'll work ourselves up to, a top 4 finish. But he's hoping for a late race restart. You're sitting forward, they're like, okay, I'm on the 2nd row. I'd rather be on the bottom, but it's a 2nd row restart and anything can happen. But didn't end up that way, but it ended up pretty racy. The second lane started coming in, was surprisingly, and ended up being pretty racy out there.
All right, solid top 5 finish for Joey Logano. The defending champ comes into Daytona off a top 5 finish.
We set our sights now on Daytona. Here's how they finished here tonight in the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray.
Chase Elliott, your winner. Ryan Blaney was 2nd. Denny Hamlin was 3rd. Joey Logano 4th. Bubba Wallace finished in 5th. It was Ross Chastain in 6th, with Austin Cindric in 7th. Tyler Reddick 8th. Shane Van Gisbergen in 9th. And Chris Buescher finished in 10th.
Ryan Preece was 11th. 12th was Christopher Bell. 13th, Josh Berry. Todd Gilliland was 14th, and Kyle Busch 15th. Carson Hocevar was 16th. Kyle Larson 17th. William Byron finished 18th, and Alex Bowman 19th. 20th was Noah Gregson. 21st, Brad Keselowski. 22nd, Daniel Suarez, and 23rd was Chase Briscoe.
As we button up our coverage tonight from Bowman Gray Stadium, our sights are now set on Uptown Charlotte and the NASCAR Hall of Fame induction ceremony, where you can join us 8 p.m. Eastern Friday night for coverage of that induction ceremony. The following week, we are off to Daytona for Speed Weeks 2025. Alex, your final thoughts?
I thought the Madhouse lived up to its moniker all weekend long. Great modified race yesterday. Obviously, the heat races were fantastic last night. Today, a wonderful last chance qualifying race. This 200-lap main event for the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray, I thought it did not disappoint. We had the best of the best battling each other. The better handling race car won. Congratulations, Chase Elliott.
That's going to wrap things up for us tonight here at Bowman Gray. I'd like to thank Dave Mooney, who covered the action in the corners, Chris Wilner and Steve Post in the pits and the garage area. For Alex Hayden, I'm Mike Bagley. We congratulate Chase Elliott and Hendrick Motorsports as winners of the Cookout Clash at Bowman Gray. So long, everybody.